Hey everybody, welcome to the Blaston Championships 2022. We're here going to be talking you through everything. My name is Ultra David, and with me is Dr. Oolong. What's up, man?
Oh, doing well. Ready to see a lot of great Blaston matches today. Super excited to finally be capping off the Blaston Championship Series.
Yeah, of course, this has been a long-running journey up to this point with qualification processes through points, through LCQs, and players are finally here. So we have 4 players from the EU, we have 8 players from NA, etc. Here, and we're going to be battling it out across this weekend, starting today, and then finishing up tomorrow.
Yep, and this, I think that this, if my memory serves me correctly, this overall qualification process goes all the way back to August. Like you said, players have been gathering points in queue, actually in-game, via in-game tournaments. And another really cool thing that the Blaston developers, Resolution Games, have done is they've given me and the community ways to go through tournaments. Also have those go ahead and feature points. We did have that last chance qualifiers or early October. Getting through there in a surprise win against Wesso was Cronster going ahead and qualifying for these grand finals, and yet we still see Wesso here in the NA bracket as well, so he is definitely sticking around. But first off today, we do have the EU bracket, and we do have our first game. Monty and Slowed, we're going to be following up with Tesseract and Turbo. We're going to be going into the winners matches from there. And then we'll also be having a third place match to get us prepped for our brackets later today.
Yeah, we have a lot of actions going on. I'm sure people who are watching, many of you will of course be familiar with the game. But if anybody is here watching it for the first time, this game is very interesting, very unique take on both video games and sports. What if dodgeball, but with a diverse strategic loadout of guns? What if people have more familiarity maybe with 2D similar style of games like Senko no Ronde or Maiden in Spell, but in virtual reality? It's a very unique take on things. I have been very interested and excited by the strategy of it and playing it. I try to stay a little fit, I try to do some work here and there, but I gotta tell you, man, making my way through the ranks in Blaston so far, I am sore today like I have not been in a little while.
I feel the same way. I've been also getting back into queue, getting ready for these championships this week, and yeah, it is definitely stressing. To go a little bit more, just in case this is your very first time watching. So, like Ultra David said, Blaston's a 1v1 dueling game. Players face each other with a loadout of 6 weapons that are chosen before the game starts. It is essentially a dueling bullet hell game, so the bullets are all going to be going very slowly, so the objective of the game is actually to trap your opponent with several different layers of bullets and then go in for the kill. Every weapon has a different function. There are weapons with curved projectiles, there are shields, there are weapons like the lasers, which do damage over time and sort of put hazards down on the field. And then sort of a concept that we'll be talking about today, every weapon has both damage, which is the amount of damage it does to players, and then collision, which is the amount of damage it does to other projectiles. So every gun, every weapon, and of course every player in Blaston is going to have health and can be damaged and eliminated from the play. Also, another thing to note that we might see today, both players really have to stay in their podiums. Doesn't matter if you're playing in a gym or you're playing in a really small room. If you do leave your podium, you're going to take an incredibly large amount of damage over time. Hopefully we won't see too much of that today, but if you do see a zap on the screen, you don't know where that damage is coming from, check and see if the players went outside of bounds, because it's definitely won matches before.
Look, that aspect of the game, of the fact that you are confined to this relatively small podium, but there's all this stuff flying around you. It means that you have to be very mobile. Dodging is a huge part of this game. Understanding where things are going to be going, the trajectories, what could be coming out next, and dodging appropriately, meaning everything from crawling on the floor to piloting or to moving your body such that like your head's still in bounds but your body's a little bit out of bounds, which is okay, to jumping sometimes. There's all sorts of stuff you have to be doing constantly in this game to stay alive and to get a chance to take the opponent's health bar down.
Yep, and we've got our first matchup right here on the screen. We've got Monty Ban and the Cheeseball Master himself, Slowed. I'm interested, David. I know you're new to the game, but what do you think about these two players? I don't know what you've seen so far.
Yeah, well, I watched a bunch of the VRML. I watched some other tournaments too. I was impressed with Monty. What I saw, he had some high-ranked victories. He placed well. He was 3rd place in Season 1 of the VR Master League, for example. He looked really strong. I liked what I saw out of him. He had a very active build. I thought that was cool. And then from Slowy, just in talking with Captain Fabulous yesterday, was very cool to hear about his sort of community bona fides in this, being somebody who's done such a great job at helping the community grow and at building things like the Master League, making their own, the Fab Cup, for example. He got 4th in the VR Master League. It looks like we're already into it. There's the first-person view. We're going to be going to that occasionally. We're going to be looking at the third-person view so you get a larger look of the stage. Here we are, match number 1.
Yeah, so going into the loadouts really quick here. We've got the Aegis Shield, Hammernade, Luma, Raptor Ellipse, Hammer, and Wildcat from Slowed. Don't worry exactly about what those all mean. We'll go ahead and explain those as we get into this first match. A very similar loadout from Monty, except he is going to be rolling that Hammer Ellipse. That's going to give him a little bit more coverage on Slowed's field. However, it's going to be a lot longer on the cooldown. So
yeah,
he's going to have a slightly slower build than Slowed going into this first match here.
That Hammer Ellipse meaning that it's the shotgun that you can curve. You can make the bullets curve. We've already seen that call a few times.
Yes, the Hammer Ellipse, the shotgun you can curve, puts a large amount of bullets on the field, like you can see there.
Right
sort
there.
of creating a cloud of bullets around Slowed and really punishing any movement that Slowed tries to do to get out of the way of the other projectiles. Following that up with a high damage weapon like the Luma, which is that bow that you can see Slowed now using right here. That's a great way to get up on your opponent as far as damage is concerned.
Taking a look again at Slowed.
And also, just something else to call out here real quick. You're going to see players dropping their weapons, specifically their grenades, into some of those bullets. That's what we call in the community drop blocking. That is using the health of your weapon, essentially as a shield. Slowed's going to go ahead and land a Luma shot on Monty and take the lead. But essentially using your weapon health as a shield. He's going to do it again. Oh my gosh, he can't keep getting away with it. So you're going to see that a lot, especially against that submachine gun, that Wildcat. Does only a little bit of collision, so you can suck up a lot of projectiles if you can time your drops right. But if you do not time your drops right, your hands are hitboxes in this game as well, so you can actually take more damage than you'd like. And Slowed, with some great Luma plays there, is going to go ahead and take round 1.
Just to be clear, we're in a 1st to 3 here, so you have to win 2 rounds and then 3 games. Consisting of,
all matches today are going to be best of 5 matches, but each game is best of 3 rounds.
Yeah. Something we haven't talked about as well as we're kind of setting things up here in game number 1 is the cooldown factor, is the fact that essentially you have resources in this game, and the resources are in terms of time. How long does it take your weapons to spawn back in? Well, each weapon has a different amount. Some quite fast, down to 2 seconds, some are really slow. And so you have to be cognizant of that in terms of which ones you use, how frequently do you get to use them, using them in combination with other stuff. Keep an eye on the players as they're constantly looking around to see what has spawned and what they can use.
Right, and then that's the name of the game right there, going ahead and using your weapons, not in isolation, but really trying to combo everything together to trap your opponent. Monty doing some firing with the Raptor Ellipse there, nailing Slowed with about 20 damage, but Slowed with 1 Luma shot, managing to take back, not necessarily the lead, but definitely close that damage gap just a little bit. The fact that Monty brought that Hammer Ellipse is definitely helping him put down a lot of hazards on Slowed's field.
Definitely. As Monty backs up, you see he's playing with his own positioning. He's moving to the back when it's time to play defense, when you're worried about blocking. He's moving to the forward when he's trying to get up closer where you can shoot the opponent faster with less time before the bullets get there. So moving your space around, moving in your space is a huge part of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is not a game. I mean, the tagline of the game is "Don't stay still," and definitely at this level of play, you start to see a lot of that. You've got to use your full play space as much as you possibly can to keep your opponent on their toes. Slowed running, it seems to be running out of weapons here in the last 15 seconds. Again, he wants to be comboing those weapons together and using them together, but he's running out of time. 7 seconds left on the clock.
5 seconds.
He's got the hammer available to him. He a little bit of drop blocking there as he tries to set something up with 1 second left. It's just not going to come.
Ooh.
1 hit on the pellet, it just doesn't matter at that point. It's round for Monty.
Yeah, and you know, that is, you know, at lower levels of play, something like drop blocking. He doesn't really come too much into it. You know, usually players are running shield, but especially here where, you know, every single weapon in your loadout really has to hold its weight. Drop blocking is a great way of lowering your footprint without sacrificing your defensive capabilities. So you can see, you know, and even with the handles of the shields themselves, you can still use that to drop block and then use the shield itself, kind of like Monty actually did right there.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to set up.
The setup on slowed.
Yep, he's trying to make something happen here.
Ooh,
great.
Okay.
Oh, some dodgy. You got a little bit of damage there. That's going to be
14 damage, 14 damage. Nothing much, nothing much.
Yep. We got plenty of time left. You see one.
We got plenty of time. Lowe's got plenty of time. Plenty of time. Ooh, okay, there we go. Using the shield to take out the nade, but manages to take a bit of damage there from, I believe, the hammer.
It looks like the hammer.
The hammer nade. Another thing to bring up right now, kind of as we're waiting for these two weapons to respawn. Recently, in the last update, the concept of attachments was introduced. Each weapon has, or at least most weapons, have 3 unique attachments that change how the weapon functions. You can see that both the players here are actually running a variant of the hammer nade that gives the projectiles a wider spread, but actually increases their damage from 4 to 6. So if you see 6 damage being done, that is via that hammer nade. And Slow going ahead and taking a bit more damage from that Raptor Ellipse. Just some small pokes coming out from Monty, man.
Get on the clock here. Okay, nailing a little bit. I mean, you can see how important each hit is among these players as we've gone down again to under 20 seconds. Dodging, as a result, hugely important. You cannot get touched. Monty waiting it out.
Ooh.
Hammer ready to go.
5 seconds left. It's fairly close. Oh no! In the last second,
that was it. That was literally 2-3 seconds left.
And that's how it goes. And Monty Van is going to go ahead and take game 1. Very well played from both these two.
I think that's a really good display right there of how important each hit can be. You know, you have all of this stuff flying on the screen, and if you're somebody watching this or playing it for the first time, you can feel like, wow, how can you possibly evade that stuff? But as you can see, players who have the understanding of where that stuff's headed, of what the strategy is, and also the like physical in-person ability to actually dodge out of the way, can make it so that they can survive through intense bullet hell.
Right, absolutely. And something to also bring up there is, you know, after 6 minutes of play right there, going directly back into another match, you know, it's not just about execution. It's about execution while you're tired, while you really, you know, you want to be getting lazy and not dodging all the way. That's really the level that we're at with a lot of these players. It's not just the execution, but also being able to execute under this amount of pressure. Slowed again, taking another 10 damage in these sorts of matches. That could spell life or death. Another 6 damage coming out from that hammer nade. A great amount of poke. Again, really forcing your opponent. Ooh! Really punishing your opponent for dodging there. Another great play by Slow, keeping up that pressure. This second game might be where it turns for him.
Monty trying to set up the clamp. He's got substantial damage right there. You know, again, everything is adding up, especially the way that these two are playing. Very bullet hell style. Both trying to set things up constantly.
Ooh, okay. Ooh, and that Wildcat just peppering Slowed with some low damage bullets again. Anything that forces that movement could force him into something else that does a lot more damage.
Yeah, he's gonna have the hammer nade here. He's got.
Ooh, there we go. Getting rid of the nade with that hammer shot. Brilliant play there by Slowed. Again, really prioritizing that. That's also one of Monty Van's highest cooldown weapons, so losing that definitely hurts the amount that he can actually mobilize on his build.
Sure. Okay, but with 7 seconds
left. Damage, 5 seconds left on the clock. Slow does have that shield, though.
Yeah, okay. I mean, unfortunately,
this one is going to go to Slow.
He was waiting for his weapons to come back at that point, and there weren't any left. And you know, in moments like that, where it seems like it's going down to timeout, and you have a chance to either use all your weapons or maybe wait for a good combo, maybe it's time to wait.
Yeah, the other thing to note actually is that every weapon is usually only 1 damage, but for nades it's actually 3 damage. throwing your weapons at your opponent actually does do a little bit of damage.
Right.
So in these last seconds, sometimes it is genuinely better to just go and throw out your weapon rather than try and actually get it off, especially for those nades, which take a couple seconds to draw. Heading into the second round, Slow to accidentally drop that nade right there. He's got butterfingers. Using that Raptor Ellipse. That Raptor Ellipse is not to be underestimated. It's a 3-second weapon. It's got 5 shots, but each shot does 10 damage.
Yeah, you can see those are like
you know, even just a couple points of damage can make a huge difference. Landing a couple of those shots could be the difference between winning and losing a game.
Absolutely. Luma behind, Slow it here. But just time to dodge, time to play a little bit of defense before it's his turn again. Now he has that time. Nades here. Gonna try to launch
a little bit of juggling there. If you caught it from Monty, Slow's gonna go ahead and get hit with that hammer nade.
So he's trying to move forward there, try to approach a little bit to get a closer angle to get some damage faster. He's got the weapon down behind him.
Yeah, that is actually another point to bring up. Standing at the front of the podium reduces the distance between you and your opponent.
Less travel time.
So you can actually get some shots off at the front of the podium that you wouldn't usually normally get off.
25 on the clock.
30 seconds
now,
left on the
start thinking
clock.
about the fact that we're headed to a timeout. So do you use stuff immediately? You can get some weapons back here. You got enough time to get a couple back.
But it's also the point where your opponent's guard is down the most.
Yeah. 9
You
seconds.
see him getting that poke damage.
Tough spot for Slow it here.
Oh, he tries to grab the nade, but it pops off. He manages to back off his hand just in time.
It's not going to work out.
It's not going to work. Monty Van is going to go ahead and take round 2.
Now, what a close series we have to start things out here.
Right off the bat, man. Right off the bat. These are the best of the best. We're not going to have any surefire matches today, that's for sure.
Great spawn point for the Luma right there. Oh, he tosses it after having shot out a couple. Nade next to him.
Oh, no, the out-of-bounds damage. The out-of-bounds damage. Oh. And just like we were talking about before, you got to make sure that you use your whole play area. No more, no less.
There you go. Oh, no! He tried to evade it, but no dice. Not quite.
Not quite. Unfortunate.
Ooh! A ton of damage.
Ton of damage coming out between the hammer ellipse and that raptor ellipse. Again, those curve weapons really great for change-ups, really great for getting your opponent positioned how you want to and following it up. The damage ain't bad either.
If you're having trouble seeing which
Slow,
one's which, just look at the size of the bullets. Those raptor bullets are a little bit bigger than the hammer ones. They evade.
Okay, there we go. Slow getting off a Luma shot.
Yeah. He has so much to make up here. Not a lot of time. 45 on the clock. He's in trouble. Health bar, no. Maybe even a weapon toss at this point.
And the weapon throw.
It was in fact the weapon throw. Oh man.
It was the weapon throw.
As you said,
Monty's going to take game 2, and we're finally going to get a weapon swap here.
Okay. Yeah, that will do 1 hit of damage for most weapons, as we were saying earlier, and that was in fact what was enough right there. Yeah, so overall in that matchup, I think the biggest players there were the Raptor Ellipse and the Hammer Nade coming out from both sides. Again, you're going to see a lot of that second attachment, that fast. We call it the fast Hammer Nade. It doesn't technically speed it up too much, but the additional spread does cover a bit more area, and of course, doing more damage and covering more area. For most players, that is a no-brainer. However, we might see some players later on today, or we might even see it here on this weapon swap, bringing out the slow Hammer Nade. That's going to reduce the speed of your projectiles, sort of create more of a hazard than something to force your opponent to jump out of the way. But yeah, also the Luma coming out in that matchup, but outside of, I think, the very first round of the very first match, not really hitting a ton with the Luma from either side. Yeah, I can only think of a couple of instances where that happened. In general, people were dipping and dodging really well to get around that. So as far as watching this game and trying to understand what may be coming next, you've seen how important the loadouts are going to be. Dr. Oolong talking about it just a little bit there. You can have substantial differences in what your loadouts are. So we saw, we haven't seen, for example, a Viper, effectively the sniper rifle. We haven't seen a bunch of other options. We have lasers, and as we were talking about before, big orbs. There's a lot of other things that could be on the table. Now, of course, like any other game, there's going to be a meta and things that will be effective in the current strategy of how things are going. Do you expect anything to change here?
Well, I got a little bit of a spoiler. I don't think anything changed here. I think this may have been a host swap. Sometimes players do that to reduce the amount of lag, reduce the priority when it comes to latency.
Got it.
The big thing I'd love to see here from Slowed, just because he seems to be not necessarily messing up, but it seems like it's really coming down to the very end of the line, and that's where he's slipping up. Maybe a little bit more defensive options. I think that Monty bringing out that hammer lips, that's just very much a solid weapon. There's a lot of players who have the opinion that that is the best weapon in the game. It's certainly the most consistent. You know, as far as if we're going to translate this into fighting game terms, that's sort of the Ryu of the Blaston world, doing a lot of spread, covering a lot of thing, and 6 seconds, although a large cooldown, isn't the worst thing in the world. Again, Slow just really needs to be doing more as far as comboing all of his stuff together. I also think, as much as I love that spread hammer nade for when it does hit, if you're looking for more of a hazard, there's other attachments, and there's also other grenades. You know, we've seen a lot of other grenade attachments start to take popularity. Doesn't look like there's a swap.
Okay.
Doesn't look like there's a swap. We're going to have to go and see. So what you're seeing here is not a self-destruct. We really promise we don't BM in this community too much. What you are seeing is what's called a disconnect round. It's just there so the players can test latency, so they can go ahead and kind of reset the room, make sure everything's good before they go ahead and jump in. And I'm sorry, we do see a change. We do see the lance being brought in from Slowed, which is going to be one of those hazard weapons. It's going to be at 4 seconds. It's going to do 10 damage a tick, which actually in Blaston, damage over time weapons go off every half of a second, so 5 damage per tick. You're going to get 2 beams out of that, and also the Vector, which is a bounce weapon. It has 2 bounces, very, very similar to the Wildcat, which is that submachine gun, except now actually that weapon does fire in bursts. That was something that recently got changed in an update, so be really interesting. It does seem like he's going for a far more poke-heavy build, or poke and maybe some zoning as well.
Yeah, that lance.
I don't think any changes coming from.
It looked like on Monty Pan's side it was the same loadout. For Slow, the lance that you were discussing, it'll come out as a laser, so you'll see that it cuts off part of the podium, right? Effectively, you can't be there. Now, it's not like a very large diameter, right? You can evade it, but it does nevertheless force your movement. And you can see how important movement and being where you want to be on the podium, how important that is. Super, super important. And to be able to cut off effectively part of the screen can be very powerful. It can allow you to land other big hits when your opponent is stuck there.
Exactly. Especially when you're trying to be aggressive. Just being able to fence off your opponent and put some hazards on the field is super painful sometimes. You can see here that Slowed's using it to cut off that center portion of the play area. He might even be using it kind of to guard his nades a little bit. And the fact that it's a 4-second cooldown weapon means that he can keep it going as much as he wants. Coming in with the Luma here. The drop block is going to go ahead and defend it. Great timing there from Monty. He's really making it look easy.
So we're really waiting for things to come back. In fact, both of them are here. Drops the Luma.
I think from Monty's side, he's looking for that hammer lips before he goes and sets up the combo. Yep. Using his higher cooldown weapons first, before he uses his lower cooldown weapons. That way he can sort of prioritize his spawns for the next round of firing.
And from Monty's perspective there, how he just could not be next to the lance.
Hammer nade. Oh! Ooh! Slowed getting peppered with some of that Wildcat fire right there, taking about 16 damage.
Ooh, that's big!
Big plays there coming from that hammer nade.
Lance.
Again, Monty really just creating a cloud of bullets and forcing Slowed to
move.
He
gets hit by the
double Luma!
And the Luma, it was, oh man, that was a ton of damage to come out so fast, especially the way they do it. That amount in such a short time.
That's pretty much going to get Slowed back into this game, actually. Yeah, that's huge. That's huge from him. 30 seconds left on the clock. The pressure's going to be on Monty to make this work, but he has a bigger combo, all things considered.
Monty's stuck in the middle. You can see he's got a duck. Yo, he gets hit!
He gets zapped!
The lasers have really been super important here.
Actually, I don't know if this is going to be enough. Oh no, he gets zapped again! The beams!
The beams have been so important.
Oh,
hold on.
no!
Oh, hold on. Oh!
Ah! In the very last seconds between that hammer ellipse and the raptor ellipse, Monty just manages to take round 1 here. This will be a set point for Monty Man. Okay,
a little bit of damage there.
There we go.
Chipping away on the life bar.
Slowed, unfortunately, firing that into the shield. Still popping the shield for Monty Man, but that shield's only on a 3-second cooldown. Slowed getting hit by another raptor ellipse as he hits the floor to get underneath everything else.
Exactly.
Such a deadly weapon, that raptor ellipse.
Up close with the Luma,
Ooh,
and big damage!
Another double Luma!
You can see him moving way forward, so the travel time was less. He gets huge damage out of that.
And yeah, and you know, it's sort of a double-edged sword moving to the front of your podium. On one hand, you can, you know, you can catch your opponent out with some faster projectiles. On the other hand, it also makes you way more vulnerable to the same projectiles.
Right. That's the risk you take sometimes when playing offense in this game. They're setting it up here with the hammer ellipse yet again, trying to clamp in, and some damage indeed. Oh, nice catch on the grenade!
Nice catch, but what did it cost? Slowed being brought down to half health. You're seeing with that the Vector actually that he's firing it on the back corner of Monty's screen. That's going to go ahead and actually bounce those projectiles to the from this view, the left-hand side of Monty's podium. It's going to be Monty's right, Slowed's left. But it's a very hidden projectile. It's coming from behind, you know. Anything that takes your opponent's eyes off the front of their podium could be very, very dangerous.
Look at that, how he cut off the stage. Big damage on Monty. 17 on the clock, 16 on the clock. Monty running out of time. He's got to wait. Yep, things are coming back. The hammer ellipse is here. He goes from the top, from the bottom. It's going to clamp in. Get some damage. 5? 3. Oh, he's got nothing. He's got only the nade. He had the shield. He tried it out. Why not? It just wasn't right.
It did get very close with that nade at the end, but yes, unfortunately not going to be enough for Monty. 3, 2, 1, blast on.
Monty now at match point still. Moving around here. Luma tossed. Waiting for the stuff to come back. You can see there's a lot of intentionality about when to start attacking. Look at Slow. It's got multiple resources out, but not bringing them out yet because he wants the combo.
Yeah. Okay, he's getting pushed in that bottom right-hand corner. He's coming back with the Luma, too. These are tricky bounces. And all 3 of them managed to hit Monty there.
Oh, no.
Incredible plays. I mean, especially in this matchup where every point of damage matters. You know, doing that, the 18 damage from all 3 of those bullets connecting, that's actually huge for Slowed heading into the last minute here.
You can see the bounce off the wall. There it comes. Oh, that was big on Monty. Setting it up again.
Monty's got to get a big combo out here in the last minute. Okay, that's a nice start. That's a nice start. Peppering him a little bit with the Wildcat. Huh?
Wait on some cooldowns here.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
It looks like we may have had a player disconnect.
Ooh.
Oh, no. We're going to have to check out and see what that's all about. But I think now we can talk a little bit about the Vector. I don't know how much we're going to see of the Vector, so we might as well talk about it now. Was introduced in, oh geez, I can't even tell you what update it was introduced in. And initially, it was actually a huge force in the meta. There was no other weapon that could force force projectiles to come from behind your opponent.
Got it.
And actually, arguably, is the reason why drop blocking became a technique that was so widely used. It's a weapon that does really low collision, but fairly standard damage. So if you were able to time your drops correctly and take out those projectiles, that was actually making the difference between players winning and players losing at this level. Now, though, Slowed bringing it back as sort of a way to slip up Monty and do a little bit of extra chip damage. David, what do you think?
Yeah, with that 4-second cooldown on it, you could see how often it comes back. With that, with the Lance, with the hammer nade, you know, just be able to set up a ton of things that made the opponent have to react, have to move around. He had the Luma there to try to capitalize on significant damage and speed. That build, I thought, made a lot of sense. I mean, unfortunately, it looks like we're not going to see the conclusion of that game and whether like it ultimately might have worked out. But it did seem like it was going better, if nothing else, than it had been before.
Yeah, and we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait for the ruling for our professionals here. We might go and do the last round of that game. We might give that to Slowed and start off on game 4. We'll have to go ahead and see. But yeah, absolutely. Comboing those very low cooldown weapons. 4 seconds on the Vector, 4 seconds on the Lance, forcing your opponent to one side of the podium, and then following it up from a bounce that they might not even be able to see. And I can tell you for sure that not a lot of players are used to Vector plays at this level. Okay, it does seem like we are going to go ahead and replay the final round of that match. Definitely a shame considering that Slowed went ahead and landed so many great hits. But you know what? If he can do it once, he can certainly do it again. I believe in Slowed.
That's what he's got to be telling himself anyway, right?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, and overall, I mean, the other thing to bring in at this point, too, and you're going to hear me talk about it a lot today, third match in, these players have been playing for 18 minutes straight. I can tell you personally that my heart rate while playing this game goes anywhere from 160 to 180. That is high-intensity workout.
Yeah.
That's the equivalent of doing sprints for 2 minutes at a time. Yeah. These players could have the best plan in the world going in here, but just like my friend Mike Tyson says, everybody has a plan until they get shot in the face. And that is very hard to maintain these sorts of combos and that high-level thinking and pay attention to everything in a 360-degree radius when you're also pouring sweat inside your headset.
That is definitely true. Yeah, and the execution is something we talked about before. Dr. Long was talking about how, for the Ellipse specifically, you really have to have excellent execution. You have to be able to aim it well. You got to be able to whip it around well. The movement is so important with getting the exact right movements on the bullets. And if you are fatigued, just like in any other sport, that's going to be harder to do.
Yeah, and actually talking about the ellipses too, especially when you're fatigued, trying to figure out where those projectiles are actually going to head. When you're fresh, it's relatively easy to see that it's going to curve to the left-hand side of your podium. When there's about 20 other bullets on the field and they're all blocking your vision, that definitely makes it a lot harder. So that's another aspect of all of this. I mean, I've even seen players before going through and using shields to block vision of their other projectiles to catch their opponent off guard.
Interesting.
So, that there's a lot more that plays into this than just the builds that these two are bringing. You really have to take into account every single aspect of play here, especially at this level. I mean, the game's been out for 2 years. This is by far the largest tournament that we've ever had, even coming off of a season of VR Master League as well. So definitely the cream of the crop here. And honestly, I'm really interested to see what other shenanigans we're going to see pulled today, because I think that's the point that we're getting to, is players now having to catch each other off guard with builds that maybe they've never run in a tournament before. I certainly have never seen Slowed run this before.
Well, interesting intel from Captain Fabulous for us, who says that this is a loadout that Slowed has practiced a lot in scrims to hide from EU competitors, to hide from them. And of course, Captain Fabulous and Slowed had a chance to play in person, right? Actually meet up and play. And so, yeah, really thinking about stuff, right? Really planning ahead for like how you're going to approach these matchups, right? Players will know each other, of course, at this level. So to bring in something unexpected can really, really be important.
So everyone, lend Slowed your power here. We're looking for the comeback. Does seem like both these players are loaded in. I think we're just waiting on the go-ahead, making sure that they don't have any technical issues. And, of course, no loadout changes this time around. We are going to be starting off from that round 3.
So it's going to be still Monty Bon on match point. Still going to be a good situation for him. Slowed, look, he could make it happen.
Oh, actually, no, I apologize. The incorrect ruling. We're going to go ahead and start off fresh with this next game. Monty has gone ahead and just forfeited that last match due to the disconnect.
Understood.
Great sportsmanship. You love to see it, too. You love to see it. He could have tried to take it right there, but you know what? He didn't have the lead in health. I think that's the right call to make here.
Certainly the gentlemanly call to make.
Certainly the gentlemanly call to make.
That's something that
it's not a true win if it isn't a fair sportsmanlike win. And again, you know what? regardless of who wins or loses this tournament today, we're all going to be in queue again starting Monday, and honestly, going right back into another season of Blaston, too. So,
well, that may be
exciting stuff.
But there's also a total of $10,000 prize pool on the
line. Yeah, it's not like a small amount of $10,000.
Sure,
or 10,000 pounds, as I've been told.
Yeah, that is the breakdown. So it's going to be for the Euro finals, $1,000 for first place.
Yep.
$250 for fourth place.
And we're going to go.
There's a substantial difference here. You want to get the W? Yeah, we're back in. So we're treating this here as a 2-1. We're in for game 4.
Yep. Monty still has the lead, but hey, you know what? Maybe changing things up is exactly what Slowed need to kind of retake it.
Yeah, we talked about the utility seemingly of the Lance and the Vector, how they did make Monty move around differently. He ran into
all right. Ooh, Monty having to duck down on the right-hand side of his podium there to get around the lasers. He does manage to get around it. But again, even with those changes, Slowed's cooldown is available a lot faster than Monty's. So it's going to be interesting here to see how he keeps up with it. Woo.
Damage there on the weapon itself. Oh, look at the
he does manage to hit with the Luma!
Yeah. Well,
brilliant plays. Brilliant.
I love the idea of Monty getting down to the floor to try to move, but that actually presented quite a wide hurt box for Slowed to try to attack.
That entire combo goes off, and sadly, all that Monty gets out of it is one Raptor lip shot, but you know what? Hey, that's half of a Luma shot right there, so it's definitely worth it still. I am just super interested in these Vector plays that Slowed is pulling out. I don't think... Ooh, another hit from Monty, bringing them just about even, but I don't think that any player is really come in today expecting to see a Vector, so... Ooh,
so much!
To read his opponent! Oh, no!
That was a third of his life in 3 seconds.
Yep. That's going to be the hammer, and he just couldn't get out of the way fast enough. Now it's going to be on him to get it back.
The way that Monty was dodging right there, though, wow, tough to see how he could even get hit. His duck under the Vector was so important. 11 seconds left. Another setup here from Slowed.
Yep, and unfortunately, Slowed having to dodge while setting off that, setting off the lance.
You can see Monty moving
way
to the back of his podium right there. Trying to play defensively, giving him enough space between him and the opponent to accurately dodge against those lead shots. Match point yet again for him.
And you know, that's the other thing to mention too. The Lance is actually great in quick aggression because most of the time it heads all the way from the front to the back of the podium. So it doesn't discriminate on where you are on the play area. It's going to go all the way through regardless.
Setting up a funky.
But unfortunately, you know, the thing about Monty's build being a higher cooldown is he's able to set up these very big combos. Even if they don't land all the time, it really only takes one swing from Monty to go ahead and take a round, as we've seen. He's going to go ahead and set up his combo now as well.
Forcing Monty to the back left of the podium, and when he was stuck there, Slowed took advantage.
Yep. And he actually went ahead and turned to the side in order to dodge that other Luma bullet. Oof! 2 Raptor lip shots managing to hit Slowed. And again, Monty's going to have the lead. He might have to wait longer for these loadouts, but he's able to put a lot more bullets on the field.
Coming back. The lasers are there too, and he almost dodged it though, but so much damage landed right there on Monty.
Oh my gosh. This is just going back and forth between these two, heading into the last 40 seconds here.
Agents and Shield doing good work right there for Slowed.
All right.
He's waiting now.
He's got that hammer ellipse. I believe what he's waiting for is he's waiting for that hammer. He's actually going to do a brief bit of juggling to keep that shield on the field.
Ducking
he manages to hit
yet again that Luma
through the shield.
The combo
hit Monty's hand.
I love it. I love it.
Right through the keyhole, and the Vector's going to go ahead and take the win for Slowed. Oh my goodness! Beautiful play. Beautiful play.
Okay.
All right, this is still set point for Monty, but we might be seeing the Slowed comeback. Ooh!
Oh, man,
about 18 damage coming out from Monty, from Slowed there, chunking Monty for just about a fifth of his health.
Yeah, got 100 health points up there. Again, the Lance set up. This setup has just worked very well consistently. Again, not a ton of damage each time, typically anyway, but the fact that he's been able to get these cooldowns low, 4 seconds to come back and set things up again, has been huge. He's able to set it up perfect.
Ooh! All right. Slow definitely taking some damage there, mostly from the Raptor Lips, but the hammer is what gave Monty the setup there. Nade coming up. Hammer Lips coming from the side. Slow's going to take a couple more bullets, but does manage to fire back on Monty with that hammer nade. Okay, and he maintains the lead heading here into the last minute.
Again, both waiting for their cooldowns. Now here's the setup yet again.
I do not think I've seen the Vector perform this well in quite a while. My goodness.
Really just making Monty think about movement in a different way has been so important. Slow it dodging around. He's got a couple things ready to go. There's the Lance, there's the Luma. There's the Vector.
He's doing the same thing too, and he still manages to get these hits.
Yeah, it just, again, he has it frequently. He gets a little bit of damage each time, and that has added up to W's. Here again, he's 20 seconds away from getting to the final game.
He's having to really hit the floor here. Manages to get around it in the last 15 seconds. I don't think Monty's build is going to come back online soon enough, but the hammer nade goes up anyways.
He's got one chance.
He could make something happen. Monty gets hit by the lance a little bit. In the last seconds, it brings him down into the red. Woo. And Float is going to go ahead and take game 4. We are heading to our first game 5, and I do believe we are going to go ahead and see a weapon swap.
Now, it is the case that both players can change, right? That's the rule here.
Yes.
But if you're slow it, right, you're happy. Things have gone well. What would Monty change? Is it Monty who you think is going to have a change here?
I think so. And I think the big thing, he could go one of two ways, right? He could go for more defensive options. It doesn't take much to block a lance, but it does take something. And right now, you know, that 3 seconds. So I think, taking a step back, let's talk about the shield that both these players have brought, the Aegis shield. Because one of the things we also saw during that last match was Sloat actually firing through one of the holes on the shield and managing to hit Monty through that. So it's a 3-second shield. The only other shield is the Cortex shield, which is available at 5 seconds. Not technically true, but for the purposes of this conversation, those are your two options.
Nobody's playing bunker.
Your Aegis shield, it's a lot smaller. It actually has a very similar amount of health to the 5-second shield. However, it depletes that health very, very, very quickly, right? So trying to use that to defend against a lance or any sort of sustained projectile can be very dangerous because not only does it not last very long, but also if you accidentally place it into the range of a lance, it can eliminate that health a lot faster and potentially expose yourself to a lot more of the projectiles that are hitting your play area. So one of the things I think we could see is maybe the switch over to the Cortex shield. I think what's much more likely is weapons that pack just a little bit more focused collision. I think we could definitely see the normal Raptor, which is just going to be the normal pistol coming out here from Monty Band. I don't think he's necessarily going to change the shield itself, but he could also play around with some of the attachments. Putting more of the focus on forcing Slow to defend his big combo. Seems like that's really what he wants to do here is get that Hammer Ellipse on the field, get the Hammer Nade out on the field, and then go in with a lot of his high damage dealing weapons. We could even see the switch here to the Slow Hammer Nade versus, the extra spread Hammer Nade that we've been seeing from both of these players.
What do you think about
I think Monty has a lot of options. I think at the end of the day, it's just a matter of not getting tired, really focusing on what's going on, and not getting zoned by these lances.
What do you think about the switch to a weapon that could shoot quickly and deal a lot of damage, like a Viper? In this kind of a match that has gone down to timeouts or near timeouts, like almost every single round, maybe having the ability to close it out more quickly, to not have to weather so many storms that Slowood's build has brought. Again, typically not a lot of damage each time Slowood sets it up, but he just gets to set it up a lot. So maybe one way to deal with that is to chunk it out with something like a Viper.
Yeah, and we do see Cap casting from the sidelines here, saying that Monty's going to bring Viper E now. I think it goes both ways, right? On one hand, yes, absolutely, getting that initial lead and then just being able to sit on it, that could definitely help him out and give him the edge that he needs in order to really close this out right now. but it also is higher risk. It also extends the cooldown of his build even further. It gets slowed very low cooldown build. And you know, if he doesn't end up hitting with it, then it kind of just ends up being dead weight. Okay, we're definitely seeing some additional stuff.
He's got his own vector in here, in fact.
Yes, so he's now running the vector, which I'm not quite sure how that's going to work. He is also running the Raptor, but with the bursting attachment. So this is going to reduce its ammo to 3, but as you can see there, each one of those projectiles is going to burst halfway through. What that's going to do is that's going to create yet another hazard on Slode's field. It seems like what he's actually done is kind of met Slode at that cooldown. You know, getting rid of the hammer and the hammer ellipse in favor of the vector and the bursting raptor. That way he can have his hammer nade off of cooldown and that raptor ellipse off of cooldown even more.
Yeah,
I don't think I see any. I don't see any swaps coming out from Slode, so he's definitely happy where he's at. Unfortunately, he takes a step back into those raptor ellipse shots, and he is going to take a bit of damage from it. Oh, he's also going to take damage from the vector, so maybe this is something that Monty has practiced.
Yeah, or at least is figuring out on the fly and using as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is the last match, so this is going to be Slode's only chance to sort of get a read on Monty's build here.
Yes. Not a lot of time to counterattack.
Nope, not a lot of time at all.
Look at it.
Here comes that Luma.
30
he does manage to hit with it again.
Damage on Monty. And again, it's only going to be a few seconds until Slow is ready to go once more.
Very nice. But again, he has to watch out for where those raptor shots are landing.
Absolutely.
It's sort of a very persistent hazard.
Here comes Luma. What a block. You can see it there on the Aegis. Look at the time. 7, 6. Monty with the life lead. Barely so. Is it going to survive? It barely does. And it's yet again. This is in fact the third match point that Monty has had. What a slobber knock.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think Slode really had the setup that he needed. I think he was waiting for the lance and just he couldn't get it in time. So that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes with these weapon spawns too. Ooh, okay, feigning Luma, managing to shield Monty. It's not going to give him too much, but hey, that might be the edge he needs.
See Monty try to move forward to get some damage from closer, and he actually takes a hit on the Raptor. Nades coming here.
Ooh, setting it up.
Yes,
fencing off the right-hand side of the podium. Does manage to hit yet another Luma shot.
Yeah, the Luma, the lance, that combo has been so important. Really rips it in well there, you can see with the lips. Vector, setting it up yet again. Going back to the setup here. Yes, lance is out. But weathered well by Monty. He dodged very well there.
Yup. He doesn't have... Slode's got the lead, but he doesn't have much of a lead here. Not so much that he couldn't close this out fairly quickly if he really wanted to. But again, that Raptor ellipse coming out from Monty just doesn't miss! Ugh! Really forcing Slode to hit the bottom of his podium with that Raptor, and then going up with the Raptor ellipse and firing those shots down. Again, it's very hard to keep your focus on the front of your podium where the projectiles are heading from, and also above your podium where some of those Raptor ellipse shots might be coming from. 30 seconds left on the clock. This is set point for Monty.
Yeah, and he's got the life lead as well. Barely, but it's... And even more now. You can see how important each bit of damage is. So there might be one more setup here for Slowid. 17 on the clock.
Yeah, he's only going to get one more.
Back. Here's the chance. He's setting it up now. Gotta make this one work.
He catch that? Oh, he does! He does manage to land the Luma! 6 seconds!
Now he's got his dodge.
Oh my gosh!
He's got 4 seconds to live.
No! Oh, no! No, in the last seconds! Monty's gotta go ahead and he will be moving forward in this championship bracket. Good game. Good game. Oh, man. That Raptor Lips just coming back in those last seconds and doing just enough damage to win that game for Monty. Win the set for Monty. Good game there. Good game to both of these players.
Wow. If I'm Monty right now, I am spent. I guess if I'm both players, I am absolutely spent at this stage, right? So thankfully for them, they are going to get a little break here. But man, that was a long one. You could see the style that they were playing was not just that it takes a while, that there were multiple timeouts, but also that in doing so, there's a ton to dodge. And so it's not like you're standing there for these 2-minute rounds. No, you are constantly moving. You can see how low they got to the floor. You can see them occasionally jump over things even. You can see them trying to move their body out of the way of stuff, keeping their head inside the ring. Man, that is so much movement. Very impressive stuff.
Yeah, and just using all the play space. And I mean, and also planning around that. Monty was forcing Slode to hit the deck and then going in with the Raptor Ellipse and curving it downwards. Again, it's very hard for you to look forward at all the projectiles that are coming towards you and look up at the same time. So you have to rely at that point mostly on audio cues to know where those projectiles are heading. Also, when you hit the ground, your entire avatar also gets vertical with the ground, increasing your effective area, making those shots easier to hit. So, great match there from Monty. Wild to see the Vector come out for both of these players. And I mean, really do a lot of damage for both of these players in that last match.
Yeah, and not just doing damage by itself, of course, but forcing the opponent, really, to move into bad spots where other things could be doing damage, like we saw so much come out of the Luma, for example. That again, the forcing of your opponent into where they don't want to be is a key strategy in this game, and I think that was very well illustrated in that match between those two.
Yeah, and I mean, just, really going till the very end. I mean, obviously, all of those matches went till the very, very end either way, but, really not taking your eyes off the ball. Really not getting tired at the very end and sort of giving it up because you think that there's no way my opponent could get this in right this second, right, guys? Really keeping that focus and having that mental fortitude to keep going all the way to the end. I mean, it's not as easy as these two players made it look. So great game to both of these two. We got another great matchup happening in just a bit. That's going to be Tesseract and... I'm so sorry.
We're going for
Tesseract and Turbo. There we go. I knew it was another T name. So we're going to go ahead and cut to, I believe, a quick little break. And when we get back, we'll be jumping directly into that match. Welcome back, everybody. My name is Dr. Oolong. I am the Mad Dr. Spark. I'm here with Ultra David. We're heading into our second EU Blaston Championship match of the day, Tesseract versus Turbo. Now, Tesseract has been known tentatively as the best player in the EU for a while now, but Turbo, actually a Blaston streamer definitely go follow him. I've definitely stolen a couple things from his production. Really great looking streams from Turbo. That's usually Turbo stylized with a 0. So just keep that in mind when you're going ahead and looking up his channel. In case you guys haven't seen it yet, we do have predictions currently going in the chat. And I believe right now we have about 10 to 1 odds on 99 to 1% odds. So 1 to 100 odds right now on Tesseract. So just showing you the public opinion for this matchup. David, I mean, I don't know if you've seen either one of these two play yet, but is there anything you're hoping to see out of this next match?
I have seen them play, yeah. Just in previous tournaments that I've watched. It was very interesting. Each time we saw Tesseract, there have been people talking him up. Of course, this is somebody who made it through on the LCQ side to get into this thing. But in talking with people about, why that is, did he not get enough points to just be able to make it? It was more that, according to them, that he just wasn't grinding in the queue like other people were. But then when it came to actually getting the W in the tournament, he did, as he almost always has in the last year. He's been killing it. Just only placed first or second in tournaments that he's been a part of. So that, coming into this, that is a very impressive resume, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. And, again, huge shout out to Resolution Games. I think they did an awesome job, giving players all the tools they need in order to participate. And, at the end of the day, some people, some people are in college, some people have jobs, some people can't dedicate every single month to Blaston. I definitely can, but other people can't. So really giving, between the Last Chance Qualifier and the various tournaments that happened over the past 3 months and having them all qualify towards this overall goal, huge for the players who are participating. So, it might have just been, hey, I didn't have enough time to go through and really fight a ton this season. But Turbo did qualify using those points, so he's definitely been getting some practice in, getting around for sure. And, it's all great. However, it's all great to say you're the best, but sometimes you got to put the money where your mouth is for sure. So it'll be interesting to see how this match goes.
When I watched the VRML finals, he had a very interesting build. He was the only person I saw use the Frostbite, which is cool. He had Cortex Shield, which is something that few other people had. So I would love to see some other unique play. I don't know what he's going to bring in here, right? Totally up to him. But I thought that was really cool to see. Frostbite, a very unique weapon in this game.
Yeah.
We're going to go in. We'll see what the loadout.
Okay, and we're going to get in. Okay, all right. Really
Lance
quick.
Rapide.
We got the Lance Rapide coming from Tesseract. We also have the Avalanche. Both of those are going to be weapons we have to talk about. And with the Paper Lips, that's going to be the first time we see that. Turbo going ahead and taking quite a bit of damage from the Lance off the bed. And meanwhile, he is bringing the slow fall hurricane, I want to say that is, the quick hammer ellipse, the fast wildcat, and then the raptor and the raptor ellipse paired together. We definitely have some stuff to go into, but we'll go ahead and talk about it because we are already in the thick of this match. Both players have taken about, I'd say, a third of their health so far. Tesseract definitely in the lead right now. Going ahead and putting out that Lance R yet again.
There's a bunch of different weapons.
Tesseract didn't bring any low damage dealing weapons at all. Seems like he's going full in as far as the damage is concerned.
He's got some high cooldown options in there. That Lance Rapide at 9 seconds is going to take a while to come back. Viper Ellipse at 6 seconds as well.
Yeah, and it's an overall cooldown too, so even though, it's only limited to 3 of his weapons, if the Lance R is spawning in, that's going to slow the cooldown of all of his other weapons, so he's definitely he's going to have to move between, dueling damage and being defensive, and he's going to have to really make those combos count. Turbo's going to take some damage, he gets a hit from the Raptor Ellipse, and then from the Lance R. And Tess is going to go ahead and take round 1. Wow, that was a fast end of the match right there.
Just in terms of their overall cooldowns, Tesseract is at 27 seconds and Turbo's at 21. Quite different builds coming into this thing.
And actually, something to bring up here that I actually didn't realize, so now I'm going to have to talk about it. There is a cooldown limit. If your weapons, total, the ones that are spawned, have more than a 25-second cooldown, no additional weapons will spawn. So actually, Tesseract is currently getting stalled by this build, so we're going to have to see how that plays into everything here. Something else to mention about the Avalanche Navy. Very similar to the Hammer Knight, except when it hits, it creates those little tiny beam cages that turn into damage over time. So it also goes off on Turbo's podium. So you can see here that Tesseract, when he has been firing it off, he's been trying to throw it above Turbo's head. Even if it doesn't hit Turbo, it will go ahead and put hazards onto the podium itself. Might make it a little bit dangerous if he wants to try and dodge underneath the lasers.
Raptor Lips set up there by Tesseract, and now he's got to wait a little bit. He's got that Viper Lips next to him, but he's waiting now.
And again, he's having to really focus on dealing damage during these huge combos. So if Turbo can make it through one or two of these pushes, he should be able to take it back off of cooldowns alone. He does get zapped just a little bit, but he does manage to maintain that lead.
There's that Viper.
Ooh, all right.
Substantial damage coming in against Tesseract right there. Set up on... Oh, Turbo, though! Chunking it down. 19 on the clock for him. Again, he stands up into the laser. Oh, no.
Still has the lead right now. And the unfortunate thing here is that Tesseract might not be able to get back that full combo in the last 10 seconds here. We're going to just have to see. 5 seconds left. The Lancer does come out. Any additional damage going to be done? No, and Turbo is going to head and take round 2. Excellent, excellent match there from Turbo. Really putting the pressure on Tesseract, even when that combo is coming out. That's going to be important because even though Tesseract has a very high cooldown combo, he still has to have the proper setup and, the lack of pressure in order to actually land it.
Those lasers have so consistently forced Turbo down to crouch. Tesseract then trying to knock them on the noggin with stuff, set up things there. Forcing a lot of movement out of Turbo. That man has already done his squats for the day.
Yeah, I think to some degree too that, if you don't need to move, not moving might actually be a better option, especially when there's lasers on the field. Your hands are hitboxes, your shoulders are hitboxes, so even if you don't feel like you're in the path of a laser, it could still definitely land, and I mean, for the Lancer specifically, even a second of it landing can do a massive amount of damage. I believe it's going to be 7 damage a tick compared to the Lance's 5, so about 15 damage a second. And that's just on one laser. The lasers also stick around for longer than the normal Lance, and they can. The reload time, which is the time between shots, is also low. Okay, setting it up in that triangle motion, really fencing off a whole bunch of the play area. Turbo takes 10 damage from the Raptor Lips, but it's certainly less damage than he would have taken from stepping into the nade or stepping into the Lance.
Viper there, trying to snap. You can see it fling away. That curving bullet. The tiny, you can barely see it on screen. Small red bullet. Keep an eye for that.
Yeah.
A ton of damage.
Yup. Yeah, and when you're in game and you're trying to discern the tiny red bullet from the field of yellow bullets that are heading towards your play area, again, definitely making it look easy. I think Turbo went ahead and stepped out of bounds a little bit there. He went ahead and took some damage, but managed to do some damage to Tesseract there as well. Tesseract is now in the red. Oh, but so is Turbo!
Survive. And he does. Game number 1 goes to Turbo. Yeah, his decision to step forward was crucial. Not only did he take some damage, which was big, but he dealt even more damage versus Tesseract. Yeah. And then that, as you could see, he ended up closing it out just barely, but really in strength, in part because of the strength of that forward movement that he brought out.
Yeah, it's a dangerous game going to the front of your podium. I think definitely in that matchup he had more benefits than risks there, especially when you're heading into a Lance either way, right? It's going to hit you whether you're at the back of the podium or the front of the podium. Also, the other thing is when you're at the front of the podium, you always have the option of dodging backwards, which with some weapons, it's much easier to dodge backwards than it is to dodge forwards. And one of the things that's easier to dodge backwards is that avalanche nade. baiting those, usually your opponent is going to try and throw it behind you to one corner, usually above for the avalanche nade. That way it actually lands on the podium. So going forward, waiting for the nade to pop, and then heading backwards, grenades are always going to go off, and they're going to target wherever you were standing. So being able to bait it out forward and then moving backwards definitely helps. And, you know, everything there, you know, if he could dodge one combo from Tesseract there, that pretty much secured him the round. And I think doing that, you know, 2 out of 3 times was definitely some good plays from him.
Yeah, very interesting strategy, very interesting combo of stuff. Again, you could see, as we talked about, big differences in their loadouts in that round. Some very different takes on whether to have high or low cooldowns, things that do a lot of damage at once, like the Viper, or things that are more about damage over time, even if not true dot damage. But, you know, a little bit of damage here and there was what I mean, chipping down the life bar. 2 unique takes on how to play.
Yeah, and you know that's sort of the classic setup, right? You put down your hazards and then you follow it up with a very high damage dealing weapon. Sure. The Lance R is in a spot where yes, it does take it takes a very high cooldown in order to get there. 9 seconds. There's only one weapon that beats that cooldown in the game, but it does damage and it's a hazard. So you know, using that and then firing a Viper Ellipse, well, now your opponent has to make a hard decision. Do I take the damage from the Viper Ellipse? Or do I possibly risk dodging into a laser, which in a best case scenario is going to do slightly less damage. In a worst case scenario, getting hit by 2 of those lasers at one time definitely hurts. Honestly, most of the time than a Viper Ellipse bullet would. And you know, again, making these decisions, these split-second decisions, under a lot of stress, when you're tired, when you know you're maybe in match 2 and you've been going for 6 minutes straight on all of these matches, you know, definitely a difficult decision to have to make in the heat of the moment.
Well, and over time, I would imagine playing against something like the Lance R, and especially the way the Tesseract was using it, forcing his opponent to crouch. I mean, you could do a lot of squats, but like at some point you become fatigued, and maybe forcing that over time is part of the strategy here. Forcing your opponent to get tired IRL. Not even talking about, you know, what's their cooldown. I'm talking about what's their human cooldown here.
Yeah, a genuine strategy is to do exactly that, to tire out your opponent and hit them in the later matches. And hey, who knows? Maybe that's what Tesseract's strategy was here. At the end of the day, we do see some major changes from Tesseract. Okay. Okay. We're seeing some major changes from Tesseract and Turbo, as Turbo now is the one bringing the Lance Repaid. And Tesseract has sort of, he's kept that Avalanche, he's kept the Viper Ellipse, but he went for the Bursting Raptor and the Charge Hammer. So definitely looking to put down some more AoEs rather than relying on that laser to fence off the center part of the podium. So this is going to be very interesting when we get into this matchup.
We've been seeing a lot of hammers, of course. Hammer will put out great spread, but if you have the charge, it's more focused, and so each of those pellets, of course, is doing substantial damage. In combination, if you manage to land all of them, that is a huge chunk of life to take off.
Yes, and actually, interestingly enough, the Charge Hammer, yes, absolutely. The focus shot from the Charge Hammer is very deadly. You can honestly compare it to a Viper, which also does a straight shot. But unlike a Viper, you can't drop block a whole cluster of bullets like that, because the collision is too much for one weapon to be able to handle. That being said, actually, though, running Charge Hammer and then using the uncharged shots and having those bullets actually be slower sometimes can also be beneficial in creating a cloud of bullets that sort of just slowly gets pushed across the play area. So, you know, you'll see players do both. You'll see players, you know, use a charge shot and then follow it up with a normal shot to have, you know, the fast bit and then the slow bit too. So it'll be very interesting to see between that and the Bursting Raptor. I'm imagining that Tesseract's plan is to use those both together. And all right, I think we're in here. I believe we're just waiting on, right now, us to get started. Another thing to just point out, and we'll see when we get into this play area. So, players, as far as customization is concerned, players get their own avatars that they can select from a pool. They can also select skins for those avatars. So actually, I believe Tesseract's skin, I don't believe Tesseract's skin actually is the one from the campaign mode. which all the skins in the campaign mode are available usually. Turbo skin is actually one that came out very recently. Totally not the Easter update. Totally not an Easter bunny for sure.
Okay.
But I just have to say to Resolution Games, I love this arena. I don't run this arena usually. They came out with a Western one that I usually run. But trust me, when you get into here, the spectator client does do it a lot of justice. It's like smoky, you're fighting in an alleyway. It's slightly different from the other alleyway that you fit in sometimes. And it just looks beautiful. So a huge shout out to the art leads at Resolution Games. They're doing a great job with this. Turbo gets massive Viper ellipse there in the first seconds of the game. It's going to be a fight for him to be coming back here.
See his own Lance Rapides there, taking off a chunk of the screen. As far as Tesseract, as we were talking about, the only change for his side is that he no longer has that Lance R.
Yeah. So again, it's going to weigh down, but just because you run a weapon also doesn't necessarily mean that you have to use it. And if Turbo decides that he doesn't want to use that Lance R, that no longer affects the cooldown of any of his other weapons if it doesn't have to spawn.
Right.
So, you know, another option that Turbo has available to him as far as using that weapon. You can see that Tesseract is trying to throw that avalanche nade above Turbo, trying to get landed on the podium. But Turbo's actually been doing a great job at baiting it to one side, preventing it from being used on the side of the podium. There he goes again.
Turbo. Looking for some shots, but man, with 20 seconds left, it's been really hard for him to actually find some damage.
Ooh, we're going to see some juggling. Nothing to see here, folks. Just a little bit of juggling.
A bunch coming at Turbo right there. He manages to evade all of it.
Yep, and in the last 10 seconds, unfortunately, I don't think that it's going to be enough. We're going to see here. Oh, there we go. And Tesseract is going to go ahead and take round one. It seems like the shorter cooldown, swapping out the Lance R, definitely helping. Definitely helping. Ooh, okay! Turbo getting some shots off. I believe that was a Luma shot right at the front of the match.
Rapides coming in there. Some damage on Turbo. Shield.
The other thing you can see there is sometimes your best defense is a good offense. And Tesseract putting pressure on Turbo when he's trying to fire off that Lance R, definitely helping prevent Turbo from getting the ideal placement that he really needs to get the full effectiveness out of that. That Viper was going to hit, but Turbo pops the shield at the last second, manages to get out of the way of it. Excellent job there from Turbo. Again, trying to find the one small red bullet in a sea of yellow bullets is not easy. They are making it look a lot easier than it is.
Yeah, there's a lot that takes your attention in this game. Keeping an eye on your weapons that are respawning as well. Where are you on stage? All sorts of stuff. Nice dodge. That was quite close.
Oh no, he throws out the nade! F's in chat for that nade. That was going to be beautiful, I knew it.
Again, dodging well.
Oh no, he steps out of bounds again! Yes. Oh! The greed was too much for him. 30 seconds left on the clock. Oh no, he does it again. Why does it keep happening to him? He's got to reset that play area.
Nade coming at him as well. He's in big trouble. 19 on the clock. He's got to find big damage and fast.
Yep, and with that Lance R being sent off, I don't think he's going to be able to get it. 10 seconds left on the clock.
Tesseract just evading, and he knows it's time to play D. He does. That shield came in big there. He's got the Viper. Tries to swing it on.
Oh, the unfortunate thing is that was a really, really clean round there from Turbo. Unfortunately, that out-of-bounds damage is deadly. Right. They really do not want you stepping out of bounds in Blaston, which is understandable, right? We've seen so much about how your positioning on your podium matters so much, especially when you're using weapons with extended barrels like the Viper. You know, being able to get to the front of the podium and possibly go over, if that was not punished, you'd see players using that along the lines of an exploit. So it's unfortunate to see. But that was really, really well played there from Turbo. And we are now sitting at 1-1, going into another weapon swap. So, David, you've seen a lot of weapons out here so far. What do you think we're going to see from Turbo?
I mean, I like the idea from both of these players of switching things up. And really in just a couple of ways, right? We talked about how Tesseract's only change was to go from the Lancer to then bringing in the hammer. Turbo brought in a couple of changes on that one as well. He went from Hurricane to Luma, for example. So the chance of, rather than just setting things up, he could get significant damage pretty quickly with the Luma. So just some different styles in there. Again, very interesting to see the difference in strategies that are available. The difference in viable loadouts has been really cool to watch so far, even in just these several games that we've had, not just in this match, but in the previous one. We've seen a lot of different takes on this.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Turbo even bringing out that Lancer. I don't think he's going to bring it anymore. I think he mostly just brought it because Tess brought it.
Okay.
But, you know, seeing these two switch back down and sort of switch down their gears into lower cooldown builds, I think that's definitely what we're going to see from Turbo. Either that or heading in the opposite direction, swapping out the Lance R for something that's still bulky, but maybe a little bit less bulky, something like a Hammer Ellipse. Definitely could be helping just to keep that pressure up. Again, swarm his play area with a whole bunch of bullets and just punish movement. A lot of Blaston is just punishing movement and then going in with very high damage dealing weapons and forcing. You know, the Lance R from both these players, that was the intended use, but when you're having to invest so much cooldown in those sorts of weapons, it's not always worth its cost.
I could see that, yeah. And in terms of their overall cooldown, how many resources are they using is kind of a way to think about that. At the start, Tesseract with 27 seconds and Turbo with 21, and then it flipped. Tesseract had 21 seconds in the second game, and Turbo was up at 25. So again, they really switched things around. I mean, both of them, of course, keeping fast options, Raptors and the like, things that are speedy, Wildcats, only 3 seconds on cooldown, stuff like that. But yeah, having that bigger option as well. We're going to go into the game and see what changes are, if any.
Yep. All right, and we are seeing that change come out from Turbo to that Hammer Ellipse.
Hammer Ellipse.
It also looks like Tesseract has dropped the pretty much completely changed his build, and we're seeing something that's honestly a lot more standard for him, which is running the Double Viper. Double Viper, Hammer Ellipse, and the double Raptor, the Raptor Ellipse and the normal Raptor. That's going to be a very well-balanced build. Sort of the Raptor and the Raptor Ellipse sort of being your defensive options here. Your Double Viper being your high damage dealing options. And then, of course, Hammer Ellipse just kind of being the thing that puts down a lot of bullets on the podium and punishes your opponent for moving.
Yeah, being able to set up their movement, force them into bad positions, and then capitalize with things like the Viper. Trying to set it up right there. We're looking at it come.
The one thing I will say that gives Turbo a benefit here, as I mentioned before, Turbo's a fairly, I mean, both these players are really long-standing in the community, but this is a fairly well-versed build. So you know, Tesseract's a fantastic player. Turbo still has to get around that execution, but for example, putting down these clamps of Hammer Ellipse bullets, he's going to know how to get around that and minimize the amount of damage from doing so. And you can see it right there. He took a bit of damage from that, but I only think one bullet, maybe one bullet from the hammer.
I mean, amazing.
Oh, and he does manage to land the Ruma and the follow-up! 25 seconds left of the clock, and now the pressure is going to be on Tesseract to get it back. He does manage to get some of that combo. Oh, no! The Viper shot lands. Oh, you hate to see it. Now it's going to be back on Turbo. He does have enough for one more combo here in these last 10 seconds. He has to make it count.
Tesseract just trying to dodge it out, and mission accomplished. They both had such amazing series there. Tesseract went literally a minute and a half without taking almost any damage, like 1 or 2 bits of damage, and then suddenly chunked way down, but then he managed to battle back himself. That final 30 seconds was a blitz.
Yep, and that's what we were talking about before too, right? These high damage dealing weapons, you know, maybe most of the time you're only using them to force movement, but when they do land, it can change the course of an entire match. And, you know, Tesseract is good enough at dodging that, you know, landing one Viper shot and then just kind of sitting on it is an absolutely viable strategy for him. At this level of play, that's sometimes the strategy you have to go with, is getting that early lead and then just sitting on it.
Here comes the setup. Aegis Shield doing a bit of work. Luma's in play for Turbo there, trying to find something going. Really not a whole lot. Moving forward to the front of the stage there was Tesseract, trying to find the hit on the Viper E.
Yep. And the unfortunate thing about using both those Vipers at once, usually you want to be setting up something like the Hammer Ellipse beforehand. That way, you know, all of your bullets are hitting at the same time. If you go right to using the double Viper... Oh my goodness!
Nailed it!
Oh, well, I guess that's one of the things you can also get using the double Viper.
Yeah, right,
He's getting double Viper shots off on your opponent and doing more than half of their health at once. Turbo's not giving up, though, landing 2 of those Luma shots himself. Certainly getting things closer. Tesseract stepping off the back of his podium. It's a back-and-forth match here, heading in the last 30 seconds. Oof. But Tesseract is going to head and take game 3.
Okay, 2-1 Tesseract.
Oof, ouchie, ow.
Yeah, I mean, again, in both of those rounds, they both had series that were big damage all of a sudden. But yeah, you could see the benefit of having a couple of Vipers.
Yeah,
it was really a big part of why Tesseract got that.
And when you're at the skill level that Tesseract is as well, you know, again, standing at the front of his podium, really minimizing the distance as much as possible between the barrel of his gun and his opponent's face. And when Turbo's sitting at the front of his play area, you know, maybe you only get half a second to react. You know, hey, you might end up dodging right into your other Viper bullet too. So. You know, it's very hard to be able to say when it's a benefit and when it's actually hurting your overall build. But I mean, hey, if it hits, it's working. So there you go. I can have all the meta commentary that I want, but if it hits, it hits.
If you just happen to be like the best shot, you know, good. There you go. You can get big damage. And again, it's not easy to fling around these ellipse weapons. Viper ellipse, in particular, very hard to get exact spots, right? You see how small the bullets are. You can see them fling around the stage. And in order to get that, right, you have to have very precise movement with your hand as you're flinging it around, as you're swinging it around, and then release it at the right time, pull it at the right time, all sorts of tech that's involved with making sure that the ellipse weapons fire off at the right spot. But if you can get that in combination with the other Viper, yeah, that is a lot of damage you have on deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, that's also a good point to bring up too. All of the ellipse weapons, their trajectory is determined by the actual angle that the players are putting on them.
Yeah.
You know, sort of like a whip crack
to
some degree. They're usually flicking the wrist and then using that to set up their curve.
Yeah.
And yeah, like you said, it's, you know, he's making it look easy, but that takes, you know, years of practice to be able to get that good with that sort of weapon. And, you know, the other thing too is that, you know, he timed it in such a way that Turbo really didn't have an answer to the pressure that he was willing to put down. You know, if he was firing back with even something like a Raptor, you know, or something that could maybe absorb 1 or 2 of those Viper bullets, that definitely helps in the long run. Even running a Lance and sort of just forcing your opponent to think about where they're standing on their play area and not just stand at the very tip, that can help dissuade that sort of aggression. Turbo really was just focused on dodging there and wasn't really firing back too much. You know, I think he could keep his build completely the same, and as long as he just keeps that consistent pressure up, that should definitely help in those sorts of situations. But again, when you have a player who's as good as Tesseract, sometimes that's just what happens, and sometimes you have a really good match, and sometimes you take 2 Viper ellipse bullets in the first minute, and then it's hard to get back.
There you go. Yeah. Well, and if you're Tesseract, sometimes you can go a minute and a half without almost getting touched at all, and then get chunked down very quickly too. So the stakes are high at all times, even as a lot of these rounds are going to timeout or near to it. The stakes are high. You got to be consistent with your dodging. You got to be consistent with your movement. We're seeing that.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And we are getting into this last match here. They're doing their disconnect, so we're seeing a bit of a preview. Another thing to actually note, Tesseract not bringing any sort of nade on this loadout. Usually, again, you know, we talked about it before with the Vector, but just to say it outright, any weapon that comes from a different direction than, you know, straightforward at your opponent, something that splits their attention,
right,
is very valuable. Tesseract does have a lot of different stuff that can come from different directions. I mean, he's running 3 ellipse weapons.
Right.
But we're going to see, too, sometimes those nades and just the uncertainty of where they're going to pop and where they're going to land and what angle they're hitting at, sometimes that can be enough to give your opponent a second or two pause and dissuade that sort of aggression that they need in order to get off something like the double vipers.
I could see that, yeah.
So,
of course, you know, as the defender in that situation, even as much as the attacker can have a big influence on where the ellipse bullets go, it's coming from the front, right? Maybe it's coming from the front side or the front top or whatever, but it's coming from the front. Whereas having something like a nade, or as we saw previously, the vector, forcing something from behind, that could be a big deal. Is there going to be a change out of Tesseract? What do we got here?
All right, and we're getting right into it. No weapon swaps from what I can tell.
We have Hammer Nade on Turbo's side, where previously there was an Aegis Shield.
Oh yeah, I guess he was on that too, huh? I didn't realize that he wasn't running a time slot himself. Oh, he wasn't running
they both had shields in that spot. But, yeah, Hammer Nade is there for him now.
Ooh, okay, there you go. There we go, feigning the shots! The pure intimidation!
Yeah, and especially when Turbo was really out of reach.
Oh, there we go! And it does manage to pay off for him! Yes. Incredible! No, Turbo, what are you doing?
But nevertheless, even though he got a lot of damage taken there, you could see the utility of the changes he's made. Here comes the nade.
1 minute.
Yep. We're going to introduce a new mechanic here, which is the Caster's Curse, which is when I say a player's doing well, that actually applies a pretty severe debuff to him. Oh, there you go. Okay. It works the opposite way, too, as Turbo lands yet another Luma shot there.
We call that the blessing.
Yeah, there you go. The Caster Blessing.
There's the nade. No effect, though. Tesseract was at the forward part of his podium. He just backed off. You can see his usage of his own spacing there. 30-27 on the clock now. Slight lead for Turbo, but it's very close, and we've seen how fast that kind of stuff can disappear, especially if there's a Viper, which there is! And it comes into play, and Tesseract nails Turbo on the dome to take the round.
Yep.
3, 2.
Yeah, and unfortunately, again, with these high damage dealing weapons, I mean, with the Luma, too, you know, we've seen it. Things can change in a second. Okay, there we go. Tesseract getting peppered with a little bit of damage there. The Wildcat Raptor Ellipse combo coming out. Oh my goodness! And Turbo getting hit with another Viper shot! Oh no, Turbo, come on, man!
Pick up those double Vipers, and within 10 seconds, almost death for Turbo.
And I mean, you know, the morale, you can see it right now on Turbo's virtual reality face.
Yeah.
It's hard to take 60 damage like that and keep going.
Yep, and he does.
And that is going to be the set for Tesseract. Good game.
Tesseract. Look, very highly rated coming into this, as we talked about before. This is somebody who's been making grand finals very consistently in everything he enters. And so I think everybody expects him to make a deep run. He is managing to make that happen there as he takes the W over Turbo.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, again, everyone's the best until they aren't, right? Like, and Turbo did show that he could go toe-to-toe with Tesseract, but again, it's very hard to take 2 Viper Ellipse bullets and keep going, or 2 Viper bullets and keep going. You know, 60 damage, you only get 100 health in Blaston. Right. 60 damage is more than half of your health bar. And when most of these matches, anyways, we're going to that full 6-minute mark, you know, best of 3 matches, each match taking 2 minutes. It's hard to go ahead and take that much damage and keep going after the fact. So very well played to Turbo. We are going to get into our next round of matches. Which I believe that the winner is going to be progressing forward are going to be Monty Ban and Tesseract.
Yep.
And then Slowed and Turbo are going to be in the Loser's Lounge for the time being.
Correct.
So that's definitely a matchup I'm super excited for. Slowed and Turbo, I feel like that really could go either way. It'll also be interesting to see Monty and Tesseract, but again, you know, as far as favored people in this bracket overall, Tesseract is fairly favored right now. And I think that he went ahead and he showed that even during that match, just running, you know, even a very well-known loadout, that he can still have the skills to go ahead and follow it up.
Sure. I mean, even if the opponent knows what loadout you're going to go for, as we've been talking about, if you nail them on the dome with the Vipers, you're going to get that win anyway. And you can see the skill of Tesseract. Again, not just in shooting, though, and in setting things up, but his dodging was really, really important. He went, as we were talking about before, minute and a half without getting hit almost at all, multiple times throughout that match, even though Turbo was putting all sorts of stuff on screen. So he really seemed like the full package there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and again, huge props to Turbo. He definitely went ahead and took those first couple of rounds. The only other thing I think he could have done was maybe expand his defensive options. Again, it's hard because the more defense you bring, the less offense you have. You only have 6 weapon slots either way. He could maybe bring 1 or 2 things in order to counter, specifically those Viper ellipses, but that has no guarantee for his safety overall and might even just decrease his offensive capabilities as well. So, we still might see the rematch, who knows, as Turbo does go into Losers League. Again, each player today is going to be getting 2 lives. They have to be knocked out twice in order to be knocked out of the tournament overall. So we're definitely going to be seeing more of him. And again, him and Slow, that's going to be a very interesting matchup.
Before we get to that, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back with the next round of the Blaston Championship. Hey, the Blaston Championship returns. I'm Ultra David, helping you get through it here with Dr. Oolong on the side. We've already seen a couple of matches. We've seen some good stuff, and now we're going to be seeing the winners of the previous 2 matches that we just saw. Anything you're going to be looking for in particular here, Oolong?
Oh, and Monty Man versus Tesseract, everything. We just saw Tesseract go ahead and take things with the double Vipers. Monty Man is actually also a user of very high damage dealing weapons. Monty is very, very, very good with the Luma. So going and seeing how he performs against Tesseract, again, I think that the favorite opponent here, I think, is still Tesseract at the end of the day. Monty really started his climb during the VRML season this past year. So it'll be very interesting to see. I think that we could definitely see the upset here with Monty taking the win. But Tesseract's been around for a while. He definitely has been a dominant force. So we'll see. We'll just have to see how it goes, to be honest with you. I don't even think I've seen these 2 play in recent history.
Okay. We got a couple of players from the UK here. I'm sure that they're familiar with each other, yeah?
Yep. The EU crowd especially is usually pretty tight-knit. It's fairly well known. I think that these 2 players may not have played too much in scrims and stuff like that, just getting prepped for these matchups specifically, knowing that this may have been the favored result. But I would expect to see, we've seen a lot of very pokey builds today. We've seen a lot of builds that do a lot of small amounts of damage over time. I think this is the match where that changes.
Okay.
I think this is going to be the match where they're going to go all in on the damage side of things. And if we see pokes, it's only going to be setting up hazards for those high damage dealing weapons.
Interesting. That sounds pretty cool. I'm looking forward to that. If so, yeah, these are, in talking with other community members, the 2 highest considered players in the region, right?
Yeah.
So number 1 and number 2, Tesseract and Monty Bond. So yeah, it would make total sense if they had expected this in the first place. And maybe they have something up each other's sleeves. What do we got? We got double Viper on Tesseract
coming from Tesseract side, we do see that double Viper again. Very similar loadout to what he was running last time. The only difference is the attachments that he has on the Raptors. He has what is lovingly being called the Drunken Raptor Ellipse. It is a faster Raptor Ellipse, but you don't actually get as much control over the curve. And then the Fast Raptor, it does decrease the reload speed. Ooh, that Viper Ellipse hitting. Oh, no. And then from Monty's side, actually, I do believe I was incorrect. I do see the Luma, but I do see that Raptor making its return as well, along with the Raptor Ellipse and the Aegis Shield. So definitely not one too focused on dealing damage, but compared to Tesseract's build, a much shorter overall cooldown.
Some juggling there. This is actually almost the same build that Monty had the last time we saw him. He's got the Luma instead of the Raptor. But other than that, he did have the Vector in the final match versus Slow. As he waits
Round over.
Okay, force down, and that is gonna do it. Tesseract. As the opponent went down there, you can see him just swing the Viper down and get the W.
These Viper shots are absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and get into the next round. Again, you know, doing that much damage and then not being able to get it back at all. That's really what Monty has to look out for here. Another hit from Tess. He's doing all of his damage in chunks of 30.
Monty tried it with the Luma there, but with nothing else setting it up, you can see Tesseract just dodge out of the way on reaction. He sets
And
up
just
some
peppering
damage
him
as well.
with the
Yeah,
Raptor Ellipse as well. He tried to fire off both of those Vipers at the nade to get rid of it. Sort of interesting that he'd be willing to spend so much of his resources on that. I think that might kind of show you his mindset here, really trying to focus on using those Vipers as much as possible.
The juggling's sick.
Yeah, the juggling. Actually, at this point, juggling has gone from something that has been a bit of a like a niche move. Ooh, all right, Monty though going through. I believe that was the Luma going through and getting back some damage on Tesseract here.
Yep.
Going ahead and landing even more damage on Tess. Using that Raptor Ellipse.
Ooh, look at the movement on Tesseract's side. It's just way outside of those little shuttlecocks that the Luma is shooting.
All right. Comes that Hammer Nade again. We talked about it before. That Hammer Nade could be used to dissuade aggression.
You don't know where he's going to be shooting from. Look at the movement with his hands right there. That is scary stuff. As Monty's just trying to evade.
All right, now he gets to go in for his combo. He has the Luma.
15 seconds.
Setting it up there, you can see on the
Not
Hammer
much.
Ellipse.
15 seconds left on the
Shooting it at
clock.
the side, pulling it, making it swing in for the clamp. Monty's down in life. And even more so now. He finds one good hit, though. He doesn't have anything super damaging to bring out.
Oh, he does manage to. Oh, he does manage to land the bow in the last second. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful from Monty.
3, 2,
Real buzzer over there.
blast on.
Not yet. Okay, a little bit of damage
It does seem like those I'm sorry, not the Wildcat, the Vector shots this time around are going wide, but it's enough to make Tesseract think about where he's standing.
Yeah, even if they do go really wide, he's got to like think about looking back and just taking some of his attention towards that stuff.
Oh, there we go, managing to land another 6 damage. It's not much, but that's small amounts of damage over time.
Oh, where does it go? Oh, it did hit him!
Unfortunately,
You can see Monty
Monty's
try
gonna
to
go ahead
duck.
and get hit.
Yeah, he did try to get underneath it. I think he knew where it was going, but he couldn't quite duck entirely. Really nice angle there on the Viper Ellipse. That's alright.
Okay, that nade goes off. That's right, not even having to really look back at it. He just knows the pattern of where it's going to pop.
Yeah, that is impressive. Luma still held there by Monty. You can see it as a double-handed weapon. Everything else you can do with one hand. That one you gotta have two on it. And he's waiting to set something up. He's waiting for a combo with it.
Here comes the Luma setup. He's following it up with a Hammer Nade. Oh, but the Hammer Nade, I believe, hits the top of the podium. And is unfortunately going to despawn. That's really not great luck from Monty there.
The juggling right there from Tesseract. One hand, then the other, setting things up.
Keeping everything in play the entire time. That's really important in these sorts of matchups. 20 seconds left on the clock. Monty's behind, but not by much. Not by much at all.
10 seconds.
Hammer.
He's really waiting
Now.
here.
7 on the clock. Monty needs something. He was able to find it last time. The Luma, he grabs it. Can you get a hit?
1.
Oh, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And Tesseract is going to take the win. Good game. Good game. That was great. Are we going to go see? Okay, we're heading right into it. We're heading right back into it.
Yeah, man.
3, 2, 1. Blast
Of course,
on.
that Luma, each shot is less than the Viper's, but the fact that it's just about how fast you pull your hand back to get another shot effectively. Reload time is very fast on that. You can get multiple hits and add them up fast. Tesseract waiting it out.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay. Maybe are we in fact going back to...
I think that there may have been a slight issue with the room. I think these players are going to go ahead and make a new room.
Okay. All right, well, that's fine. A lot to talk about.
That's perfectly fine. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes it might just be personal preference, but occasionally these rooms do get bugged out after multiple matches over and over and over again. But great job from Monty taking that round. Again, Tesseract with those dual Vipers just is so scary. You know, it's almost pure intimidation factor. And there were a lot of times during that last match where Monty was just sitting there with the Luma, not wanting to waste it, and just giving Tess all the room that he needed in order to go through and, you know, get that proper placement on his play area and get those Vipers off. So sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy, if you would.
Yeah, and I think it was very important to highlight what you brought up, which is that even though you know, there are multiple things to think about in terms of angles coming out of Monty, you could see how out of Monty, Tesseract was so good at knowing where they were going that he didn't necessarily need to look around in a way that somebody who was less practiced at where things would be angled might need to.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you got a lot of tools, right? The nades are always going to pop in the same pattern. Specifically with that, with the fast hammer nade, there is a big hole in the middle of it. So as long as you don't dodge too far out of the way, sometimes that can actually be the best strategy, is to just kind of sit there right in front of it and wait for it to pop. But we are going to go ahead and get into this next map. No weapon swaps between these two. Okay. They're going to stick with those same builds. And again, loving this play. This is probably my favorite visual stage to be playing on. So, excellent job from the developers there. Tesseract is going to use his shield to get rid of that nade. Really does not want to see it. And trading a 3-second shield for a 5-second grenade is definitely worth it.
Ah, yeah.
Ooh, great dodging there from Monty. My goodness.
Just past the Raptor shot.
And again, that pure intimidation factor coming out from Tesseract.
Illuminate ready yet again. But as he has before, he wants to wait. No, he is trying a shot.
Yep. And you can see there that Tesseract, even after using the shield, went ahead and kept that handle for the drop block. Utilizing all the resources, it helps to minimize your reliance on those shields. You know, if your opponent starts seeing that all you're doing is using those shields, they can play around that. But if you're drop blocking too, then it becomes a lot harder. Monty's going to go ahead and land another Luma and go ahead and take the damage lead.
Ooh, okay, now mostly good evasion, but still a couple of chunks off of Monty's life.
Yep, and the nade gets sniped out of the air too. Interesting.
Couple of shots coming in, moving forward there.
Not an interesting thing. Thought for a second that Monty wasn't running the fast Wildcat attachment.
The movement's there for Monty yet again. Vipers to think about. Look at this. Two long barrels staring him at the face. 9 seconds left to kill the life lead for Tesseract.
5 seconds.
Oh, but he's got to fire through all this. Oh, he doesn't, it's so much pressure, he isn't even able to fire back in the last 15 seconds. And Tesseract is going to go ahead and take round 1.
Not a huge life lead in it, but it didn't feel like he was as pressured as Monty was throughout. From the side, from the top, the Hammer E bullet. Monty weathering it. Waiting for his stuff to come back. Okay, the start from him. He grabs the Luma, trying to find big hits versus Tesseract. Yes.
Absolutely, and he's looking clean on health right now. Again, using his weapons as much as he can to drop block, as well as actually do damage. Especially with those Viper bullets. It only takes one drop block to get rid of a Viper bullet. He's going to be doing some juggling himself. Really push him into the corner there and keep the pressure going.
The hammer yet again. He moves forward.
Oh, great use of the shield there. Only one of those Viper ellipses or Raptor ellipses gets through.
Speaking of Vipers, though, they are in play.
1 minute.
Yep. And actually going ahead and throwing that nade directly at Tesseract to force him back. Get him off of the front of his play area where he wants to be with those double Vipers.
Bunch of it already back here for Tesseract. Ricky yet again.
Ooh,
Got the Viper in hand.
no!
Oh, you can see the red one just barely squeak by.
They are still ridiculously close heading in the last 30 seconds of this round. Again, you know, those high damage dealing weapons are great, but it's so much to have to land them over and over again. We're going to see if Tesseract can get it here.
Yeah,
he's got his full combo up. 20. Shield comes out. Woo! Just a little bit of damage off.
Here right after that.
Oh, Monty,
14.
Monty,
If he can
Monty!
maintain pressure, it would be great, but Monty's still... There's the Luma, it just spawns! If he can find a big hit right now. He doesn't even need much. If he can find any hit.
No, and he is going to take it, though! He is going to take it off of a sliver of health. Great plays, great plays. If that round went for maybe a second longer, it would have been done so. He was stuck in that corner. He didn't really have a great way of getting out, but now he might even be able to take it back and take round 2. Match 2.
Here from Tesseract. Luma to Monty's right, as you can see. Yes, there it is. But he waits for the rest
Drop
of his
blocks,
kit to
using
come
that
back
nade. Tesseract actually seeing the drop block, though, and using that to get rid of the nade with its low health. Again, every projectile has health, and it has collision, which is how much damage it does to other projectiles. So, taking that damage from the Viper doesn't mean that the nade doesn't lose any health. It just doesn't lose enough health to be deleted.
What a duck right there by Monty underneath a couple of Vipers. That's the zone.
These small pokes that Monty's getting off seem to be paying off for him.
The bounce of his Vector just continually
Another great drop block. Even throwing the shield just to get the extra 3 damage. That's important here.
And yet they both have the ability to do fast damage. We've seen that come too, so with 49 on the clock, Monty's slightly down in life, but you know he could take it back.
Yeah. Yeah, heading into the last 40 seconds here, I think both of these players have maybe taken 10 damage apiece. Again, making the 3 damage that Monty continuously does with that shield even more important.
Seriously,
30 seconds left on the clock. The Luma is going to come out.
If any of those Lumas land.
If any of those Lumas land, I won't say it's donezo for sure, but it's definitely going to make one heck of a difference. Monty does have the Aegis shield up. 15 seconds left on the clock.
Here comes the nade.
10 seconds.
Monty needs any hit. Any sliver, even a weapon if it lands could be enough. 2, 1. Tesseract! Oh,
and Tesseract, again off a sliver, is going to go ahead and take match 2. And yeah, I can maybe 12 damage taken from Monty, maybe 9 damage taken from Tesseract.
Wow.
So, especially in that match, very minimal amounts, and it's not like they weren't firing tons of AoE weapons at each other.
Yeah.
Great dodging from both of these two.
You absolutely see their movement around the stage, understanding of where the threats are coming from. So important in not taking damage. Tesseract looks around, finds the hammer E to start things off.
Oh, the nade does end up going off.
He's moving.
He's moving. He is moving.
Waiting it out. Here comes his nade as he has a little bit of damage dealt versus Tesseract. And, we have seen, even in that last game, how important this little bit can be.
Yeah, and you can actually see after that last round that they're really focusing on making sure that all those weapons make contact, too.
Sure.
They're actually using those weapons for the throw damage as well. But Monty went ahead and landed a Raptor lip shot there. That is actually going to help him out. Tesseract takes even more damage there.
He's got his plant coming in.
I'm not going to get too excited. Oh, there you go. Things do change in an instant.
Yes.
Oh, no.
Monty takes so much. Hold on a sec. He deals his own to maybe take the life back. It's hard to tell.
I think so. I think he took the lead back, but we're going to have to see. There's still 40 seconds left on the timer. Wave of bullets comes through for Monty. Ooh, nice drop block. Manages to save his skin there.
30 seconds.
All right, Monty no longer has the lead. Oh, no, he throws out the Luma.
He dropped the Luma.
He's trying to toss it from hand to hand there so he could get it in his primary hand to fire.
20 seconds left.
Accidentally drops it, Butterfingers.
No guarantee that the Luma's going to be next. Of course, the next one to spawn is going to be random. He might not get it back.
Yep. We're going to see here, last 12 seconds. That Raptor Ellipse is just as deadly, though.
There it is.
Oh, one of those vectors does manage to land. 5 seconds left. No, Monty! Monty, what are you doing? Oh, he steps out of bounds and goes into the red, and Tesseract is going to go ahead and take round 1. Oh, unfortunate to see.
You can see his virtual avatar literally wringing its hands right there after that on the left side for Monty. Oh, man, what an unfortunate end, as now it's match point for Tesseract.
Okay. Ooh, starting off the round with one of those Raptor Ellipses. Oh! Butterfingers. so that is that's a kind of a strategic move, moving weapons from hand to hand. It is something that sometimes players will just do that, especially with the Viper glitch, just to sort of catch your opponent off guard with how you're swinging it. When it's in the air, it doesn't pick up any angular information. So sometimes it's sort of a bait and switch where you can pull some really tricky curves off on your opponent.
Okay.
But, you know, the amount of Butterfingers that we're seeing today gives me a bit of pause. Oof, another Raptor Ellipse landing on Monty.
Yes.
It's only small amounts of damage heading out from both of these two, but that just shows how close this match is.
And from the side, from the top, the hammer, bullet drain. Some good damage, in fact, by Tesseract on Monty. Although, Monty finds a hit on Tesseract.
Oh!
The red bullet shoots in!
Monty!
Oh.
And again, you know what? How do you keep the mental fortitude? You have to. You have to keep the mental fortitude. Even if you think that you're going to lose, there's still 30 seconds left on the clock.
And he has found hits. The Luma's there. If he's going to find big damage, it might be with that.
Oh,
no! You can see from the first-person view as he tanked that red shot right to his
Oh,
and
man.
there it is. Tesseract is going to do it. That's 3 games to 0. He takes it over Monty.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Great games for both of these two. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, like we were talking about, there were some matches there where it was being determined by weapon throws. And then there were other matches where Tesseract was coming in swinging with that double Viper combo. And that just kind of goes to show that, you know, you bring those weapons mostly to get your opponent moving. But when they do manage to land, that determines the whole match right there.
And I think there's a couple things for Monty to be thinking about and kind of ruining. He dropped the Luma, for example. Like, there's stuff to think about. And yet, it's a 3-0, right? So even if there were individual moments there where he could have improved on things, the overall result is pretty substantially a big dub for Tesseract. Looking very strong, and you could see why he comes into this rated so highly.
Yep, and I do not believe that we are done for today. I do believe we've got Slowed and Turbo heading up next, setting up our bracket for tomorrow. Yep. Don't you worry, Monty is still going to be sticking around. Yep. He might even get another chance against Tess heading back in there. As far as what he could have done differently, me personally, I think that although the Luma was great when it did land, I think that he didn't really bring enough else to really set it up. You know, again, I'm going to call out that hammer nade attachment that everyone keeps running. You know, it leaves a big hole in the center. I even think that maybe going for the slow hammer nade may have been preferable in this situation to act more as a hazard rather than something to just quickly get your opponent moving, because he had a lot of stuff to get his opponent moving, but not a lot of hazards that he was able to set up on the field without that hammer ellipse.
So again, this is the group stage that we're doing today. EU group stage will have the NA group stages later today. But the idea of this is, as you were saying, that doesn't mean that the Tesseract wins the tournament, and it doesn't mean that the players in loser side are out of this thing. We're just trying to figure out what their positions will be when it comes to playing in the grand finals and stuff tomorrow.
Yep. Yeah, and you know, I do believe, and I might be wrong on this one, I do believe that someone in this match is going home, though. Turbo and Slowed, someone is not going to be playing in tomorrow's bracket either way. So we are just going to have to see. I could definitely be wrong on that. I'm sure that I will be corrected in our chat.
Well, we'll get into that.
To go to a quick break.
Yes.
So stick around. In just a second, we're going to be getting Slowed and Turbo. And if you are watching here on Twitch, be sure to get those predictions in. Because you're definitely going to want to get some channel points. There's some great little rewards that you can get on Twitch, in case you didn't know. But mostly it's just for the fun of betting. But
we also have the Discord going on where folks are chatting about this in case you are in the Twitch chat or maybe you're watching on Steam and you'd like to come in and learn a little bit more about the game and chat with people about the game. You can do so. That's at discord.gg/Blaston. Check it out. That's where folks are talking. Again, as Dr. Oolong just said, we are going to take a break. We'll be back with more action very shortly.
We are back with our current leader of the EU bracket, Tesseract. How's it going?
It's going good. Thank you very much. Feeling quite pleased. Yeah. Gassed. I can't hear you long. Oh, this isn't good.
Hey, can you hear me?
There we go. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, all right. So how did you feel coming into the match versus Monty? Can you talk about how your preparation was for that and then how you felt as it was done?
Well, me and Monty, we've obviously played a lot. I know that he plays quite passively. He's quite on and off. So he'll let me come up to the front of my podium and he'll let me, swing my double Vipers and hopefully get some shots in. But those are my thoughts before Monty.
So, okay, you get the W's. So this means that you are the winner of the group stage. You're going into tomorrow in the best position. Obviously, coming into this thing, you're highly rated. Everybody's looking at you as one of the favorites. How does it feel to have that kind of a reputation in the community?
I mean, yeah, it feels awesome. I've been around since February 2021, I think. So yeah, being in the community for that long, it's been great to earn this status, and hopefully I can maintain that status moving forward.
Yeah, and I think at this point you've only solidified that status even further. So great job on that. I couldn't help but notice that you didn't bring a nade in sort of that final loadout that you settled on for today. Did you just feel like you didn't need it, or do you think that you just didn't want to have to bring a nade with all the rest of those weapons?
Well, I just felt like I sort of wanted to go into this match having a little bit of style about. I wanted those double Vipers, obviously the hammery, all the ellipses. So I just thought, well, I don't really need an aid. It would have helped, but I just settled on the loadout because it felt fun and it felt like it was working.
It felt fun. And yeah, I mean, swinging two of those Vipers around, that certainly is fun. Now, the other thing I have to ask, usually when people are running double Vipers, at least from what I've seen recently, they usually are running a bounce Viper along with the Viper Ellipse. Now, obviously, you just stuck with that straight Viper, and it paid off. Any comments on that?
I mean, I just use the stock Viper because it's 5 more damage. I just want the most damage possible, really. I think I have a damage Viper, obviously, because that never hits, no matter what you do. So yeah, I went for that stock Viper because I don't use bounce Viper that much because it feels, it's bounce, isn't it? So yeah, I just like that stock Viper.
maybe good for new players, but yeah, there is a consensus in the community, not necessarily at this point that it's cheap, but there's a large amount of people who do not love the bounce weaponry overall. And sort of my last question, I'll let David get some in here. We got actually a lot of new people watching. I don't know if you realize, but almost 900 people were watching that last match. For any newcomers to the game, do you have any tips?
For newcomers, I'd just say, I don't know, just see what you think of it. If Oh, I don't know. I'm not aware.
How about this? Our next match is going to be Slowed and Turbo, and I'm sure that at least they're listening to the audio right now. You didn't get to play Slowed, but you did get to play Turbo. Any tips for either of them?
Oops. I just ended the call by accident. Oops, I'm back. I'm not doing this very well.
You're fine. You're doing good. You're doing good.
Just keep.
I can hear you still. I can hear you still.
Yeah. Just keep playing the game. Climb those ranks. Gain more skill. It's just, I find it insanely addictive. Like, I hope you do too. It's what's got me to keep playing.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's times where I just get tired or something else takes my my energy away from Blaston. But then when I'm back into it, man, it's like there's nothing else I can do. I'm just sitting there in queue for an hour or two a day, just getting exhausted fighting everybody. But good stuff. Just dodge and get good. Good advice.
Yeah, as somebody who's been playing just over the past week, most of these days, I am more sore this weekend than I've been in a long time, and it's a very athletic game. So I'm curious about your background and your interest in competitive games. Do you play sports? What's your background before you got into Blaston?
So before I got in, I used to play a lot of football. I still play a lot of tennis now, until I obviously broke my legs playing football, so I stopped doing that. I did a lot of cycling. I did do a lot of cycling. I was just all around quite sporty.
So you kind of have that competitive drive to do well. You like the idea of having physicality in the stuff that you play. And when it came to Blaston, how do you feel like that background influenced how you're able to play?
Well, I guess for tennis, there's a lot of sidestep movement. There's a lot of quick movement, like left to right. So I guess that might have helped to blast on. I'm not just same with football. But yeah, so those definitely helped.
Yeah. Well, fantastic job today. Good games. We watched them all. That you put on a fantastic show. And best of luck to you tomorrow. For us, we're going to be getting directly into Turbo and Slowed. So do not go anywhere. We should be getting in just a little bit. I believe our players are ready. I believe our production crew is online. I think we're going to jump into this in just a couple seconds.
So, keep in mind that it's been quite a break now, but Slowed had that really killer set, 3-2, that he ended up losing to Monty. It really could have gone the other way, but in any case, it went down to the end. And that was a long set. It was a long set of matches. We were just talking about the physicality of this game and how having the kind of background of being somebody who is sporty can be very helpful. But man, I'll tell you, you were just talking about having played an hour and then you're wiped out. I'm glad for Slowed's sake that he gets a bit of a break, and it's going to be the same for Turbo here. But nevertheless, it's a lot of Blaston to play at a high level in a short period of time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's, again, I think it was more psychological on Turbo's end, but Turbo also did have to play up against Tess. So, he's also coming into this game tired. I do believe we are getting into our match right now-ish.
Hey!
We're there as far as their builds. Ooh, let's go ahead and see. Slowed starting off. Actually, both of them starting off with a good little volley on each other. Turbo is bringing that Luma. Bringing the same loadout, basically, that he was running against Tesseract. Slowed going ahead and landing some hits there. The only thing I think I can call out is that fast hammer ellipse. Meanwhile, that fast hammer ellipse. Meanwhile, it looks like Slowed's kind of switched away from his vector lance loadout that he was running before. Now running the Raptor ellipse, now running the charge hammer again, and that Wildcat.
Yeah, that Wildcat.
So this will certainly be interesting.
Yeah, some substantial changes there.
Could have sworn it's so strange. I saw that hammer nade, but for whatever reason, it looked like it was a little slow here. So. No, No, definitely the extra spread hammer nade there. And both of these two have actually gotten each other pretty low heading into the last minute.
The Luma's there.
Ooh.
Okay, finding some hits against Turbo.
And solidly into the red.
Coming at him.
Ooh, and
he does not dodge well
down
enough.
to the red.
Oh, that was close. That was some good dodging right there as we're taking a look from the first-person perspective on Slowit's side.
Okay. And at this point, every point's going to matter. It's whoever gets the other one down first.
That nade in hand, tossed directly.
Directly into his face.
15 seconds.
The Luma's there,
seconds
backing
left
him
on
up
the
as
clock.
well. Picks it up. If he finds a hit, and he does!
The Luma is going to go ahead and seal round one for Turbo.
3, 2, 1.
My cat is very much so enjoying watching Blaston. She curled up right on my lap and is actually looking at my screen right now, too. So I think we may have picked up another fan.
Excellent. My two cats are just outside my door, and they'd love to get in. One of them has the ability to open doors. He knows how to open doors. We'll see if he gets in here. As Turbo finds a couple of hits.
Yeah, Turbo went ahead and landed again with that Luma.
Yeah, man.
You know, compared to the straight Viper that Tess was running, another benefit that you get from the Luma is that it has a much higher potential fire rate. The downside is, of course, it is the two-weapon, so you really have to you have to really commit to using it when you do want to use it. Part of the reason why you've seen so much juggling recently. Yeah, Turbo went ahead and got a good chunk of damage with that fast hammer ellipse. And slowed now is the pressure's really on him to get this back.
Well, unfortunately, it doesn't work out well there at all. Taking a bunch of damage.
Yeah.
Before even a minute here, he's almost down.
Ooh, tries to go in with the Luma, ends up stepping up into a clamp, and Turbo's going to go ahead and take game one.
He looked strong there. That was a pretty fast one. They're right back into it, looks like.
They ain't wasting
No
no
change.
time.
Blast on.
No changes in the loadouts. Turbo there waiting for things to get going.
Ooh, there we
Okay,
go.
Aegis Shield is out, but still takes a ton of damage. Hold on, he's a 10 seconds in. He was
Where did
almost
that come from?
That was like 75 damage instantly. Turbo almost dead 20 seconds into this thing.
Yeah. That hurts, and again, that fire rate really it was the whole reason he managed to get that off. And there we go, and Slowed is going to go ahead and take round one before the 30-second mark.
How about that? What a change.
3, 2,
That is the danger, even though sometimes it looks like these guys are able to dodge everything, it's only because they're extremely good at it. If they mess up at all, you can see the penalty.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Up and down. Anything's going. He's got the Raptor there, shooting it, trying to make things happen. The Luma's beside him. Here comes the Hammer Ellipse. The Raptor Ellipse on Slowit's side, though. Doing a ton of damage! Oh, man! His own Luma there really coming into play big time.
Slowed is just absolutely slaying.
Yeah, look how forward he is, too. He's so close.
Really just trying to impose it again. Those are the points where Turbo really needs to be firing back, really needs to be putting the pressure back on the Slowed to get him to step off from the front of his podium. And I think at this point, it's not necessarily that he doesn't, he's a little bit scared. Ooh, okay. There we go. Nice movement forward there from Slowed.
I would understand Turbo being scared. He can't take anything at this point. Being close where you have less time to dodge is going to be risky. And in fact, the W comes from Slowit's side in part because of that.
Yup. And Turbo's gonna... Ooh, I'm sorry, Slowed is gonna go ahead and take that one. It is currently 1-1. I'm already foreseeing a possible fifth match.
So much faster. It's so interesting to see the different cases that are available in Blaston compared to the previous matches we've had.
Man. Alright, all three of those Luma shots end up going wide. Slow doing just a little bit of juggling, keep that shield on hand for the drop block.
Okay, see his head moving around right there, dipping and dodging there. Slow it and sets up.
Raptor manages to land a Luma.
Luma there.
And you can see Slowed too when he's going in. He's sort of dodging and firing back all in one movement. Very well played so far. Ooh, managing to take a Raptor lip shot there.
Hey.
It was being brought down to about half health.
Yeah. Okay, things are starting to respawn for him there. He had to wait a little while.
1 minute.
Ooh.
The bow. Luma.
Just testing the waters with that Luma shot right
Yeah.
there. Ooh, and that nade actually almost goes off in Turbo's face. I think he's got one more shot out of that Luma. I could be wrong.
Well, trying to really move well there slow. He did take some damage though. And
Yeah,
now,
he took a ton of damage there trying to fire back with that nade.
as Turbo picks up
I
this
think he
Luma.
might be getting a little bit too greedy with this
30
lead.
seconds.
Actually, he doesn't have the lead anymore.
No.
What am I talking about? Ooh, but the nade is gonna pop right on top of his head. They're both in the red.
20 seconds left. Even a single pellet could really matter here, as it does for Slow It.
He tries to jump over the clamp, and Turbo manages to snag him. That's going to be round 1 for Turbo.
Blast on.
All right, Turbo starting off this round, peppering just a little bit with that Wildcat. Turbo trying to... Ooh, there we go.
That nade was there.
Ooh, nice toss with the nade. I like those. If you can lob those shots and time them, it's really hard to time them, but if you can time those correctly, it can be pretty nasty. Whew. Nice circular movement there from Slow to dodge those projectiles. Again, lobbing up the nade, it ends up popping behind Turbo and does a ton of damage. Brings him down to the red, and he's demoralized now. Oh no!
Yeah, you can see. Okay, he charges to the front of the podium there to try to make something happen at least, but he's in another state here where he can't afford to get hit, and yet he needs to find the big hits himself, and that nade
there we
explodes
are.
right on him again. Just like that, it's Slow It doing great.
Yeah.
2, 1.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, this is game 3 right now. We are currently 1-1. And we are currently a round apiece right now, heading into his game 3.
That
He
nade's
does it again.
That timing was great.
He's making it look easy right now. Getting that timing, even when you practiced it, is not easy. Not at all.
Looking at it from Slow It's perspective here, he's got the nade to his right, waiting for things to come back. Oh! A couple of shots right to the gut.
Just peppering. Just
Yeah,
peppering
yeah.
with that Wildcat. Just a little bit. There we go. And now Turbo's paying a little bit more attention to those nades, making sure to get the drop blocks off when he can. And so is Slowed, honestly. Ooh, that's a dangerous position to be in.
Yeah, you can see as soon as he ducked, he
Ooh, it's a
actually did
Luma
take a
battle.
couple of hits.
Whoa, there we go.
Turbo takes the hit.
Last minute.
Oh, watch the hammer
Slowed ends up
lips.
getting hit by a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So does Turbo. I think Turbo took back the lead there.
I think you're right. Pivotal round right here. A ton of damage on Slow yet again.
Raptor lips.
If that Luma finds the hit, no, it's no more.
Oh wait, that Luma has ammo in it.
So it's still down. 30 on the clock here.
Ooh, Slowed landing another one of those Luma
Right up
shots.
close here. Turbo, he
Oh.
walks forward onto the front of the podium, where he was able to get a quick shot to take that pivotal game.
Yep. Oh my. That was great. Great comeback from Turbo. Again, if you get inside your head too much, it can be really hard to get it back. You really got to keep that mental fortitude and just know that it isn't done until that timer hits 0. Nice catch there from Turbo, reversing the nade back on Slowed. That's the risk with lobbing it like that. On the other hand, if he times that grab incorrectly, it could result in the entire nade going off on his hand.
Yeah, that's worst case. You tank all that damage then.
Yep. That actually, if that happens, that will be a 1.
Waiting here, both to get things set up again. The calm before the storm as the bullets are raining in.
Yep. Again, you know, even if it's a low cooldown build, actually, especially if it's a low cooldown build, you definitely want to make sure that you're using your weapons in conjunction with one another.
Sure.
firing off all your weapons at once. It's better to sit there and wait for something than to just use something as soon as it comes off cooldown. Flo does manage to get hit by one of those clamps as it comes in.
Yep.
He's currently sitting at just below half health. Using the shield to go ahead and block vision for Slowed. This is set point for Turbo.
2, 1. Blast on.
The players look around, grab the options, trying to move forward in. Raptor E there coming in from Slow It. And again, waiting for things to come in. Combinations is what you want. Multiple options on screen. Making that happen now.
Yeah, that was a great setup for Slowed, but he just barely managed to miss that Luma. But again, distract your opponent, force them to look behind them to see where that nade's coming, and then go ahead and fire off with the Luma. So.
Substantial damage by both right there. Okay, nice little dodge. Just Slowed waits. The nade he sees to his left. Oh, wow. Great evasion right there by Turbo. Here come a couple of options right in front of him by Turbo. It's Turbo who takes the hit, though.
Yep, takes a hit from... I want to say that wasn't the Luma. I don't know actually what caused that.
Well, Slowed's got his Luma and he finds a hit. Here comes Turbo as he moves forward, finding some big hits.
That Raptor Lips, again, just continuing to be the MVP, it seems. Ooh, perfect balance of cooldown and damage. That Luma's pretty close behind, too. Turbo's now in the red. Nade goes up. Turbo manages to catch it.
He reflected there.
Ooh, yeah, there you go. Slowed not getting caught in the corner. He is in the red, though. He's got that Raptor Lips behind him, but does he see it?
15. Turbo in trouble. He needs something big to spawn. Okay, there. Here's the Luma. He needs to find that damage right now, and he goes for it. It's not enough. 2. Slowed's just got to dodge. And
oh! He almost got it with that weapon throw there for a second. Woo!
3, 2, 1.
My goodness. All right. Still set point for Turbo here. Yeah, throwing out that Luma, I think. No, not with another shot.
great blocking there with the Aegis Shield.
Yeah. Yep, and again, you'll see him keep that shield around, too, to continue to drop block some of these projectiles.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, that's big.
Nice Luma shot there from Turbo.
Especially early.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, the best way to do it, to get that priority positioning on your podium, is, you know, to dodge underneath and then to come up and fire. That's a great way to catch your opponent off guard, especially if they're also on the front side of the podium. Turbo went ahead and got a huge amount of damage off of that hammer ellipse.
Yeah.
Okay,
a couple of
a
chips
little bit
there.
of peppering from Slow.
Yeah, not too bad for Turbo. In a pretty good position right here as we approach a minute.
1 minute.
The Luma in hand for him. For both! Oh, no longer. Okay, the Luma actually deals damage by hitting. Love it.
Yeah, and actually, I think... Ooh,
Okay.
Slow got a little bit distracted by that nade, ended up taking quite a bit of damage, but he still maintains that lead right now. I think this last 40 seconds. Again, this is set point for Turbo. Slow's got to get back here.
Yeah, he needs to find something. He's got to wait a little bit. There's the nade, the Raptor E. The Luma for him spawns. He's got to find these hits here with 30 on the clock.
All right, there we go. And the light damage, but it's not enough to change the course of the match just yet.
15 seconds.
You can see those Raptor
Again,
shots.
we're seeing that charge hammer not being used
at
for the
this.
charge itself, but rather for the slower projectile.
8.
Trap!
Can Slow find a weapon? He needs something to spawn. There's the nade. Well, he does find a hit, but it's not enough.
Not gonna be enough! Not gonna be enough. And Turbo is going to go ahead and take the win. Good games. Good games.
That was Turbo right there. That was 3-1 for Turbo. Some of those were fast games. Some of that, especially early on, went by very quickly. But man, as things settled down a little bit, you could see that Turbo looked like he was more in control.
Yeah, and I don't frequently see the fast hammer ellipse come out. Usually how the hammer ellipse is played is that you go ahead and you put down multiple different shots, moving forward as you do them. That way all of the projectiles all hit at the same time. But that time around, Turbo just going ahead and using it straight out for the damage and following it up with something like the hammer to close those gaps. Ended up being very, very powerful. I mean, there were some times where Slode was taking more than half of his health bar off of one hammer ellipse shot. So very, very well played from both of those two. Again, that fast hammer nade being run. There were definitely some times, especially with Slode lobbing it up, there were definitely some times where it was hitting for, a couple points of damage, 12 or 18 damage here and there. I still feel like it's at this point getting very easy for most players to dodge through that rather than having to get around it.
Well, there you go. That's our EU side trying to decide. Again, these are group stages to start things off here on Saturday. Then tomorrow we'll have the actual finals. We'll have our third place match at the end of that as well. There's a bunch more Blaston to be played on the EU side. Of course, we have the NA side as well. That's going to be later. But, if you're enjoying watching the game, I really recommend checking out the socials for Blaston. We talked about the Discord earlier, for example. Discord.gg/Blaston is a great place to talk about the game, great place to learn about the game. And then on Twitter, check them out at Blaston Game.
Yep, and we're a real nice community. Come by. Again, with this level of physicality that's involved in this game, it's very hard sometimes for newcomers to kind of get it right off the bat.
Yeah.
But come in. We've got a ton of resources here. There's a ton of people in the community who've made tutorial videos and analysis videos on different weapons, me included. So do check all that out. You can find all of that on the Discord. That's usually our main point of contact for everything. And hey, you know what? Maybe next year this time, you could be the one competing for $10,000. I mean, I know that some of these players like Monty only really, they were playing for a while, but they only really started to get into the competitive scene this year. So no joke, if you start playing right now, you could potentially be in the finals for next year. It can happen. We've seen it before.
I got to tell you, that Discord's been really invaluable for me, somebody who's been learning the game over the past couple of weeks. Just going in there, being able to ask questions, being able to watch a lot of the guides. I watched all the stuff, including the stuff that you made. That was really, really helpful for sure. So if you're somebody who is trying to pick up this game or just curious, to check it out, I really recommend checking out the Discord. Just to remind everybody what we saw in the bracket on the EU side of things here, briefly recap that, and as we do so, we talk about the merch as well. We have a merch store here. There is Blaston merchandise at nerdvanaclothing.com/collection/Blaston. You could use the code Blaston20 on checkouts for a 20% off deal. Check out the shirts they got there. So there's the group stage that we started out with. On the left, their final placements. That's Tesseract at the top. You could see Monty, then Turbo, then Slode at the end.
All right. Well, yeah, thanks everybody for joining today. That has been Ultra David. I have been Dr. Oolong. Stick around. We're going to have all of our NA brackets. We're going to have actually 2 different brackets hitting you later on in just a little bit. So definitely stick around. A lot more Blaston to be played today. And remember, if you aren't already, go ahead and follow this channel. We're going to be doing the grand finals tomorrow, and you're not going to want to miss that for sure. So stick around. We'll have more Blaston in just a bit.
Hi everyone, my name's Turbo. I play out of England and I'm representing Europe for the Blaston Championships. I ended up getting my quest during the beginning of COVID, and I was looking for a sort of shooting style game, but I found 2 games really, which was Blaston and Iron Lights, and it was a twin cost between the 2 as to which I'd get, and I just, when I was looking at it, Blaston looked like the better of the 2 games, so I bought that one and I haven't looked back since. I played the game, I was unlocking weapons, and I was ranking up, like playing the ranked queue, and I got to the Overlord status, and at that time I thought, actually I'm pretty good at this game, and it was only then when I played some other top players of the game, when I realised that actually no, I wasn't very good at the game, and I wanted to be there, so I tried hard and I got better over time, and hopefully now I'm considered one of the top players of the game. So it's great. Yeah, I can say that I would, if possible, I don't want to come last. I've got some real stiff competition out there. I've got some really great opposition, but more than anything, I'm glad to be here and just taking part. So if you want to check out my Twitch, you can go head on to my channel. I stream the game live. I try and do different views. Thank you for playing the game with me and helping me improve my skill over time. And I'm going to need your help to try and win in this tournament. So if you've got my back, I really appreciate that.
Hello and welcome to the coin toss. Here, the Blaston finalists select one out of two options. What will they pick? Let's have a look.
Quicksilver. Even now, Quicksilver. Wireless. There's no thoughts about that. Ooh, Evening, since I'm an EU player and I wanna get some LP from my NA players. Dodge. Yeah. Ages. Blue player. Quick draw.
I'm Tesseract. I'm from England. I'm a multiple tournament winner. I've been playing this game for upcoming 2 years. I've enjoyed every moment of it. It's been great. I actually saw some Blaston advertisements, tried it out, got more into it as I realised it was just incredibly addicting. I can sum up my playstyle in one word, and that's just efficient. I don't move when I don't need to. Well, I'm pretty well known for using a range of different loadouts, making stuff work that normally wouldn't. As any VR game, you physically dodge. I play dodgeball. I'm a big fan of dodging, moving around properly. Being able to make your own loadout, especially with these attachments coming in, just having a blast, just dodging everything, destroying them, it's amazing. My ultimate goal is to win, but you know, I'll try to have fun while doing it. Shout out to the 24 and Josie, Monty, Rudy, Wesso, all those players. They help me improve. Yeah, it's really good.
Hello and welcome to the coin toss. Here, the Blaston finalists select one out of two options. What will they pick? Let's have a look.
Bunker, I guess. Wireless. Oh, evening. Dodge. You know, Aegis is the normal answer, but I don't know. I'm going to go with Cortex. Blue. Arctic Blast. No, I do like the hat. The quick draw is fun too, man, but slowly just clapped everybody in there. I don't like it anymore, man. It's not fun. I'm no good.
Hi guys, welcome back. I'm Captain Fabulous, and with me we have James Chen. How are you doing today, James?
I'm doing good. Hope everybody out there is doing well as well. Really excited here because Blaston is obviously, like with Ultra David, kind of new for me, and it's been quite the experience so far. And I've really been enjoying seeing the kind of skill that these players are displaying here today.
Oh, yeah, no, the reason that I've been so drawn to Blaston, as I have just played it for about 2 years straight without much break, is the level of depth of skill. You know, as you've seen other players come on, like Turbo just said in the break, when he first started playing, he thought he was really good. And then he got to a high level and then just realized that there were people such a higher level than him. And that's what happened to me. That's what happened, I think, pretty much to everyone who's ever played Blaston.
You can tell how competitive people are when they're happy to find out they're bad at a game. You know, because then it just encourages you to want to try to get better.
Yeah, plus, I mean, it's not fun just winning every game. The really fun games are when you just get crushed. And what we're about to see is we're really going to go into some of the top-level Blaston. Now, we've just seen the EU region, and there's a huge EU bias. I'm going to say best region, obviously. But now we're going to go into the NA region, and the first match is really two of the best-known players in Blaston. I believe we have Rudy versus Josie. Do we not?
Yeah,
Is
I
this
think it's
group
supposed to
correct?
be Rudy versus Josie. Yeah,
This-
I'm not sure.
Yeah, this group doesn't look correct to me.
Yeah, it looks like it's a little bit outdated maybe for one of the previous events, but basically for the brackets that we're looking over here, I think it is going to be Rudy versus Josie. And if I'm not mistaken, this is almost kind of like a matchup between, what is it, like the previous best player and the current best player from the NA region, correct?
Yes. Well, Josie has been the best NA player, and for a long time considered the best player in the world until Tesseract came along and kind of challenged him for that title for so long. For about a year, at least. Over a year, actually, well over a year. But before that, the two titans of Blaston were Rudy, plays YouTube, and another player, Golden Knight, but he's kind of taken a break. I don't think he's got the play space right now. But when he comes back, we're all very excited. But both players are amazing players to watch. Rudy is known for... he's known for his double Vipers, which I really hope we're going to see. But it's... I mean, Tesseract shows it's viable, but he has been switching to different builds. And Josie really is a really, really versatile player, and he can pick up anything. His main weapon of choice, or main weapon he's been known for, given the incredible time span of dominance he's had, was really that hammer ellipse that he started with.
Yeah, and again, you know, for those players for the people watching here who haven't played this again, I've been, you know, practicing, trying to see how strong I could become. This game is hard. It's very difficult. I mean, what we saw in that EU region, especially with, you know, that Viper ellipse that Tesseract was using, you know, ellipse is, you know, describing that you can curve the bullets, kind of like the movie Wanted, you know, from a long time ago. But I mean, even in the loadout screen where the opponent is just standing there, I'm practicing my ellipses and I couldn't hit a dang thing. It is very difficult, requires a lot of practice and skill.
Well, after this, I'm happy to take you to a training session in Ozo. But I'm no Tesseract, but I have been known to be okay. So I am, really this next match is the match I'm probably most excited about of the games we're casting today. It's going to be a really strong one. Obviously, we're going to see Josie's probably going in as the favourite, but I would never count out Rudy. Rudy's been in everyone's top 5, top 6 lists pretty much throughout the entire run of Josie's dominant career, and he's always got that massive competitive edge. He's got an ex-mixed martial arts background. He's one of the older players. He's one of the few players in their 30s, but very fit and gorgeous, because he's had this whole Blaston transformation of losing weight, and it really shows.
Wow.
But on the other hand, we have Josie, who is, as a younger player, who's, I think, currently at university, has got a basketball background, is very tall, very athletic as well. So both these players are going to be able to go for hours. But I don't think it's going to be hard to stretch out 5 games that long.
Right. I mean, but obviously the height that Josie has can come into advantage, you know, in some ways, being able to kind of dodge things at a higher level. But I got to imagine being taller, it's harder to get down low and, you know, and dodge under a lot of things.
I will tell you, as the tallest player in competitive Blaston, that when I hit the floor, I cannot get back up. But Josie's a lot more fit than me. So being tall is beneficial. Because you have... we're going straight into the match. Let's go in. Let's see what we've got. So, Josie on that hammer ellipse.
3, 2, 1, blast on.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, we've got the Hurricane here from Rudy. That's not something that we saw, I don't think, at all during the EU matches. We didn't see any of the Hurricane play, and that's obviously just being able to rain the bullets down from the sky, and he's got the split version as well. So it's so hard to keep track of those bullets coming from above. As you can see in this view, you barely even see the bullets at all.
So one of the actual benefits about Split Hurricane is normal Hurricanes have a sound indicator when they're about to hit you. Split Hurricane doesn't have that, so your opponent has no idea when it's about to hit them. And it's just a free chip damage a lot of the time. And the reason that Rudy's going to really have that is he's going to be trying to push Josie off the back of his podium by putting pressure at the back and having it come over him. And then when Josie's forced to the front of his podium, he's more exposed, more easier to hit with that Luma follow-up. So as we get into the game, we see that Josie and Rudy are pretty equal, it seems, in their
And what's interesting here is it really looks like, I mean, outside of the Luma, I feel like Josie's going for mostly just kind of spread the bullets everywhere. You know, he's got two hammers here, which obviously are the spread shots, and then he's got the Wildcat and of course Raptor Lips, the two standard kind of guns here. But no Vipers. Actually, no Vipers at all on either side here.
No, I mean, Viper is often used in place of a Luma. It's basically a follow-up weapon. Some crazy players play Luma and Viper, but Josie's central main strategy here is to build up a wall of bullets and then go with the Luma. Now, if Josie dodges a Luma, he's going to walk into the wall of bullets and take chip damage. If he doesn't, he can take further damage too. Josie is on ahead. We've got 10 seconds left. Rudy hits a shot and dies. So that's round one to Josie, and Rudy doing a strong defense. You know, it's not a lot of players have even taken the game on Josie, so it's a very good start nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, Josie just has not finished anything lower than second place in any of the tournaments that he's played in. So obviously, very, very strong player here. Again, Josie and Tesseract are considered number 1 and 2 in the world, depending on where your regional bias lies.
Tesseract has not come first place in the tournament for over a year. Okay, just throwing that out there. We'll get back into the game. Gotta throw that out there for the EU bias person. Okay, so we're starting off much kind of fairly equal, not so wild as the start last time. Both just trying to set up and follow up that. Josie going for the forward pressure now, and Rudy doing a good job of dodging, and actually takes a bit of chip damage, it seems.
Yeah, and you can see right now that hurricane split from the sky up there. Yeah, just coming down. Oh, and forcing the position, and that's what causes Josie to just walk into that big damage right there. I do believe that was a Luma shot that caught him there, doing a good chunk of damage there.
Ooh, great setup by Rudy. What you can see there is he pretended to throw the grenade out and then grabbed it and threw it back again, just to throw Josie off a little bit. Almost could be trying to use it as a drop shot, but Josie's setting up a clamp and is probably going to go aggressive now. Doesn't have any follow-up available. He had the Luma, didn't pick it up. Josie's in the red.
Josie right now in that red. Gonna have to try to get some damage over here, but of course not too far behind. And there you go, just like that, chipping away, but Josie also getting down to very little health as well.
Ooh, it's too close to count now. I think Josie might have a slight advantage, but both players aren't going to leave it to chance. They're both going to want to push up. Josie now has the advantage, just needs to dodge. But Rudy lands the Luma!
Yeah, not only lands the Luma there, but I mean, you watch the screen and you looked at Woody's side over there, there were bullets everywhere, and the ability for these players to dodge so many shots is just absolutely amazing to me.
I mean, that is high-level Blaston. These guys have been playing for well over a year each. They've been playing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours, and it's almost become second nature to them. But, you know, if it was any other player they would be playing, I would hazard a guess, or any other player outside the top players. These players can often take 0 damage in a round. It's just the level of aggression versus defense, which is really on display right here in this game.
Yeah, and you saw right there Josie taking a little bit of damage from those hurricanes from the sky. But again, Josie's still with the lead here. See Josie right now hasn't picked up the Luma yet, has been waiting on that. The Luma's been sitting there for just a little bit, and then Jody's been doing plenty of damage without it. Yeah.
That was just good bullet health. Rudy eating a lot of that Hammerade. Now, the thing about this spread Hammerade is that when you throw it out, as Oolong did repeatedly say in the last game, it does have a hole you can go through. Rudy taking both the Hammerade and the Luma shots. The problem, though, with that hole is that if you go through that hole, you try and go through the center where you don't really take any damage from the Hammerade, you open yourselves up to being a sitting target. You're just going to eat shots.
Exactly. I mean, this game, a lot of the times, the shots are not designed necessarily to hit the opponent, but to push them into the areas so that the secondary weapon that you have or the next weapon that you pick up is going to find its mark. There's so much about this controlling the space and where they are on the podium, and it's just, again, it's so much bait and baiting and trapping in this game, and I really like the way the different loadouts create that ability.
Yep, one of the things which you learn first at high level Blaston is that you have a limited amount of podium space, so and so does your opponent. So rather than just shoot one gun after the other and then trying to get them to instantly kind of reflexively dodge it and hope they don't, by setting up with these Hammernades, these Hammer-E clamps, the aim of the game there is to give the opponent as small a podium space place as possible to be dodging in, so they're that much easier to hit.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to show a little bit of my age here, but like one of my favorite games of all time was a game in the arcade called Discs of Tron. I don't know if you've actually ever played that before, but I mean, the parallels between that game and this game are massive for anybody in the chat here who's actually played that game before. There's so much of that same concept of pushing people into certain areas, and it's such a similar game, except now I'm actually the one doing the dodging and the aiming and the shooting, and that makes it a lot harder. But, you know, you did say, who was it, Josie or was it Woody that, you know, thanks to Blaston has lost a lot of weight and such. Woody.
He looks great,
That's
by the way.
good encouragement for me to keep playing this game, because I think I could use a similar glow up here.
Oh yeah, no. If you check the chat, I actually posted my my transformation physically as well over playing Blaston. Lots of players have gone through it. It's a great exercise routine, and what caused me to lose the most weight of all the weight I gained during COVID.
Nice.
But typically, what I would say though is when it comes to trying to push players into certain areas of the podium, what you see a lot is players trying to push their opponent to the front of their podium. Because when you're closer to the front, that means there's much less time for the bullets to travel before they hit you, making it much harder to dodge. We've seen lots of double Vipers in the EU region, and the counter to double Vipers has always been considered to be stand at the back. Stand at the back, easier to dodge, more time for them to get there. Whereas if you're at the front, very easy just to hit you in the face very, very quickly.
Right. And it's so fascinating to me too, because we did see the double Vipers from Tesseract, and it's such a different style. Like you know, Oolong and David were saying, very hard to hit people with those weapons, but the damage payout from that is so strong. So sometimes you're just sitting there throwing out all the raining, all the bullets from, you know, hammer side of, you know, with hammers and such, but then you just fighting against that, and then you get one good Viper shot in there. But again, neither of the players going with the Viper at all.
I'll talk a lot about double Vipers with you later, but for now, let's focus on this match. Rudy sticking with this split Hurricane. I'm not sure it's working as hard as he'd like, as opposed to something that we see Josie's running, which is that fastball Hurricane aid, which does a lot more damage and comes down faster.
Rudy taking big damage here to start already, as you can see, down to just about 15% health.
I've heard we're having some audio latency issues, but I think that's going to get solved from our
Okay. But here we go now. Let's see if Woody can get anything on the board over here. But again, Josie just showing how strong he is at this game right now. And there we go, sending out the Hurricanes once again. to rain down, as you can see from Rudy's point of view over here. So hard to see those bullets dropping down on your head. And, you know, even though they don't do a lot of damage, they will add up. And you can see so many rounds that we saw on the European side of things coming down to just literally slivers of health. Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh. Look at this. Rudy took so much damage from just a lot of very small hits right there. Was unable to dodge that barrage.
Well, those hurricanes are actually a lot bigger than you expect. They're actually around 14 damage because the faster ones do more damage. And it's a really nice combo with this Luma because you shoot up the hurricanes and you've got about 3 seconds before they hit, so you can immediately follow up with damage. It's a very fast combo and a very effective one.
Yeah, and got the weapon toss right there for 1 damage, but Woody's got to get a lot more than that. As you can see, half the round already over. Woody trying to make this comeback here, down to almost 50% life.
Well, he's got to basically do a lot of damage and not take damage like that in 40 seconds. It's a hard task, and it's not an impossible one, but against a player like Josie, it can often feel like that, and he takes the Luma to the face. That's not what you need to do.
Oh, you got this hurricanes coming down. You saw it again from Woody's point of view. No hurricanes on the screen. Suddenly, one shows up for about half a second, drops on your head, and Josie is going to take the game 2-0.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to see a loadout swap here. I would really like to see Rudy get off this hurricane. I feel that while it might be effective in a bullet hell versus bullet hell game, the fact is it's not putting enough pressure on Josie. It might be doing a bit of damage, but if Josie's taking maybe 6 damage at a time, it's not ideal, but the games are finishing with much bigger health disparities. The benefit of fast full hurricane is you're putting a lot of pressure on your opponent fast. You're forcing action. It's counter pressure. And that's the other thing which we haven't really discussed much, which is counter pressure is really important in Blaston, which is it's good to try and set up, but it's not like doing it on a video game where you're just kind of setting up with combos on your controller. It's you physically having to do that. And if someone's shooting a gun at you, that's putting pressure on you. And if you just pick up a gun, maybe 3 second, 4 second cooldown, just shoot at them while they're trying to do a big combo. The idea is to make that harder for them. And most players, it does cause them to set up the combo less, giving you more podium space to dodge, giving you less pressure from their combos.
Yeah, again, the physicality of this game is something that, you know, needs to be talked about as much as possible. I mean, they do those, you know, experiments where they make you, you know, run or do some physically intensive stuff and then try to make you like solve math problems and such. And you can see how much that affects, you know, your decision making, the speed at which you can think. And yeah, sure enough, when you are playing this game, I mean, you are dodging and weaving and going in all directions. And you can see it too. A lot of the players are able to, you know, shift their hands to change the position of their bodies to make it harder to hit, going up and down. And there's just so much movement involved in this game. And yeah, it can definitely add up.
Yeah, what you do see when players are dodging though is you dodge with your face. Okay, so where you look controls your body. It is true that the hands do move the body a bit, okay, from left and right. And it is important to keep consciousness of where your hands are. But the majority is dodging with your face. And when you first pick up this game, the first thing that you do every game is you try and dodge with your body, keep your face so you can see where the bullets are coming from, and just try and move out the way. And then you just get hit because, you know, the VR doesn't track that. So a lot of Blaston is face around looking down, and that's a trade-off because if you're looking to the side, you've got a much smaller area that the opponent can hit. But you also can't see where the bullets are coming from because you're looking to the side. So it's a trade-off as to you know, reactive dodging and you know, understanding where the bullets are coming from and trying to dodge like that. Typically, yeah, go on.
Oh, no, I was just saying, and as you mentioned before, after just hours and hours and hours of playing this, there's just kind of this understanding of where, you know, your hurt boxes are, essentially, where they can get hit by the bullets. And so that's how you see these players. I mean, like I said, sometimes you just look at their side of the podium, and there's just, you know, dozens of yellow bullets there, and somehow they just come out of that completely unscathed. And after a while, it does become second nature.
Yeah, well, when it comes down to those tiny little yellow pellets, a lot of the way that player's going to get around it is to very precise drop blocking. So we've touched on it a little bit, I think, and that's when you basically drop an empty weapon and then pick it up very quickly. And when you've dropped it, it will hit the bullet and then destroy it. You can only do that so many times, depending on the size of the bullet or the power, the collision of the bullet and the HP of the gun. But it can just give you little holes in these walls of bullets for you to dodge and weave through.
Yeah, especially too if you're just out of bullets, because then you don't even need to pick it up again, right? You can just use it as the pure shield, or actually, do players even use zero ammo guns for multiple drop blocking? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a zero ammo gun, that is just a mini shield. Even shields, which have stopped working because they have a time, you can use the handle after they've stopped working to then drop block too. So they stay relevant. We see a Viper from Josie.
There we go. And he's got the Ellipse version as well. So not going to go with the double Viper, but going to go with just a single one here. Maybe try to get some bigger damage, because looks like he traded out the Luma. So not going to go with the Luma and actually just going to go for the Viper Ellipse instead to try to get the 30 damage per hit.
Well, yes, and also what we're going to see is Josie is a master Viper player, and he's really going to take advantage of that height advantage he has by using downward Vipers. By being taller and having a higher angle of swing, he's able to get more distance and cover more ground, essentially.
Yeah, now we've got the energy cages here from Josie trying to control the space with the Nova nades. Actually, I'm sorry, the Avalanche nades here.
Majestic nades, actually. And Majestic
dang, he's got 3 nades. Oh my goodness. Okay, I was looking through there. Wow, Josie's going with a 3-grenade loadout here. Interesting.
Expect lots of juggling from this match. Oh, and just sniping that nade with the hammer. And this is
just controlling that area of the screen over there with that Majestic nade. Now Rudy is going with trying to control, but is just having so much trouble, so much difficulty right now. You can see down to very little health right now.
Oof, well, he's managed to make some damage back. He lands Luma, no, it's not enough. He's so close. Oh, wait, it's so neck and neck.
Yeah, who's in the lead? Oh, actually, Josie has the lead right now. Josie is going to take this one, but just barely. Like I mentioned earlier, a lot of these rounds coming down to just literal pixels of health difference.
There's such a close round there. But here's the thing, it's a really interesting loadout for Josie to bring against Rudy, because if anyone knows how to play against triple nade, it's going to be the person who ran triple nade double Viper for several months, and that's Rudy.
Yeah, but the Nova nade finding its mark right there and just doing so much damage to Rudy right away. And again, there's that Majestic nade. You can see how these are all just controlling the space. Josie really pulling out something very unique here.
A lovely Viper shot there. Yeah, well, basically, the nades mean the Nova nade you've got to look at. If you don't look at it, or you don't know where it's coming from, you're going to take 30 damage. If you're looking at the Nova nade, that means Josie can walk to the front of his podium, pop you with the Viper Ellipse, get some free damage on you. Free 30 damage. If you don't look, you take a Nova nade and take 30 damage.
Yeah, and again, Josie with the timing, trying to throw the nades behind Rudy so that when they go off, they travel from behind. They do have that tracking once the grenade actually goes off, so with perfect timing, they might not even see it coming from behind at all.
And really, Josie's got only counter pressure as a defensive option. He's got no shield. So it's very aggressive from Josie, and you've seen he repeatedly used his hammer just to get rid of Rudy's nades.
Yeah, but look at this. Rudy with the lead now, despite the fact that Josie had such a strong start in this round. And look at this. He just needs a tiny little hit. Juggling the grenades. He's going to go for the triple grenade here. See if he can get any play out of that.
Yeah, he needs to hit a Viper Ellipse, really. That's how to do it, but it's not going to happen. Rudy ties up game number 3. It's a fun loadout from Josie. Wouldn't run it though. Not sure how effective it is.
You think that this is more just kind of a, prove that I can win with this interesting loadout, kind of having fun setup here?
I think it's definitely for having fun. I don't think Josie needs to prove he can win with any loadout. He's done it enough times. But there's definitely method to this. It's definitely a loadout which is well put together. I just don't think he'd be running this if it was a game 5.
There's that energy cage right there, and now here comes a Nova. A nice dodge on all of that as well. Rudy still managing to avoid any damage here in this round. Josie in the blue right now. Oh, that Nova grenade exploded right under him and just hit him right away. So Josie getting that big chunk of damage, and again, another big chunk of damage. And Woody suddenly finding himself down to about 25% life. He was able to make the comeback last round, so definitely cannot count him out just yet. But Josie, this is match point right now. Remember, he's already up 2-0 one round here, so all he needs to do is survive this 45 seconds and should it be able to advance forward.
Rudy needs to land his Lumas. That's pretty much his way back into this.
Yeah, and that's the dangerous thing when you don't have a lot of Vipers or anything like that. You don't have the high damage, and so Luma is basically the best chance right now to get that damage. If he can't get, he's waiting for it to respawn.
He needs to wait for his Hammerade and his Luma and combo those together. One by one, Josie's going to be able to get rid of it.
10 seconds left, 10 seconds left. And there, finally, the Luma is there. He's got to land at least like 2 of these Luma shots. Otherwise, no, it's not going to happen. And there it is. Josie is going to advance with a 3-0 over Rudy, showing that domination that Josie has been showing this whole time with the 3-nade loadout.
Well, the thing is that while that was not the unexpected decision, or not a result of that match, I think that Rudy really showed that he's here to play. He did very well against Josie, and Josie came to show. He's also here to play. He's also here to have some fun. Triple nade loadout, why not? Let me just have some triple nade Viper shenanigans. And show off juggle practice.
And it's interesting because obviously the majestic nade, just takes up that spot on the screen, and what that does is that almost kind of like if you can time it right, it just takes away a giant block of your podium, and that makes it that much harder to dodge the Nova nade, and that's how we saw Josie landing that Nova nade so many times. You saw Woody just trying to stay away from that energy cage and just getting caught by the Novas. And so, yeah, really, really interesting build. I like it, though. I like it.
Well, the Majestic nade is probably one of the hardest nades to land effectively, because it's not like other nades where you can throw them outside the opponent's reach, where they'll just aim towards the opponent. Majestic nade moves a little bit and then stops where it is and has a glowing orb of power. So you need to get it into that opponent's podium. But once it does, the rewards are huge. The 3 seconds of cooldown, which is very low, it's the second lowest cooldown weapon you can really have. It does provide a huge amount of podium denial. But next up, we are Wesso versus Master 17. And
so Master 17 is our, if I got this right, the only player from Canada here in this NA region, correct?
The only player from Canada competing today. Yes, there are some other top Canadian players. And I think Master 17 is a very young player who is, we're going to see some Viper Ellipses. If he doesn't bring Viper Ellipse, something's gone wrong with him. He's very known for his Viper Ellipse play, and he's very strong with it. Most notably, he put out a certain Captain Fabulous of the Viromar Finals, and I will not forgive him. No, he is very, very good.
I suspect we're going to hear some bias in this commentary here. No.
Come on, Wesso. No. And Wesso, on the other hand, is a player who is known for using Quicksilver, but really that fell out of fashion. And now he's just known for being an amazing dodger who doesn't play Q at all, but still upsets everyone in the tournament events.
A really interesting loadout here for Master 17. Look at this. All three of the ellipses here, a Raptor ellipse, Viper ellipse, and the Hammer ellipse. And he's going with the Cortex shield instead of the Aegis shield as well. Obviously, the one that lasts a little bit longer, but has a slower cooldown. And he is going with the Frostbite, which is one that we haven't seen a lot of up to this point.
Well, the Frostbite is quite good for just decent counter pressure. It's very fast. It does 15 damage very quickly. It does have a blind, but that's not really going to affect these players too much. They'll be very used to it. And also, it reduces the cooldown of your build if you really want to bring that Cortex shield. Makes it easier to fit it in there.
Meanwhile, of course, on Wesso's side there, I feel like pretty standard build here. We've got a Wildcat, a Raptor, and a Hammer, as well as the Hammernade, an Aegis Shield, and a Luma. Yeah, so Luma's going to be where the damage is going to come from, and everything else is going to be more of the space control here and chipping away at little bits of damage, and it seems to be working out. Oh, actually, never mind. Wesso taking a huge hit just then.
One thing I'll say about Wesso is he's one of the most unorthodox styles of players we see, especially at the very top levels. He's got 20 seconds to close this out against Master. Master's pretty much got to dodge every single thing against him and land a Viper Ellipse. That's his get pass back in, so he can set up with a Hammer and E, pick up a Viper Ellipse and see what he can do.
Yep, he's got it right now. He's got 4 seconds to try to land a hit. Oh, actually, if he gets one hit with it, oh no, there it is. Just not enough time, and just going to not die this round, but still down in life here. So Wesso taking round number 1.
Yeah, very strong showing from Wesso to start. And I believe that Wesso would probably be considered the favourite despite being a lower seed. He's a lower seed just because he did not qualify 2 points, because he does not really play that much, and he dances a lot in games. When I say unorthodox, this is what I'm talking about. He will try and psych the other player out, and Master, although I haven't seen it recently, has been known in the past to get psyched out among the other players. So the mental game strong here.
All right, I'm demanding Blaston side tournaments of dance-offs. I mean, I think that's going to be an interesting side tournament here for future Blaston events.
It'll be Wesso versus Perfect Princess. The grand final. Okay, so Master 17 very low. He's got a minute left, and he's some damage. Was that out of bounds, or did he just grab? Let's take some.
There you go. Wesso looking very strong here, taking the first game 2-0, and is going to go up 1-0. And so we're heading back here, seeing if there's potentially a change in the loadout. So we'll see if Master 17 decides to go for anything different here. Did not really get a chance to make that much work out of that Viper Ellipse, but as you said, that's his specialty. So most likely going to hold on to that, I would imagine.
Oh, I'd imagine so too. I'd actually imagine that he's probably going to double down and bring a second Viper and play double Viper. He's one of the players who likes double Vipers. Master 17 probably wants to take a few moments, just have a little breathe. And I think really the question though that we're all asking is, how good is Wesso's dancing? What could he improve there? So it looks like just speculating. Sorry, go on.
No, I was just about to say, let's see if Master 17 does decide to go for a change. It's funny, obviously a lot of these players here giving us their photos. Master 17 just sticking with his avatar over here on this versus screen.
Yeah, well, I actually thought it was a requirement of the tournament, but I guess that's not true, because we've never seen Monty before. EU's been going wild because this is the first time we've seen a picture of Monty.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and we love him. He's great. So just speculating though, I think that Master's probably going to go somewhere in the regions of maybe double Viper, have a fast fall Hurricane, potentially have a Hammer Ellipse there too. He's been known to use it. he's really just going to focus on trying to put back pressure on Wesso, force him to the front, and then hit him with some Vipers. That's my prediction.
Yeah, again, it's really interesting to see the different kind of builds. Again, the variety that you can get from all these different weapons is massive. And, having that strategy, I mean, I know in the EU block earlier, the first EU group, the first few matches were all about that, spread damage, chip damage, little bits here and there. Like very few players were using any Vipers or anything. But then, we see how effective a double Viper can be and just how quick you can melt opponents or make that comeback that you need in those situations, because obviously it's hard to hit with a single Viper, but as long as they're so worried about one Viper trying to dodge it, it can definitely push them into the other shot. And 60 damage in like one small sequence right there can obviously turn around so fast.
Oh, well, you're never out if you've got a Viper in your loadout. That's pretty much what I always say. Funny about the EU region, though, apart from Floyd, who I'm sure has got a good Viper, but he's not really known for it. Turbo, Monty, and Tesseract, all known for having absolutely lethal Vipers. So that's why you might not have seen it in the earlier rounds. But we're also just so used to playing it, we're quite good at dodging it. So we're straight back into the game. Let's see what...
double Viper, and just so you guys know, players have switched side. Master is now the blue player, Wesso is now the purple player. So you can see over there, sticking with all the 3 ellipses, but adding the Viper to it, and a Raptor and a Wildcat. He is just going for straight up, just firing away.
What a strong start. What a first opening round. He took about 1 damage. Wesso took all of his damage in 32 seconds. Master getting rid of that Cortex shield.
Dude, I was just looking at his loadout, and then I looked up, and Wesso was dead. Wow. That was crazy.
Well, that's how much damage double Vipers can do in a short amount of time. Master 17's loadout is, he's got no nades, he's got no omnidirectional pressure, which normally is an issue. And I think Wesso, once he's worked this out, might be a bit used for it. The only really thing that Master 17 can do to make Wesso have bullets which aren't coming from the front, apart from, minor ellipse curves, is going to be that hammer ellipse.
Right.
Which Wesso's pretty adept at dodging. So...
Yeah, and there it is. You see that hammer ellipse being used by Master 17 from the top-down perspective as well, doing a little bit of dodging. But as you said, because all he's got are these straightforward shots, Wesso got hit pretty badly last round, but as you can see here, a minute in, hasn't taken any damage at all and has Master 17 already down to 33% life left.
Yeah. And Master 17's got no defense. He's got entirely rid of that Cortex shield. I would have suggested replacing it with an Aegis, because Cortex shield really wasn't doing anything against Wesso's lineup. But, he's going full aggressive, which I also respect, so good for you, Master.
And now Wesso here, just sitting comfortably, 30 seconds left, can really play pretty defensive, as both players just waiting for the respawn on their weapons.
If I know Wesso, he doesn't play defensive. Unless he's dancing. he might throw some dance moves out if we see it.
Oh, man. Pull off some Star-Lord strategy here, right? Get the dance off to win the final battle here. Oh, nice little spin there from Wesso. And yeah, you can see Wesso taking a big hit there, but it doesn't matter. He knew he had such a lead. Yeah.
Actually. The other thing to note, though, is that, just dodging, playing defensively, is often not as defensive as throwing out a bit of counter pressure in the form of, just constant pressure. With Wesso's fairly low cooldown build, that's something he just has open. So always making sure there's something Master has to dodge means Master can't aim those shots nearly as well.
Exactly. So much, defense sounds like maybe just kind of holding back, but no, being able to control their ability to move around on their podium to find the shots that they need. You see Wesso being pretty aggressive a couple of times. You see him stepping up to the front of the podium, trying to get some hits in there.
Oof. Yeah, Wesso getting tagged with a lovely shot from Master 17, just on the side of his head. And that's that's the difference maker. You know, if Wesso doesn't get hit by Viper Ellipses, he's probably going to win these rounds. If he does, he's probably going to lose them. But very even.
Got hit right there. Got a nice chunk of damage taken off. Master 17 has a slight life. Oh, never mind. Much bigger life lead now. Landing a few hits with that Raptor.
And
those do add up as well.
Redirecting that Hammonade, you know, if he doesn't have a Hammonade, he can use Wesso's.
Very close match here. I do think Wesso has a tiny life lead, but with 40 seconds left on the clock, it's not going to matter. Although Master 17 taking a couple more hits over here from the spread damage.
Just remember, a Viper Ellipse for a Viper to Wesso is going to change everything, and it does! There we go!
As if to illustrate exactly what you were talking about right there. Just 2 shots like that coming back. You know, you said it, as long as you got the Vipers, you're never out of a match until it hits 0. Woo.
Thanks very much, Master. I do appreciate it.
Going right back in here, no loadout changes at all, so we are going to stick with the same situation here. Master in the blue on the left, and on the left for the energy bars, and Wesso in the purple on the right.
Yeah, perhaps Wesso needs to do a bit more dancing. He didn't do it this round, the last game, and that's what he lost. In the first game he did it, he won. So
it's true, it's true. Got to get some more dancing here and kind of psych out Master 17, or maybe Master 17's like, you know what? I've seen it one time before. You're not gonna get me anymore with that. Ooh, Wesso taking a couple of big hits there, and now down in life. However, still has the life lead.
Yeah, interesting to see what happened to Wesso there. And it was a shame because Master earlier was on the floor on his back, and Wesso didn't have any but guns to follow up with him. And knowing Wesso, that's the sort of stuff he likes to do. But Master's very low, he's in the red, got about half the health of Wesso, maybe a bit more. 50 seconds left on the clock. Doubt this is going to go to full time.
And again, just going at him with these, I don't want to call them the basic weapons. Oh, God, but he got, what was that, the Luma that he just walked into? Because that was a big chunk of damage. Or was that out of bounds damage? Did he accidentally leave the arena and just take a huge chunk of life?
It's hard to see from our POV. It was either, I think, the Hammonade or the Luma shot.
The Luma shot POV there. Yeah, the Luma shot found its mark right there on Master 17.
So,
again, so interesting that Master 17 choosing to go with such a offensive heavy, straightforward offensive heavy build here. No shields, no nades, no real space controlling outside of the hammer ellipse.
Oh, sorry, lots of great plays there, but my favourite from Wesso was him channeling his inner Yelkow and doing a finger wag halfway through the match. That was brilliant. Clapping Master's shots, then going, no, I'm gonna win.
Dude, some of the campaign, guys you fight do that. They finger wag at you, and I was like, come on, man. I was just learning the game. CP, you can't do this to me.
But Wesso's really in this round and the last game making use of that Hammonade Luma combo. You throw the Hammonade to one side, they're forced to dodge a certain way, and you just follow up with the Luma. And they can either move into the nade or hope you miss the Luma and take a load of damage when you do.
There's some beautiful dodging right there from Master 17. Again, you saw that spread of bullets and only, I think, took one hit. But again, those little hits are adding up. And he has not been able to find a lot of opportunities to land these Vipers. But again, you just need to land them once or twice and a big chunk of damage goes down. Oh! Ow! Oh! 2 Luma shots back to back from Wesso.
Gonna do it. It is now match or set point for Wesso. See, more dancing and he wins. That's my analytical opinion here.
So little did you know that not only does this game help you lose a lot of weight and get fit, but it also helps you learn new dance skills. And look, you said it, you dance, you win. Look what Wesso is doing this round.
Oh, he tried the 360 Luma shot. Master, you should be trying... Okay, well... So you shouldn't be trying 360 shots when you're that low, and obviously it didn't work out too much. So very well played by Wesso there. Unfortunate for Master, but I think both players played really well. And I do want to just pay special attention to some of Master's lovely curve Vipery shots. We didn't really get a chance to talk about it, but some of them are really slow, and they came in a really long, prolonged curve. And by pulling back and not kind of swinging it so much, you can really change the velocity. So it's got a much wider, slower curve, and that allows him to set up for a follow-up with his Viper. So while he didn't have a lot of omnidirectional pressure a lot of times, he was using that Viper very effectively and very cleverly to do that. So very well played to him, but obviously very well played to our chief dancer, Wesso.
See, it looks a lot cooler when the avatars are doing it than when I'm doing it over here. So, but I mean, again, it's really interesting. You know, in the last two matches, we've definitely seen some of the different kind of builds that you can create here. Master obviously going with a very, very offensive build, and in the previous game, we saw Josie going with the triple nades. You know, with the juggling as well. There's just so many little subtle things that you can do, and just try all these different strategies, and there's a lot of room for finding what works for you, you know, what kind of strategy, and a lot of ability to kind of play into philosophy. Would you rather control the space with the small damage, or would you rather try to just get the one good Viper shots in there, or the Luma shots to do the damage all at once? And you know, that is one of the things that I enjoy so much about watching all these players play with all these different strategies.
The other thing is that after you're watching this kind of scene a long time, I reckon if you took away, you know, the name bars or the names from players, me and Oolong could probably pick out, you know, most of the top players just from, you know, their playstyle, how they move. That's why a lot of people who come in smurfing with fake accounts get called out pretty quickly, because we can just recognize how they play and how they move. So later on in the day, we've got Cronster playing, and I really want people to notice how he swings his Viper, because he kind of swings it like a Harry Potter spell. He kind of throws it around and then whips it. And it looks brilliant. You know, it's just his own flair, and you see that across playstyles.
Yeah, and can you imagine Wesso playing in a Smurf account? Kind of pull all the strength not to dance, you know, to out himself that quickly, you know.
We've seen Smurf accounts who aren't Wesso dance to try and pretend they are Wesso, so to throw off, you know, suspicion that they were who they said they were.
Dude, the mind games in this game go deep here.
Yeah, turbo IQ out there, like really high level.
Oh man. But again, you know, I love seeing, you know, the different kinds of play styles that we're getting out here. But let's take a look at this bracket here. You can see right now in that winners finals between Josie and Wesso. Again, this is just the group stage. So again, this is not, you know, going to determine who wins the tournament or anything, but this is just your placing for the tournament tomorrow. And Josie and Wesso are going to go up against each other. And as you can see, Wesso and Master, Wesso taking it over Master 17 over there. So Master 17 is on the loser side over there as well.
Yeah. So although it doesn't determine, whether you win or not today, you want to be finishing high. Okay, you want to be finishing at the very top of your group to get that best seed to make the path to overall victory easier for you. And as Josie, I believe, is essentially the favourite for the whole NA region. If you're in the other group, you want to be playing as high as possible so you don't play until the end. That's kind of what you're going for.
Right.
But for that to happen, he needs to beat Wesso. And Josie and Wesso have scrimmed a lot. Wesso doesn't play a lot of Q. He's played a lot against Josie, probably more than he's played the rest of the other people put together in the last few months. So these players are going to be very familiar with each other's styles going in. And these pictures just once again reaffirming that Blaston players, generally across the board, are very handsome players. So stay awesome, Kings.
And you also know, too, as well, you know, obviously winning the championship definitely there's a lot of pride there, but there's a lot of money there on the line as well.
It's a lot of money,
$3,000 for first place here in the North American final. So not bad. I mean, in fact, I think it was noted that Josie is the current highest. Was it Josie or Tesseract that has the highest earnings from Blaston right now?
Josie has the current highest earnings if you refuse to acknowledge the incredibly inflated fake prize pool for certain deployments. Okay, I think that some vests are worth 60 grand, but apparently that's not allowed on esports earnings. So that's just,
But yeah, he's apparently earned over 1,900, just under 2,000, and getting first place here will be more than that total amount that Josie has earned. So Josie could almost essentially, actually more than double his prize earnings if he can win here in the NA region. So this is going to be a nice payout for these players here.
Again, though, I just want to shout out Resolution Games for being amazing, putting on this event and putting up this prize money. And most of the prize money so far has been from community-funded tournaments. But really, when it comes to Blaston, pro players, they don't stick around for the money because, unfortunately, VR gaming prize pools tend to be a bit smaller than average. Really, it's the passion for the game and also the passion for the community, because I think we have the best community.
And a good reason to get fit and and lose a lot of weight. But, we're going to take a quick break, guys. Do not go anywhere. The next rounds here of Group A coming up after this.
Okay.
Whoa.
I'm excited for this game. Josie versus Wesso. They're scrim partners. I can't wait. What do you think?
We're doing wardrobe changes here. Is this happening here?
Oh, well, I've got to represent the team.
All right, that's fair enough. But yeah, again, we saw Wesso playing really strong, but again, gonna be a tough one going up against Josie. We saw how well Josie dominated in that first game, even going with the triple nade loadout here. And so coming into this, as you mentioned, clearly the favorite here, so Wesso going to have to put in a lot of work to be able to try to take this over Josie.
Well, yes, but Wesso for a long time was considered the third best Blaston player in the world until 24 kind of took the crown from him for that third place. Although just shout out 24, he won PRML finals, so he's definitely up there.
Josie here, as you can see right now. Oh, actually, no, never mind. It's Wesso who's going with the double lance setup here with the lance nade and the lance here. So really going to try to control Josie's movement with those lances. Yeah, you can see right there, controlling that space. And Josie taking a lot of damage there. Was that just from out of bounds damage right there?
Yeah, potentially. Wesso is one of the first players actually to bring lances in competitive play and show that it has some great effects. And weirdly, though, Josie's not the person you want to run it against because Josie's so much taller. He's got more vertical dodging. But it's working. Josie's on no health. He's got a minute left. He's got to dodge everything and do more than half of Wesso's remaining HP. Totally.
Yeah, and that's going to be so hard right now, especially with all these bullets coming at you and with these energy cages as well. But you can see Wesso going for a very, very space-controlling build here with those two lances. I mean, you look at his build right now, the Luma is going to be the majority of his damage, and then he's just got the standard Wildcat and Raptor Ellipse here. So it's really just about controlling the space and hoping that the Luma can do the damage.
Yeah, that's so Wesso's plan is just trap with lances and follow up with either that Wildcat Raptor Ellipse combo you see. You shoot the Wildcat and kind of snake out the Raptor Ellipse side to side, or Luma. But Josie, coming back, he essentially got caught off guard round one. Seems to have worked out a strategy and is.
And we've seen how good Josie is with that majestic nade, always managing to get it onto right above that podium there and causing problems here. So definitely going to be trying to use that, and as well as the hurricanes from the sky. But he is using the split variant here to try to control that space. And that's the intention here, but you can see how those lances can cause just so much trouble here. And interestingly enough, I also feel like Wesso's trying to aim those lances a little bit higher, knowing how tall Josie is.
Well, then if Josie ducks down to avoid them, it's easier for Wesso to essentially follow up and attack him, because when you're on the floor, especially as a taller player, you've got less mobility than perhaps a shorter player. But an important thing for new players to note is what we see here is when when Wesso's throwing out those lance nades, you're going to see Josie move to a point on his podium, wait for the lance nade to explode, because it targets the body of the player, and then move back. So what he's doing there is he's just controlling where the lance nade's going to shoot into a space that he's not planning on dodging into.
Yeah, but Wesso right here, did a little bit of dancing. Unfortunately, is still going to be taken out, so the dancing not working here.
He needs to dance more. That's the problem is the lack of... He just open with dancing, Wesso. You know it will.
Okay. Important strategy here. So for those of you new to this game, dance more. That's the key here.
I know Josie is cool as a cucumber. He's not going to have any mind games affect him. He's very well versed, and also being the number one player for so long, you're kind of used to the crowd rooting against you. You're used to these kind of mental pressures. And he's just stayed very strong and very resilient to that.
Earlier we saw a beautiful shield usage by Wesso, taking about a bunch of those bullets here. But again, as you can see, Wesso trying to control space with the lance like that, but that majestic nade has really been causing a little bit of problems for Wesso here. Again, it's just the aim that Josie has, the aim and the timing of that grenade every single time. Here comes the hurricane shots again. Gonna split up into the sky. And there it is again, controlling space with that majestic nade, using that hurricane split and the majestic nade combination there. Try to chip a little bit of damage and then get the big damage off of that Luma. Ooh, but look at that! Speaking of Luma, Wesso getting a nice shot on Josie. Taking the lead here. Can Wesso take a game here? But Wesso now getting caught and taking a bunch of damage as well.
Neck and neck. Josie's maybe one damage less than Wesso. And any amount of damage from Josie's side to Wesso is going to put him in the lead. Stable weapon toss probably equal things out. But what you still saw there earlier is Josie trying to shoot the lance nade out the sky, and that distraction, that looking at that lance nade, caused him to be open to a Luma shot. 6 seconds left on the clock. Wesso needs to dodge everything.
Yeah, Josie though with a slight life lead. Wesso needs to hit with something, but no, not gonna happen. And Josie is gonna take that round.
That was it looked like Josie was in the red and Wesso wasn't, but maybe I just didn't see correctly. But Josie takes it. Very, very close.
So there you go, 2-0 for Josie right now. And yeah, you see one of the strategies there. You do see Wesso, with the Aegis shield over there. You see sometimes when the nade goes up into the sky, Wesso throws the shield up there to try to intercept the nade out of the air and such. And I do also want to continue this conversation, Fab, that you said my cat might be able to potentially join your organization. Is that true?
That is 100% true. However, I have not discussed this resolution games, but I'm not going to pitch my organization on the stream because that would be unprofessional.
Okay, fair enough. I'll have to let my cat know that he has to wait just a little bit before we can get a final answer here. So,
but no, shout out to all the Fab players playing today, and also Master because he's the other one that's not on the organization. Couldn't have asked for a stronger game one though. That was so close. Wesso looked dominating round one. Josie looked dominating round two, and then it was such a close round at the last one. You can't really ask for a better sense of Blaston there. I am interested to actually hopefully we'll get one of the players, either Rudy or Josie, in for an interview later. Actually, it would have to be Josie for an interview after this game if he wins. I want to pick his mind on the thoughts of Split Hurricane, because it's not something we've seen a lot since the current meta. We saw it a lot in the past meta, in the previous updates. But it's something we're seeing a lot of players kind of bring to this tournament, both Rudy and Josie, which I wasn't expecting. And Josie is one of the players who I think has such a great knowledge on the game that often in my commentating, I'm just repeating stuff he's told me in private as my own thoughts. So shout out Josie. I'm going to continue doing that for the rest of my commentating days.
I mean, honestly, oftentimes, hearing their strategy and their thoughts and what their thought process is one of the absolute most fascinating things because, with competitive gaming like this, with the top players, they have this almost kind of like innate sense that they could pick things out from the game that a lot of other players just, takes them a while to learn. And it's always really cool to see how some people just take to some games better than others,
Yeah, a lot of it is theory crafting, a lot of it is strategy. I mean, it's a very reactive, thick game. But on top of that, you've got to come in with a good strategy, a good loadout. You want to know what your objectives for the loadouts are. You can't run every loadout the same. You want to know what your weaknesses and strengths are. If you've got a very defensive loadout, then potentially you don't have to focus too much on counter pressure. If you are full aggression, you don't want to give your opponent time to breathe in order to set up a combo.
Yeah, and again, it's tricky because, in a lot of competitive games, non-VR games, when you're like, oh, I'll try this loadout, I'll try that loadout, you can test the strategies here and there. But in this game, it's such a different situation because even if you were like, oh, I like the way Josie is using that majestic nade, I'm going to try to do the same thing. It takes a long time before you can actually get to the point where that majestic nade is so accurately over the podium every single time, or you're going to be like, I love this double Viper loadout, obviously, huge amount of damage, and you're just trying to ellipse these Viper shots and it's just flying into the sky. Not saying that I have experience with that.
Well, funnily enough, the way I got good with Viper originally, like over a year ago, was I was bringing it in queue, and I was just like new players when they start. I was a new player. I was swinging it, and it was going completely to the side. And I came across Rudy, who we saw in game 1 versus Josie, and Rudy just looked at me, and I could see on his avatar the look of pity. The look of, oh God, you poor thing. So he just stopped playing and he started motioning. No, you do it like this. You do it like this. And then threw his to me. I was like, go for it. You try now. You're not going to hit me. I'm better than you, but you can, this is how you do it. So that's also just another shout out to the community. Like people like Rudy are just happy to train new players because we want to grow this.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's so cool. And again, the advantage of VR is that you are able to be so expressive in-game like that, too. Oh, man, that's awesome. Well, shout-outs to Woody. I see him in the chat over there, of course, Oh, man. But yeah, so far right now, Josie looking strong as we expect. Again, I did say 2-0, but that's because production added the 1 to the game so fast over there. I thought that was going to be added to 2. It's just 1-0, as you said, the first game over there. So it is just 1-0 right now. And I believe we're going to get to game number 2 over here. Yep, already in progress here. What happened? Where did Josie's life... Wait, what happened?
That was 3 Luma shots to Josie and something else, I guess. Because 60 damage plus that... See, more dancing. Wesso understands. That is his path to victory. Josie, however, bringing the HP Nova. Not something we do see a lot in competitive. We'll see a ton in queue.
Yeah, those Novas, I mean, I'm surprised too, because, like I said, I was playing in the campaign and one of the CPU opponents was using a lot of those Novas, and those Novas are terrifying.
Well, the benefit of the Nova is if you just point them and shoot them at a lance, unless your opponent invests a lot of damage into getting rid of them, they will just block the path of the lance. And if Josie thinks he's been struggling with those lance cutting off his area of podium, that is a good counter. Plus, you can hide behind them when your opponent is bringing Luma shots. Most of Wesso's direct damage is in the form of a Luma or a lance, and they shoot straight. So,
and again, just as a reminder to everybody, I do believe Josie was on the blue side in the last match, but Josie obviously on the purple this time, and Wesso on the blue. So switching sides over here, and they're gonna try to send out some of those Novas, just waiting a little bit here for more weapons to spawn. Looks like Josie's trying to find some more weapons to be able to try to control space with those Novas, but can't even take a tiny hit anymore, so those lances are gonna be terrifying.
he needs to hit a Viper, and he's won the game. That's pretty much his path to victory, but unfortunately. What I will say just quickly is, Josie is bringing one of my favourite weapons, and that is Raptor Split Attachment 3. Now, the Raptor Split Attachment 3 is like a normal Raptor, except it's got half the amount of bullets, and they split halfway through. That's not the and when I first saw this weapon, I actually thought it was the worst attachment in the game. I thought it was useless. But what it doesn't tell you in the loadout is all the screen. Oh, lovely Viper Ellipse shot there by Josie. But what it doesn't tell you about the Raptor Ellipse attachment is, the Raptor attachment, not the Raptor Ellipse, is those bullets slow down. Okay, those bullets get super slow, so they spend a lot of time on the podium. Yeah. And that's a 2-second weapon which becomes setup. Becomes something which reduces podium mobility, and you'll often see players walking backwards into that. And you actually saw Slowly walking backwards a few times against Turbo where he was bringing it.
Yeah, speaking of controlling a lot of space, here comes those Novas just slowly approaching, and I love the spread from Josie right there, setting them out just right, but Wesso gets past them. You can see him looking back, making sure he doesn't back off into them as well, and now setting out those lances to try to control Josie's movement again.
Okay, let's have a look. It's pretty neck and neck. You know, Josie's just trying with this Viper Ellipse shot, and he's so lethal with those things.
Yeah. Oh, nice dodges around those. But just needs to. Wesso needs to do something here. 30 seconds left. Josie with a life lead, not too much, but again. Oh, there we go. Okay, tied up again.
And what's this? He's driving seat
potentially. There it is.
Oh, Wesso.
And just like that, the Viper shot finding its mark and just draining so much health so fast. And again, we can see how powerful the Viper is in the right hands.
And Josie's hands are definitely the right hands for Viper Ellipse. He is a scary player. But Wesso doing a good bit of chip damage there to start things off. Not quite the explosive start he's had the rounds that he's been winning. But that really seems to be the way these games have gone. Wesso either completely annihilates Josie in a round, or Josie wins.
I mean, at this point, I mean, that first round where Josie lost all of his life right at the very beginning, just like 90 health gone almost instantaneously, it still took a while for Wesso to finish him off. So you see that you gotta get these good hits on him. And speaking of good hits, there's one right there. I think from the Raptor shot there, doing a little bit of good damage to Josie.
Oof. Up until that point, Wesso had taken no damage for pretty much a whole minute, and now he's back neck and neck on health with Josie. So Wesso took no damage with a lovely combo from Josie. You know, that podium denial forcing him to dodge into projectiles. You can't beat it.
Yeah. Wow, that Viper shot barely missed. You saw just, I mean, it's a tiny little strawberry, but on the screen it was ginormous because it came so close to hitting him.
And the EU scene loves you for calling it strawberry, so good stuff there. 30 seconds left. Lovely damage from Wesso. This Josie needs to make something happen here if he doesn't want to forfeit the whole game.
Yeah.
Setting up with this Nova. He's got the Viper in hand. Is he going to have any other follow-up?
Try to do this. He's got the Novas. He's waiting until the Novas have controlled him. And here we go, trying to curve some of these Viper shots at him. But no time. Oh, God! Both of them taking a little bit of damage at the end simultaneously. And if I feel like if Josie didn't take that last chunk, he might have won that one, but look at this. Wesso taking a game off of Josie.
Yeah, when Well played to Wesso. Wesso joins the elite small group of people to ever take a game off Josie in competitive play. Last new entry was Cronster, so he joins a very good group of players. And that's really the level of Josie, that you measure success of other players by whether they can take games of Josie. But... You know, I'm not. So I think if anyone in this tournament other than 24 is going to take games off Josie, I would expect it to be Wesso, despite the fact I wouldn't necessarily say that Wesso is the person who I would expect to come third place. You know, I think that Rudy, for example, could take a game off Wesso, take a match of Wesso. But the reasoning behind this theory for me is because I'm a crackpot, and also because they played so much. You know, when you play a player enough times in a scrim session, you know, you understand their style of play and you adapt to it. And Wesso is an incredibly strategic thinker. He understands the game in a way which I don't think other players really appreciate. Whenever I've had a training session with him on, for example, Quicksilver back in the day when it was still viable, and he approached that. I'm not going to go into many specifics, but he approached that in such a unique way. I came across after the training session, not thinking I knew how to play that weapon better, but understanding I had no idea how to play that weapon, and he was such a higher level because he just thought about the game in a completely different context.
Now, obviously, I'm just been learning the game myself and such. It's been around for 2 years here, and there has been a lot of balance patches and such. How frequent have the balance patches been for the game? Just curious.
Well, they're getting less frequent, but they're getting more because they're getting more added to them. Because before it used to be, you know, you throw out a new weapon and a few patch changes, maybe every 2 months or so, I believe. Mm-hmm. But then they started to have much bigger patches where, for example, they introduced the concept of attachments at the start of this year or earlier this year. I want to say it must have been around March or April sometime. And then since then, they've had one additional one, which would have happened at the very start of August or the very end of July, because it happened just between the end of VRML season and the VRML finals. And so it's kind of every 3, 4, 5 months here or there. I've been around for all the balance attachments. I just have no concept of time because all I do is play Blaston.
Yeah, pandemic, dude. It just nobody has any concept of time right now.
I just stay inside, do my bit, play Blaston all day. It's the way to go.
Again, it's a great physical workout there, and you are talking about the VRML, of course. This is the first season of that, but VRML will be returning for Blaston next year as well. So the season 2 is already planned out there. So definitely follow VRML on Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch at Blaston_VRML. to keep up with all of the updates on what's going on for 2023. So I'm sure everyone's looking forward to the next season coming up.
I've just seen in the Twitch chat, we've had a request from Blaston Official to have more Fab.org merch. So let me just grab some. Okay. But honestly, I hope that a lot of the players playing here today will be playing in their Fab.org shirts. They recently won at a tournament. I hope Josie is, and I hope 24 is, because they are both recent recipients. And here's a lovely tracksuit bottoms that we have. I think it's lovely. And of course,
checked it out.
On the bottom, you have Fab.org, because that's where you want it. You want to walk down the street and have people staring at that. Which is my daily life. I wear these everywhere. My family refuse to go out with me now. But it's worth it.
What? I can't even imagine. Come on. I would want to hang out with you everywhere with that. Come on.
I'm not. So it's not really the stream where I can show my Fab.org boxes on me. So we'll save that for a different live stream.
I mean, the best part about it is all these players now could be your models for those, right? Because with all the workout and how beautiful everyone is, thanks to Blaston.
I will shout out to Mother of Dogs, who was our model for our fabulous org branded bikini. So Thank you once again. Looks great. We're going into game. Let's stop. Okay. Wesso versus Josie. Wesso seems to be running pretty much the same loadout as before, and Josie is bringing that fast Hammer Elite. He's not bringing a Viper Elite, and he's going with the Luma too.
Yeah, you can definitely see Josie. I mean, it's not necessarily, just toying with the opponents, but, going with a lot of different builds here. It's really important, too, because then how to play these builds, how you can bust them out when you feel like they're a proper counter pick, etc., etc. It's a nice little ability to have to be able to play all these different builds. Josie, of course, back onto the blue side, and Wesso now on the purple side here after last game.
100%. And the other thing is, if you're playing lots of different varied builds and you're just mixing up every game, you can't really be counterpicked to the level of someone who just brings the same build every time. Some builds do have very easy counters.
And Wesso taking a huge chunk of damage right there. I believe it was from the Luma shot.
Yeah. Now, an important thing to note is that these Hammer Elite shots, they do 5 damage each. They're harder to clamp because they move faster, but they do more damage. And, you don't want to get stung by them. They do more damage than these Wildcat shots do, because the Wildcat does reduce damage to it faster.
Chasing him down with those shots, but look at that dodging, the avoiding by Josie right there, not taking any damage from that barrage from the Wildcat.
Nice return of the Hammerade from Wesso, but he's needing way more than that to have a chance in this match. Now, I don't want to say it's all over, but I just don't think he's got the damage on his side to actually equal this up.
Yeah, you can see right there, Wesso. Having a little fun here. Rolling on the ground here. Wesso's on fire. Stop, drop, and roll. That's the idea right there. Whoa. Whoa, did he just throw his hand out there?
That's what happens when you press the Oculus button. Your hand's gonna
go right.
Weird places.
Oh, man. Throwing some guns at Josie. Again, those lances, like I said, like when you see them when you're testing them out and when you look at them like kind of on paper, those lances feel absolutely oppressive and super powerful, but Josie has been handling them so well. And again, we've talked about Josie's height, being able to go over a lot of things to dodge as well as under. As you can see he's just hovering right over those lances. It's almost like they're not there.
Wesso does need to, I think, move them slightly higher, perhaps. Oh, Wesso, that was very optimistic trying to grab that Hammerade there. Okay, so he does go a bit higher. So now Josie's forced to lean down, and it's much easier to hit. So that's a good adaptation there by Wesso. Maybe needs to be a bit quick on the draw and the follow-up.
All right, grabs the Luma. Josie's got some damage potential. Here, gets a hit! So you see Wesso's life going down there in a large chunk. And I love the lance grenade over there on basically the horizontal shot, because he got it to blow to go straight there, literally cutting off half of the front half of the platform. But again, Josie just really hasn't been that affected by that. And there it is. Josie's going to take game number 3.
The other thing is looking at this lance nade, is that what you've got... what a lot of people kind of forget is the lance nade doesn't do that much damage when it's a split attachment. If it's a normal lance nade, that stuff burns. And if it's the fast damage attachment, that stuff burns very quickly and you've got to jump out the way. But oftentimes, if I'm trapped, I've got 5, because sometimes you get double lance builds where you've got lance and lance repeat and then the lance split nade, so triple lance essentially, and you don't have much place to move. I just take the split lance nade damage one of the beams, because it's like, I think 2 a second or 2 a tick. Really, the thing there is to try and put the pressure on your opponent to kind of just move out the way. And these, as you know, a few of these rounds have been close enough that damage would be instrumental in closing it one way or the other. But I don't know if I like the split nade, lance nade. I'd much prefer to see a fast damage lance nade attachment, which immediately puts pressure. And the other thing about that is, as soon as you hear it activate, Josie will know that if he doesn't move immediately, he's going to start taking beam damage. because it starts doing damage so fast, and that forces him to dodge out of the way. And as soon as he starts dodging to the left or the right, that's when Wesso can just pick him out with a Luma.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see if Wesso decides to go with a change out. Maybe is going to try to go for a little bit less lance usage here, or maybe, as you mentioned, just going for the faster lance nade. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen. Or, Wesso could clearly, obviously, stay with the exact same loadout that he's using currently.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past Wesso to stay with the same loadout, because Wesso really likes to work out. Wesso doesn't tend to switch things up too much with loadouts, but he definitely has the ability to. Wesso's been playing longer than I think all of us. He played a load at the start, and then he just kind of went dark, kind of only focused on scrims, doesn't play Q at all because he said that Q is too boring. It's too easy for him to win games. Which, when I first played Wesso, I'd been playing for a long time, and I was like, I've never seen you in Q. This is going to be a stomp, like easy peasy. You've got low LP. Absolutely crushed me. He's a phenomenally good player. But his focus has always been on his dodging ability. And
looks like, so no lance nades now. Instead, switching over to the avalanche nade instead.
Was considered to be a bad choice of nade since the nerf that it's got, but a lot of top players have come out in fairly recent times and said it's actually still pretty good. It was ridiculously OP before. Oh, Wesso taking lots of damage there from Josie. 30 seconds in, Josie with a commanding lead.
Yeah. It seems to be the standard right now for Josie. Josie playing very confidently, although not going for any of the strange triple nade loadouts at this point. Going with a pretty straightforward loadout, it looks like, for Josie.
Yeah. Josie knows that he's been playing Wesso long enough that Josie is also one of the players, given that he's been playing with Wesso so much more than everyone else, that has repeatedly said Wesso has got this. Like when he's been in other competitive games, Wesso's really strong. In fact, when Wesso lost against Rudy and Cronster in the last chance qualifier, I think Josie was the most surprised, and I think Wesso felt that he made Josie's prediction look rather silly. But of course, Wesso's here now, and he's got a chance to show the world that he is that strong player, which I firmly believe he is. Also, he made me look ridiculous because I said Wesso was incredibly good too, and then but he's having a much stronger chance this round.
See right here, Josie again on the blue side over here, avoiding those lances, no problem here. She's ducking under there, got a big chunk of damage. Again, I believe that was a nice Luma shot right there. We see the hammer ellipse here, see it curving over here, covering the space just a little bit better, coming from both sides.
Yeah, Wesso needs to work on dodging that hammer nade as well. That hammer nade Viper combo is absolutely lethal.
Playing from the ground here, you see him shooting up the lances upwards, but definitely playing jungle style here, crawling on the floor.
This is a set point.
Yeah, I think Wesso pretty much at this point in time kind of realizes that this is gonna be a tough one. Just having a good time here, trying to enjoy himself. I feel like, honestly, Wesso's biggest weakness this match here was not enough dancing. I just feel like there was just not enough dancing.
You should become a full-time Blaston analyst, because that is a very insightful Loadout point, and I completely agree. Very... I think very well played from both, though. Wesso got a game of Josie. Wesso was putting lots of damage on Josie in various matches. A lot of games that Josie won, and a lot of rounds Josie won, very close against Wesso.
Yeah.
And not a lot of players can claim that sort of achievement. When I've played against Josie in competitive, although it has been a really long time, I've always looked like a lost child. He's such a dominant force that it's very hard to look strong, look like a strong player, and I think Wesso really looked strong in this match. But it's against Josie, so...
I mean, when you play against Josie, you know, being a strong player yourself, what is it about like Josie's gameplay? Is it just the strategy, the placement of the weapons, or is it just his aim is particularly good? You know, there's so many factors.
Well, some players are very good at dodging, some players are very good at strategy, and some players are very good at aggressive hitting. So, for example, in my case, I'm quite good at hitting people with weapons. You know, my aim is fairly good. My dodging is subpar. It's terrible. Josie is just good at all of those things. There's not a weakness there. It's just the all-round package. And, you know, for a long time, people were like, oh, he's just good at bullet hell. He's just good at hammery. If we didn't have hammery, then he wouldn't be so good. That's not true at all. He was just the best at it, or he was just so strong with it that people thought he relied on it, but it was the best weapon for the meta. And as soon as he's got off that, or, you know, gone to other strategies, he's also shown dominance there. I think the key to Josie being so strong is that he doesn't really have any weaknesses.
Interesting. I mean, honestly, I would really like to see what Josie has to say about that himself, you know, how he describes it. So we're going to take a quick break here. And when we come back, we will talk to Josie, who is now in the top seed for this group here, coming for tomorrow's matches. So we'll be right back with Josie right after this.
These are two players which I used to play a lot of Double Viper duels with, and they're both very fun to play Double Viper duels with. So please, both of you play Double Vipers and have a Double Viper duel, because they're the best things to watch in Blaston. We haven't really seen one yet. You both love that strategy. You both love those games. I know there's a lot of money on the line, but you probably both think you're better than the other player at Double Vipers. So go for it. Do it. Have fun. I really want to see it, so we'll see.
One of the nice things about this to mention here as well is that all 8 players here that are playing today will be going home with something. So even though first place does get that $3,000, you know, the bottom 2 players who will be tied for 7th do walk home with $125, and then the 2 players tied for 5th will get $250 each. 4th place will get $750, and of course then from there 3rd place $1,000, 2nd place $2,000, and 1st place with that $3,000.
It's a lot of money for winning a tournament. And I know these players have a lot on the line here, and it's not just money, it's pride. It's going out there and showing you are the top level of competition. And,
yeah, I mean, I know some people out there probably know I have a background in like fighting games and such. And I remember, you know, 15 years ago getting 2nd place in tournaments, and I think I got like $30. And I was like so happy for my $30. I was like able to buy myself a nice dinner that day, you know, and that was my reward. So, you know, $2,000 is pretty nice for winning gaming tournaments.
Yeah. And, but, you know, the other pride factor just comes in, because the other thing about Blaston community is everyone's so close-knit that most players have spoken to each other via voice chat. Most players here will have scrimmed each other, and we will know each other. We're all on the Discord, and we will kind of want to show that we've got that ability to compete at a top level. And also just have some fun. You know, I think that everyone just wants to come here, put on a show people what you can do. Even if you don't win, if you show some cool shots, some cool strategies, do something unorthodox.
Dances, cool dances as well.
Cool dance. Don't forget the dancing. And we're in the game.
And I'm sure you guys have also all hung out in the lounge in-game as well and chatted over there. I forgot it was a VR game, and I heard someone start talking to me in the lounge, and it kind of freaked me out for a second, but, you know.
Well, these players not going for a Double Viper duel, so they've both gone down in my estimations, but I cannot blame them. So on the left-hand side, we have Rudy, who is bringing that Drunken Raptor Ellipse. That is a faster Raptor Ellipse shot, but it has spread, so it's less predictable. I'm a big fan of this weapon. I feel that the spread actually helps you in top-level plays. It makes it slightly harder to predict, even though it's harder to aim.
Yeah, but definitely going for a slightly more offensive build, obviously with the double Raptors, the Wildcat, and the Luma. The hammer nade is really the biggest in terms of that space controlling. Of course, over there on the right side, Master, we saw this before. Actually, no, he does have a Cortex shield, so he's not going with all 6 offensive weapons. He is at least has one defensive option here with that Cortex shield. But other than that, as you see, Viper ellipse, Hammer ellipse, and Raptor ellipses. He's always had all 3 ellipses in his loadout, but then just has the Wildcat and the Hammer as well. So still going for a little bit more of the aggressive loadout.
So I will say that Rudy's Raptor, that split Raptor, because it slows down, remember, that is good podium denial as well on top of that Hammerade. But I like Rudy's loadout versus Master's strictly because it's faster, it's going to be able to offer more counter pressure and interrupt these hammer ellipse, hammer setups. Plus, again, Raptor, most of Wildcat's damage is just coming from the front, making it easier for Rudy to dodge. We've got 7 seconds left. Rudy with an advantage. Master has to hit a Viper Ellipse.
Yeah, if he gets one in there, he could definitely take the lead, but it's just not going to happen there, especially to, you know, just having that shield available to himself right at the end as well.
Again, you know, I'm not sure what the Cortex shield choice was. Yeah, it doesn't... You know, obviously you don't know what your opponent's going to bring beforehand, but I mean, Cortex Shield is good against bullet hell loadouts, but I just wouldn't really expect that. It's...
Master 17 taking a little bit of early damage here means that Woody has the advantage, but again, the ability for Master to be able to dish out a ton of damage, you know, very, very quickly is high, especially with that Viper. However, Woody has been doing such a good job on the defensive side here, avoiding all the little tiny chip damage here. So it's not adding up to a point where even a single Viper shot right now would put Master even catching up. And look at this Master just taking all sorts of little chunks here and there and down to basically no health already.
I don't want to call it, but I feel Master's soul has left his body for this round. He doesn't look like he's fighting for it. But, you know, sometimes the way is you just, if you're going to lose a game, you know, you don't put yourself through the hardship of really putting yourself out there necessarily. You take a deep breath, you know, maybe do a loadout swap, which is what we're seeing here now, and come back with a different strategy. And Master's got to get rid of this Cortex shield because it doesn't seem to be helping. It's not going to help him against Rudy's loadout. It definitely didn't help him against Wesso's loadout. So... I would say if he wants to keep a shield, get an Aegis shield. You know, it pretty much will do the same thing, but with lower cooldown and higher HP.
Right. I mean, the trickiest part about the Aegis shield is obviously it requires a little more timing because it just doesn't last as long. You kind of have to parry things with it and such, but outside of that, it still accomplishes a lot of the same things as the Cortex shield. It's smaller, it's faster, but again, it also has a faster cooldown, so it'll come back a lot quicker as well.
Well, at this level of play, really, you know, unless you're going up against big waves and big walls of bullets, you know, it's going to have pretty much exactly the same use because against Woody's loadout, you know, what it's going to shield maybe like some Raptor as Wildcat bullets. Well, you can kind of shield a lot of Wildcat bullets with just the Aegis shield and then use the handle to do the rest and avoid a few of them. But also, I think that Master should get off this hammer ellipse. Rudy's loadout is all pressure. It's all counter pressure. It's really quick points of damage. So every time he's going to go for those clamps and try and set up a push, Rudy just picks up a Wildcat, picks up a Raptor ellipse, just starts shooting him. So putting him off balance. And he's not able to set up these clamps as effectively as he might want to.
Yeah, but as we've seen so far, Master has not gone away from that triple ellipse setup, that triple ellipse loadout yet thus far. So curious to see if he is going to go with that or if he's going to try to go for something a little more, you know, with more grenades or more, you know, space controlling right now, because right now, honestly, he has really just gone for very direct damage. You know, he's just trying to shoot you at this point. And as you said, the hammer ellipse hasn't been doing the space controlling, the position controlling that, you know, a lot of other tools could potentially do better.
Well, don't get me wrong, the hammer ellipse is probably the best weapon in the game almost at space controlling, but it's not the best weapon in space controlling when you don't have the opportunity to use it effectively. Because essentially, because of the way it works, you can do a slow pull to the left a slightly faster pull to the right and then a faster pull down, up or down, or kind of any direction. And because you're controlling the speed at which you're pulling them, the bullets are going to bend around and then hit the podium at different speeds, and preferably all at the same time. Trouble is, it's quite a precise setup. And it can, if you're really good at clamping, like if you are like Josie, Tesseract, Monty, or 24, who, in my opinion, best clampers in the game, then you can just wall off most of the podium at once. But if you've got a really quick loadout against you, which is constantly putting pressure on you, when you're doing that slow one, then suddenly you're trying to dodge out the way.
Right.
And then you're trying to do the right one, and again, you're still trying to dodge, so you can't quite get the arm movement as you'd like. You know, you're going to mess up.
Well, it does sound like Master 17 gave us a little preview and said that he is going to bring the double Vipers, as you see right here. Master 17 now on the blue side, Woody on the purple side, but Master is indeed wielding the double Viper.
He's also got the Vandal, which is a niche weapon, which is used. Traditionally, it's been used to destroy, you know, grenades and some shields, novas, because it has very high collision. But Master typically will use this for vision denial, because it leaves a little bit of vision blocking, so he's going to be trying to shoot Woody in the face and then hit him with some Vipers.
Yeah, you see, every time you see that little black orb right there, almost kind of like that muddy orb, that is the result of the Vandal striking a target. And yeah, it doesn't do any damage, but it's very fast. And look at this, Master 17 landing a couple of those Viper shots, and already Woody down to almost no health.
Yeah, this is a build which I actually saw Master bring in VRMO Finals, and I repeatedly said, you know, the Vandal's not doing anything for him. But he just won more when he brought it. I still don't understand it myself, but Master makes the Vandal work, and it works for him, and maybe it's just a confidence thing, but doing very well. Lands that Raptor Ellipse shot in Woody's face to close out the round one.
Yeah,
This is not a loadout that Rudy should not be expecting. It's one that he's seen Master run before, and I interrupted you, so please go ahead.
Oh, no, it's all good. It's all good. No, I mean, again, the Vandal does no damage, if I'm not mistaken. It's just, you know, it's just there for the vision obscuring and also to take out the weapons as well. So, yeah, very interesting decision by Master to go with it, but it seemed to work out in the last one, in the last round.
Everyone wants to make Vandal work, though, because it's a cool weapon and it does no damage. So it's just it's essentially a shield, which is a sniper, which works on Vipers.
Right, exactly. It's like a gun shield, essentially. See, there you go, trying to obscure his vision right there, and landing those shots. But Woody knows he doesn't really need to dodge it, and you know he didn't really have anything to follow up with it. But he's got the double Vipers right now, so gotta be careful.
And that's Rudy's full combo there. He shoots out the Raptor attachment 3. Goes slow to the podium, throws that grenade and you know, it's not a combo which kind of covers the entire play space and stuff.
Oof.
But it works, and it's really low cooldown, and it's very quick to set up.
Master taking a huge hit right there. Now, when the Vandal hits a bullet, it actually just goes into the, you know, the black orb right away. So sometimes when you shoot something close to you, it can kind of obscure your own vision in a weird way too.
Yeah, it is. Oof, lovely shot there from Master, just taking the lead against Rudy. And you know, Woody's got to do a little bit of damage, which he does not do.
But 20 seconds is not needed for that beautiful shot from the Viper. And there you go, Master puts a game on the board with this double Viper loadout. So do you think maybe we'll see Woody try to counter with his own double Viper? Nope, okay.
I would love that to be the case. I think Rudy just, you know, needs to work out how to play against this, and then adapt. Rudy obviously doesn't feel that a loadout spot is needed yet. And we're going to see if that's true.
Master now still trying to put work in with that Vandal over here, but trying to control that space. You see he sent the hammer ellipse over there, coming from the left side. Rudy doing the same thing. Now, Master's down in life, but again, with the Viper, you're never out of anything just yet.
The one thing I would say about Rudy is he's going to the front of his podium a lot, which is what you want to do when you want to put pressure on the opponent. But you don't want to be doing it when Master's got Vipers in his hands. You've seen him walk to the front of his podium with that Luma in hand trying to put pressure and then just catch a Viper to the face, and he's lost the trade. That's just how it works.
Right. However, nice lead right now. In fact, one Luma should be able to kill. So actually, now anything is going to be able to kill. Oh, he got hit on the head while on the ground. Not sure what Master was doing, rolling on the ground over there. And he's going to go down this first round.
Good start from Rudy. Master just eating some early bits of damage here. And already he's down to about 60% health. Not the start of the 20 seconds he wants. And Rudy kind of showing that he doesn't actually need a loadout swap. He just needs to adapt and play better. And a lot of times it is understanding what your opponent's trying to bring, some of their attack patterns and their dodge patterns, and then countering that.
Yeah, and again, as you mentioned earlier, the Vandal, you talked about, an odd decision. I don't feel like the Vandal is doing much here because he's taken out like little singular bullets here, but, as you mentioned, Aegis would probably be able to do a lot of the similar things, and just be able to be better on defense, I feel like.
Yes, but Master wants full offense,
Yeah, there's definitely a philosophy here right now from Master. He really enjoys having this offensive loadout. He really likes to go for just shooting. That is definitely one of his favorite tactics right there. You see him pushing forward on his podium right there to try to get some damage. 30 seconds left, and Master once again taking lots of little chip damage and then gets shot there, and Woody is going to go up 2-1 over Master. And yep, we're returning back here. Maybe Master's going to try to go for a change in loadout. The double Vipers worked out for that one game that he got, but again, at this point in time, perhaps maybe want to consider taking out the Vandal and, going for something that's more space controlling, try to cover up areas to push them into your Vipers a little bit more. But again, that just doesn't seem to be Master's style.
I was actually just about to say, maybe on another player, but that's not Master's style. That's my follow-up to your thing, but you already answered it. So, but no, you are right, but I think Master's going to continue playing Double Viper. I don't think he'd do that to me and get off Double Viper. Would you, Master? Would you? But no. But just before we saw that round end, you saw Master pick up a Vandal, just shoot like that, annihilating the Hammerade. And that's a 4-second gun, which just in one of its 5 shots took away 5 second CD from Rudy. Right. And also, sometimes when they're setting up a hammer, that's worth trading more than 5 CD, even though it's the same. You're losing on cooldown, supposedly, but because it also completely nullifies the rest of the push, you're also kind of counteracting not just that 5 cooldown damage, but, the tool cooldown from the Raptor, and potentially even a large part the 4 cooldown from the Luma follow-up, because it's easier to dodge. It's not, quite that linear. There's lots of different things in play, but always worth trying to deal with a Hammerade when that's the main form of combo setup. The other thing to remember, though, is Rudy's genuinely considered, the more likely player to advance.
Right.
I don't think that's too out there for me to say. He's been a dominant player in the game for so long, always been in people's top 5, top 6 lists. The reason I keep saying top 6 is because I had a top 6 because I couldn't separate him and Golden Knight and Wesso.
I mean, Woody was basically the first best player in Blaston, right? Playing from a long time ago.
I think if we go back into the Blaston lore, there was a player called Mimi, actually, but that's so far before everyone kind of played Blaston. Back when you could have 2 of the same weapon. you could have 2 hammer ellipses.
Oh,
yeah. They
dang,
kind of patched
okay.
that got crazy.
That's a
2
completely
Viper
different
ellipses.
game. Holy moly. Okay.
But he also is the player that got a lot of people into the sport as well, because a load of us, including me, lots of us have gone out there, watched his YouTube videos on how to play the game. Now, I don't want to say they're outdated now, but they were all based on really previous patches. But that's something that most, like Slowid in his interview said, yeah, I watched Rudy's YouTube videos to try and get better. And that's how I did get better. But Master's always been one of these players, which everyone has said has got a lot of potential, really good. He's really good. But hasn't achieved that kind of top level status yet. He's always been flirting with like the top 10 players in the game. And there's been disagreements on whether he's there or not. A lot of those disagreements might have come just as a reactionary to him saying I'm top 10. But he is very good. I just think that we have to kind of come into this with the context that Woody's probably the favorite. And Master is playing that build that he's brought. That's a build that I know he's comfortable with because I've seen him play in other tournaments. And we're getting to game now, so let's see if there have been changes.
Yeah, I mean, it's so funny to me because you say, Master said that he called himself top 10, and just based on the loadout that he has, I feel like that's all like part of the package right there, the very aggressive, very brash kind of style, and I like it. And just so people know, Master now on the purple side of things over here, Rudy now, the blue player here in this match.
Well, he swapped out that Vandal for a Hurricane, a fastball Hurricane, which I really agree with,
Right.
And it's just going to add more pressure to Rudy's podium. Less defensive, but, as we say, Master doesn't really need defense. Or want defense.
Yeah, I like this idea because you're throwing so many bullets from the front that hopefully you can make Rudy so busy dodging from the front that these hurricanes coming from above will catch him off guard.
And Master's very low HP. He's kind of sitting at the back there, and a Viper Ellipse shot to the face on Rudy will tie things up. Potentially giving the game.
Can't take a single hit, and there it is. That spread shot from the Hammernade gonna find its mark. So despite Master 17 with a nice strong start there, it is Woody now who is at match point. The double Vipers have not been finding their mark here.
An interesting thing about that Hammernade is it actually does more damage than regular Hammernades. It does 6 damage rather than 4. So that's another reason those pellets are just so much worse to dodge. And Master just eats a Luma. Doesn't seem to try and dodge it at all. And seems to eat another one as well.
Oof. Oh, but there
Lovely
we go. Gets a Viper shot.
Viper.
Yeah, got it from above right there. So keeping close, at least at this point. But also, is it just me, or is a lot of his Hurricane shots more straightforward than coming down from the top? It seems more like he's just kind of shooting the Hurricanes straighter.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. There's the upward ones.
But there's another thing to this, which is as you just kind of. That's the game. That's the match.
Oh my goodness. Wow. That last chunk of life just dissipated. And there we go. Woody is the victor of this. And so Master is going to be out of the tournament officially. But as I mentioned, we'll be walking away with $125. And, if you're 17, $125 for playing video games, pretty good.
Yeah, no. That's it's a lot of Quest accessories, or just a lot of underage drinking. Sorry, I do not recommend that at all.
No, you mean a lot of Blaston merch that you can buy from the Blaston merch store, right? So partnered with Nirvana Clothing, they have a bunch of Blaston shirts available that you can get 20% off with the code Blaston20. That's what you meant, right? Not
100%. Yeah. That's exactly what I meant. I thought that's what I said.
Yes,
I'd check it out. They got some great shirts out there. They look fantastic. They're using the pink and white color scheme, which I'm a huge fan of. And I'm going to pick some up myself.
Okay. All right. Well, you know what? I think we're going to be able to get Josie here this time. Josie, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
I can. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, there we
Great.
go.
Let's go.
So, as I was saying before, we were trying to interview you before, I was asking Fab what he considered was what made you such a strong player, what attributes, what assets, what skills you have. And I would like to hear it from you directly. What is it that you feel like makes you such a strong player in Blaston?
Well, I think for me, it's definitely an advantage that, first of all, my age, and I'm on the younger side. I'm 19. Matches my name right now in game, which is pretty nice. But I also have a sports background. I've played probably like 5 or 6 sports now. My main one is basketball. But I feel like coming into the game, my dodging and movement in general were already at a decent level just because of that. And then also, I believe potentially Turbo and maybe Rudy are probably the only people that challenge me in terms of total play time. I've played, a lot of Blaston, had the game for like, over a year and a half now and play it pretty regularly. And so I think just my level of experience is also something that helps quite a bit in these tourneys.
So, I mean, obviously, you said you've played a lot of sports here. And, I guess that kind of leads to 2 kind of follow-up questions. One is, how does Blaston compare to, obviously this is video gaming, but it's VR and stuff. How does it compare to the other sports that you've played? But then also, does that just mean you just have this competitive streak in you? Is this just, you were kind of a person born to compete here in games?
For the first question, sports, they feel very different because, there's no space restrictions beyond the size of the court. And so I feel like in sports, you can, kind of showcase your peak, athleticism and such more so than Blaston, because I think a lot of Blaston is about sort of staying in control. And so, I can't jump as high as I would in basketball without taking about 50 damage. And so Blaston is a little more tactical, I'd say. That's, one thing I like about it. It's sort of a mixture between, a mind game and a physical one. And for the second question, I am a very competitive person. My friends and family can attest that even in more casual games, I'm definitely very pumped up, and I probably care more than I should about some of these games. And so that's carried over into Blaston, where it's suitable because these are competitive games, and it is an appropriate place to showcase my competitive spirit.
So I wanted to ask you a few questions about Loadout. The first thing I wanted to ask was, I saw that you brought Split Hurricane in one of your matches. And I just finished saying that I thought it was a bad choice by Rudy in his match versus you. And then I saw you bring it against Wesso. So why am I wrong? And you know more about Blaston. So what's your thoughts on that attachment and the Hurricane choice for your build?
I did hear you say that, and I do think all around you are right. Hurricane 1 and Hurricane 2, I forget whether Split is 2 or 3, are potentially better choices. But the reason I brought Split Hurricane specifically was because Wesso has been kind of screaming with me doing some preparation for Rudy because he anticipated playing him. And he also expected Rudy to bring Split Hurricane, which he did. And in screaming with him, I noticed that Split Hurricane bothered him quite a bit. And so even though he had gained some experience against it by playing me in these scrims, I still felt like, he's the kind of guy who doesn't like taking any damage. And so having, 45 little 2 damage pellets around his podium are just very bothersome for him. And so I figured that could give me the edge.
Do you think that he was struggling with that because it doesn't have the same sound cue that normal Hurricane bullets do? So it's less easy to work out when it's coming?
Yeah, I mean, having faced it for a full series myself, I feel like there's nobody who's really very good against something like that. You kind of just counter pressure and constantly look up and, hope that you don't back into a full wall of it. There's, never really a comfortable moment in the game when you're playing a weapon like that. And so even if it's not, doing as much damage as another Hurricane attachment might, it's just, how it kind of makes you feel and how it makes you more susceptible to oncoming, pressure.
Okay, and so obviously you are through as the top seed for your group. Again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Is there anyone you're particularly worried about or looking forward to playing from the other group? Who have you got your eyes on?
On the other group, I'm definitely most worried about 24. He's one of only, I think, 3 people in the game to have beaten me in a tournament before. And so I'm definitely glad to have come out as the first seed in my group, because that way, unless somebody in his group happens to beat him, I won't have to play him until finals, potentially. And for someone I'm looking forward to playing, I hope that the second seed would be Cronster, or Cronmaster, depending on which name you're looking at, because he's somebody I've played with a lot. He's sort of been a guy I've trained. I remember a long time ago, this player named Golden Knight made these kind of crew battles where you chose your team to compete against other teams. And I chose him for my team, where I could have just chosen some of the current top players, but instead I picked people who I believed kind of have potential to become better players. And unfortunately, other people in the crew didn't really end up sticking with the game like Cronster did, but he's grown spectacularly as a player, and I'd like to take credit for that, but I think a lot of it doesn't have anything to do with me. But I'm definitely looking forward to playing him.
I think you should take credit for that, because I was also a captain in those crew battles, and I picked Tesseract. So his successes are mine. We've all agreed, right? Yep. No.
I see how this works now. Okay,
yeah.
gotcha.
That one tournament, that's what matters. No. So, is there anything that you would like to talk about in relation to Blaston? Because it's very rare that we have these interviews with players, and I've always kind of said that out of all the players, for like new players or medium experienced players, you're probably the best player, I would say, to take advice from, because you're not like a player who is so good that he can make anything work. You are that good, okay, but you also understand the game in a context for how to explain it best to new players, and why builds are more transferable to like medium to average skill level. So do you have any tips or tricks for new players? We asked this question of Tesseract. He said he didn't really know, just play as much. Do you have anything more?
I think one thing that, I was not too long ago a new player myself, and something that I picked up that I feel was one of the biggest kind of boosts for my overall kind of success against players was just kind of counter pressure. Like there's a lot of just kind of taking turns that I see at the lower levels, where people, I attack you and then I wait for my weapons to come off cooldown and you attack me. And sometimes that's how it has to be, when you use these high cooldown loadouts with Super Majestic or Lance Rapide. My advice doesn't apply for those, because you have no choice but to kind of wait and sometimes just defend. But a simple kind of nade toss or, wildcat towards the opponent makes it, several times easier to dodge. And sometimes people feel like you're wasting the weapon because you're unlikely to hit them with anything, but it's actually potentially more valuable than had you saved it for offense, because, you're preserving your own health. And so, kind of the saying where the best defense is a good offense. You don't necessarily have to do a full-on attack, but just something to keep them from sitting front podium with, all their combo coming in.
Damn, I'm taking notes myself here right now.
As I told you earlier, a lot of my casting is repeating what he's told me in private as my own thoughts. A big fan of that answer. I think counter pressure is one of the most important skills that people can learn. So,
I mean, I just have one last question that I want to ask here. And, speaking of loadouts and stuff, talk to me about that triple nade setup. I mean, it was so fascinating. I mean, is that something that you've practiced a lot? Is it something you feel like is actually viable in higher level tournaments?
Yeah, I think it is. I think in certain matchups, it's, pretty tough. If the opponent just happened to bring a Vandal or something, you'd be pretty, would be a tough game to win. But it wasn't meant to be a troll build or anything like that. I think it's actually a pretty viable one. I have to credit Tesseract for the original idea, as, with many builds. But I changed it slightly. Usually there's an Aegis, but I added in a hammer because it could do the same nade denial, and it could also apply a little bit more pressure offensively. And yeah, it's kind of just a constant trap and distraction where, that counter pressure I was talking about, you can just chuck a nade behind them whenever they're attacking you and, kind of shut them down. And then You have the Majestic nade to kind of hem them into a spot in their podium, and then the other two nades to distract or use as follow-up along with your Raptor E and Viper E. And so I figured it was a solid build for Rudy because he had the split Hurricane, and so against his build, you can't just sit back podium like you do with a lot of other builds, because you'll just kind of get chipped down. And so that build allowed me to push forward with the distraction and trapping ability of the nades, and then to probably the two best follow-up weapons in the game, in my opinion. And so that's kind of my thought process for choosing that one.
Nice. All right. Well, congratulations again. You are moving on, and as the first seed, at least for one of the first seeds for tomorrow. So you get to rest up and prepare for that, and just hang out here and watch everybody else play. But congratulations again.
Thank you guys for casting.
Well, thank you for playing. It's always a joy to watch you play. Okay, so I think that's unfortunately. This is I say. Unfortunately, I'm excited to watch the next matches, but this is where me and James say goodbye. I believe.
I think we play one more match. Here, right? Because oh no, it is. You're right. It is time to say goodbye. Okay, you're right. Sorry, my bad. All right.
Well, thank you very much for casting with me, James. First time casting, but I've really enjoyed casting with you. It's been great fun, and I'm really excited to see what Ultra David and Dr. Oolong have for us next.
Yeah, but again, thank you for having me here. Hope I definitely did the game justice here, and so I'm having a good time here. So can't wait to do some more casting tomorrow as well.
Okay, well, until then, I think we're going to cut out for a brief break, and thanks for watching, everyone. See you soon.
JJ Josie 19, playing in the NA region, and I'm from the Bay Area, specifically San Carlos, California. Since I had a lot of playtime at around the start of my experience with the game, I was like, well, might as well join a tournament hosted by Oolong and Cronster called. I didn't win that one, but I ended up making it to the finals and coming in second. And so it was, in my opinion, a successful start to my competitive career, I guess. The fact that this tournament has more stakes than many other tournaments combined means that something that I'm taking very seriously. I'd say I'm more of an offensive player than other players around the top, like someone like 24, I would say, who consider more defensive. Being able to dodge a lot of bullets without moving much, just by always knowing when to apply counter pressure, where to move when, just knowing when to do what is an important skill, and I think it's my best one. What I really enjoy during matches is kind of the moment where you catch somebody where they get overwhelmed or they get caught out, a moment where you pretty much know the match is over as long as you don't make a major blunder afterwards. I think I might soon create either a Twitch or YouTube or something. Can't shout that out yet because I have yet to make it, but I'll make sure to update the community on that when it does happen. I'm guessing my parents and possibly my grandparents will be watching the stream, so shout out to them.
Hello and welcome to the coin toss. Here, the Blaston finalists select one out of two options. What will they pick? Let's have a look.
Quicksilver. You can do so much more fun things than, hide behind a bunker. Oh, wireless all the way. No way. Evening. I'm not even sure how I'm awake at this point. Shoot. Funny enough, I've been mixing up these shields since I started Blaston, I think ages. Blue player. Quick draw. Quick draw. Nothing else.
Hey everybody, I'm Baby Spine. I am a finalist for the Blaston Championship. I am from the North America region, from Florida, and I'm just happy to be here and compete. I got into VR like four 5 years ago. I was playing a lot of Beat Saber and stuff. But later, I heard about Blaston. I even seen, Woody, another finalist that made it here. He had shared some videos on Reddit. I was like, as soon as I get this quest 2, I'm going to jump into this game, which was about early season 2. Using it for exercise, daily cardio, kind of like an at-home gym. I don't really know. I didn't expect to qualify at all after the LCQs and not placing high enough in phase 1. The problem was I had so much stuff going on that month with like Hurricane Irma coming to Florida, just a shock and surprise. And either way, I just consider it like absolutely an opportunity for me to get back in there and try much harder than I was able to, I don't know. I'd consider myself a well-rounded player. Game mechanics, just like knowing the game and planning out strategies and builds and ways to counter people is one of my strengths, is like, trying to figure out a way to beat that specific build that they might be using, Just great players, and I'm just going to be here to compete and put on a show and have a good time. I'm super happy that you guys are hosting such an event. It's great. It's great to see it, and I'm just happy to, play in it. Look forward to some more Blaston videos.
Hello and welcome to the coin toss. Here, the Blaston finalists select 1 out of 2 options. What will they pick? Let's have a look.
Bunker, I think that would be A. Oh, wireless for sure. I can't deal with wired. Evening, no doubt about it. Evening. Shoot, I'm gonna have to go shoot. Vortex. I guess blue. I'm gonna have to go with quick draw because I'm a cowboy. So.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you all for joining us today. I'm Dr. Oolong, the Mad Dr. Spark, joined yet again by Ultra David. Ultra David, how's it going?
It's going really well. I've been really enjoying all the matches so far today. We saw a bunch out of the EU, and now we are watching North America. We just got done watching group number 1, Group A in North America, and now we're going to be headed over to the other group. We got 2 of these groups. We got to get
our NA groups are just so big, and that first set of matches were excellent. We got to see a lot of great gameplay, a lot of weapons we actually didn't see in our first round of matches, and also some pretty nice dance moves, all things considered. We do have, as you said, our second half of our NA matchups today. I think we have our first match right here on standby, which is going to be 24 and Baby Spine. And then we'll be getting into our second matchup, Tim and Cronster. Tim actually not quite in North America. Actually, not quite. He's our only Aussie. If I'm getting my locations correct. And just like before, just like the set that you either just saw or saw this morning, we're going to be running through and getting to our top 2 to 3 today. So we got them on standby. And yeah, I don't know if you did manage to catch those last matches, David, but what did you think? I did see a lot of weapons there that we didn't quite see in our EU bracket this morning.
Yeah, it's been cool to see all the variations, right? That's something that we've been remarking upon all day, not just in this tournament, but in previous tournaments too. Really nice to see the different takes on things, whether you bring out big damage, whether you bring out overtime sort of stuff, or are you trying to do space control more, or are you trying to do big damage without necessarily controlling the opponent? There's a lot of different takes on that. I think that's been really cool to watch. I think for me, the one that I enjoyed watching the most, even though it was with fastest, was actually, I think, Josie taking it in the first one that he had versus Rudy. It's 3-0, but like just the way that Josie played, it was remarkable. Like it was just amazing to watch.
Always,
such like a tour de force.
He's always a great guy to watch for sure.
Okay,
and we are going to be getting right into our next match, 24 and Baby Spine right here, spending no time. We're wasting no time.
We're in.
Again, just going to go ahead and give another shout out to the Resolution team. I love this arena too. This is my preferred arena. This is 24's arena. I know this because I have played him several times and I always play on this one. Just absolutely beautiful. So glad that they made this into an arena. But on 24's side, we are seeing the Curve Luma, something we haven't actually seen too much today. Think of that as a Luma Ellipse, except very, very, very hard to fire. Outside of that, we've got the Drunken Raptor Ellipse, and then on Baby Spine's side, a lot of the same what we've seen today. We see the Slow Fall Hurricane, we see the Charge Hammer, we see that Fast Hammer Ellipse, which has seen a lot of gameplay today. Oof, all right, and Baby Spine taking a big chunk of damage there. That Curve Luma already paying off with 24.
Blaz, we're here in game number 1. Can you talk to me a little bit about what you expect going into this? There's a lot of hype around 24 as being one of the best in NA. Do you think that that's going to happen here?
Yeah, I think so. I think so, if I'm being quite honest with you. 24 had a little bit of a road. It was only during the VRML season that he managed to take Josie's top spot. And it caused, I would say, a little bit of upset in the community overall. He's definitely coming back with a vengeance. They've kind of taken that title back and forth as far as best Blaston player in the world. So it'll be definitely interesting, especially because he's really been utilizing a lot of the tools afforded to him in these last few updates.
Cool to watch Baby Spine as well. I watched a ton of his content and learning stuff for this game, so I'm very excited to see him in this situation as well.
Yeah, shout out to Baby Spine's channel. Baby Spine has if you're getting into Blaston right now, he has a lot of really great videos introducing different weapon concepts. And boom, right there, Curve Luma is going to go ahead and take out Baby Spine. Give 24 round 1.
Yeah, pretty solid victory right there by 24 to start things out. So taking a look at his viewpoint, it's him curving things around Baby Spine, trying to duck under and set things up on his own side. Taking a look at his view here.
Yeah, these first-person views just show you how hectic it is.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
Actually playing these matches. I know they talked about it a lot during the last stream too, but just the level of fitness.
Yeah.
Well, okay, that managed to hit. I think I missed how that exactly hit, but definitely landed with the Luma there, and you can see 24 drop blocking most of that clip, not even managing to stand out of the way of it, and managing to land another Luma shot in the return fire. He's just playing slow and steady.
It's a Hurricane coming towards him now, but he dodges it well. He gets underneath and does some significant damage. Oh, a lot of damage suddenly on Baby Spine.
Yeah, that Raptor Ellipse. So he's running the Luma Ellipse and the Viper Ellipse too for the double curved damage. Bring in the fast Hammer Ellipse, and he's got a pretty quick build on his side.
Yeah, I mean, this dude's got Raptor Ellipse, Hammer Ellipse, Viper Ellipse, and the Luma with the attachment that makes it Ellipse. So he's out here trying to curve stuff.
He's out here trying to curve his opponent. Yep, and managing to get out of that first match with only, I'd maybe say, 2 damage to his name. So, all right, and we are going to go into a weapon swap. Pretty strong start for 24 here.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't need to change very much if he doesn't want to. I mean, of course, the rule is that you can, but the way that he played that was fantastic. He was able to dodge, he was able to find hits, and sometimes it comes down to something like that, right? If you can avoid getting hit, and if you can get the hits, then you get the W, and that's exactly what he did right there. So it's up to Baby Spine, really, to make the adaptation at this point.
Yeah, and you can see here the sort of change in mindset. We saw a lot this morning, a lot of builds that were focused on doing small amounts poke damage over time. Now we're seeing the big damage come out in the form of the Viper Ellipse and the Luma Ellipse on 24 side. And I mean, that slow fall hurricane, we saw a lot of fast fall hurricanes in the previous bracket, but that slow fall hurricane is also a preferred option for a lot of players. Being able to put down that layer of bullets and just have them slowly sink into your opponent's play area. Sure, that can really force the opponent to move into different locations where they may not want to be. It can force them to move forward, for example, into an uncomfortable position, or wherever you can force them to. That said, that just didn't really happen, right? That may be the goal. That may be what you want to do. Like, that's why you're picking the weapon. But that wasn't what Baby Spine was able to force 24 into. So having seen that, maybe if you're Baby Spine, you take a different tack. My understanding is that historically he's been somebody who has a more defensive playstyle. Can you talk to that? Yeah, as far as a defensive playstyle for the slow fall? For Baby Spine, he's somebody who I've heard has made things like the bunker barrier work out in the past. Okay, I got what you're saying now. I was like, wait a minute. Because Baby Spine, I mean, he does get out there a lot of the time. But yeah, no, definitely more of a slow player. You know, really that was a meta that existed prior to these previous round of updates. You know, where a lot of the tournaments, you know, given I love to see them still, but a lot of the tournaments would have, you know, double, triple shields, where you'd run the Cortex, the Aegis, and the Bunker, and your main source of damage would actually be your main source of damage would actually be your shield tosses themselves.
Oh, wow.
It used to be, I think it still is actually, that the Bunker would do 8 damage on toss rather than the 3 damage that most shields do use.
It does 6.
And so it's 6. Okay, there you go. And you know, you just sit back and you throw your shields at your opponent, and then you just kind of sit there for 2 minutes.
Interesting.
He actually was very good in that meta. I mean, still making that bunker barrier work from time to time. I'd be very surprised if I saw him bring it now. Okay. But let's go ahead. We're going to look at his build through that lens, and actually seeing something that I'm not used to seeing on his build right now. He has the extra collision hammer. So this is actually trading damage for. He's trading damage for even more collision, and actually, I got to look at the. Rat 2 running double lasers. This is something that we've kind of seen recently. I actually thought that he was running the Lance name too, the splitting Lance name, but I guess not. He's going to go ahead and set up a whole field of lasers and then go in with the Luma to try and trap 24, trying to force him out of that position. Ooh! And he's going to get caught right on the end. 24 is going to go ahead and take round 1 here.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost a completely different build for Baby Spine here. He still has the Aegis Shield, which he had before, and he still has the hammer as well, but other than that, totally different.
And coming out from 24, we're seeing a bit of a callback from a similar build we saw earlier today, but even further into it. 5 nades on that build, and 24 seems to be pretty content to juggle all of them, or as many of them as he possibly can. We just saw a 4-nade juggle there.
That's awesome.
Yep, we might. Ooh, okay, only 3 nades this time around. Only 3 nades this time around. Ooh, and taking his attention off of the front of his play area and managing to land both of those Lumas. As long as he can watch out for when these lasers are going off. Oh my god, we saw a combo. Ooh, that very nice follow-through from Baby Spine.
So that was a lot of damage right there, but partly seemingly a self-error, unforced error necessarily. So, okay, we're juggling, we're making things happen.
We're juggling again!
And then the Luma's there.
Even more juggling.
The Luma's there to put on this big damage afterward. He does find it. He finds the hit with the Luma itself, the bow tossed at the opponent.
Oh!
Hey, here we go.
Take it back with the Luma himself, and he's gonna go ahead and take round 2.
3, 2, 1, blast on.
Yeah, very interesting.
What a total change.
You know, it's almost 24 might be getting just a little bit greedy here, a little bit overconfident, but it's what we love to see either way.
Baby Spine moving around, waiting for stuff to come back for him.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, 24's build has a deceptively long cooldown if you think about it.
Yeah, that lands
for
9 seconds.
Is because with his nades, you know, compared to a weapon where you might be able to use it for a couple seconds, even the lasers stay active for a couple seconds while they recharge. Those nades don't start respawning back in until they go off. So that sort of plays into the extended cooldown that he has. Most of those nades are also between 4 and 5 seconds. The only exception there is going to be that Majestic nade, which is the beam cage that you see. That's going to clock in at
right.
Doesn't seem, again, it seems like what he's really trying to
do. Here we go.
Really just trying to distract Baby Spine so we can go in with the Luma.
Yeah, I think that's the goal as well. But right now, doesn't have the Luma up. He did toss out a couple of bombs after the single-handed juggles.
Yeah.
Okay, that's going to add up big time there for Baby Spine.
Here we go. We might see Baby Spine take a game, too. Here comes a Luma. Let's see it.
Got to find the big hits. He finds one. He finds a chunk of something else as well. 30 on the clock.
I can't express how hard it is to use the...
Whoa! He exploded!
Yeah, that does tend to happen. That does tend to happen. Now, I actually had mentioned it in the EU bracket earlier, that if a full hammer nade goes out on you, specifically the extra spread hammer nade, it will one-shot you. And that's what you saw right there, is that it one-shotted Baby Spine.
Wow, okay. Well, there you go. Those are two games that, obviously, neither one worked out for Baby Spine. They both brought very different builds into the second game than they had in game number 1. And in either case, it didn't work out for Baby Spine. So he's got to go somewhere else, I guess. Do you have any idea where he would go at this point?
Well, I think that he did well in that match, first off. You know, I think that the double lasers and then following it up with a high damage weapon like a Luma, beautiful. Love that. Love that. I think it really, at the end of the day, I hate to say it, but he needs to be dodging. And you know what? I will say that 24, using that curve Luma, he is making it look so incredibly easy. So I'm instead going to go a little bit into the mechanics of how that works, because every other ellipse weapon goes off the curve of the weapon. So if I flick my wrist like this, it's going to cause my bullet to curve down. With that Luma, it's how you pull the drawstring back. So he has to pull the drawstring back in a curve in order to fire off a curve in the opposite direction. So it's also not intuitive like the normal Viper ellipse is. So the fact that he is I think this is less about what Baby Spine can do to stop this. And really, at the end of the day, it has to just be dodge. But the fact that 24 has such precision with this Luma ellipse, I mean, there's a reason you don't see other top-level players running. They're just running base Luma, because it's just not worth it to risk possibly missing your opponent by trying to add in that additional curve. As far as things he could do to stop it, I think that definitely running some stuff with more collision. You know, even something like just a Raptor, we've seen that being used defensively a lot today. Yeah. Unfortunately, lasers do not count as weapons with high collision, that's for sure. Or, you know, possibly just switching to a bit of a beefier shield. You know, in his coin toss video earlier, he did pick the Aegis shield. I saw that. But, you know, maybe this is one of the situations where he needs to be playing around a little bit with that Cortex shield, especially considering that 24 has been bringing that the fast hammer ellipse, and that could definitely suck up a lot of those bullets.
It's very interesting that that 24 had that switch to the full nade build and the Luma, like rather than the Viper ellipse, which he also had in the previous game. He wanted to specifically keep that Luma. I think that really goes to show is what you were talking about, that he has mastered the movement with that weapon in a way that other people really haven't.
Yeah, which all things considered, horrifying, terrifying that he's going to be bringing that into this bracket. There's a couple players who have really drilled in hard on that curve Luma, just to call out Shermie, and then hopefully we see it later on, but Cronster also, although he usually runs the double Vipers at this point. But, you know, I can definitely tell that, that's his focus heading into this bracket, and I think that's really what he's saying here, is that, hey, I'm not wasting my time with other high damage dealing weapons. I'm going to go with the Luma, and that's going to be my damage-dealing weapon. And my goal in all of these matches is to hit my opponent 5 times. 5 times will kill someone.
Right, yeah. I mean,
we are getting into it.
Okay, cool. Well, we'll see what the switches are going to be. They both, again, had big changes last time. Will there be big ones again?
I think the big difference here is Baby Spine obviously dropping the double lasers and bringing the curve Luma himself, and then the Viper ellipse as well.
Got rid of his regular Raptor as well.
And 24, as far as his strategy here, of course it's hit with the Luma, but really every other weapon that he has in this combo is just a distraction. It's just a way to get Baby Spine to take his eyes off the ball, and so he can sneak even more curved Luma shots through.
Well, we'll see if Baby Spine's change here can make some of the difference. Raptor Lips for him comes out, trying to find some hits. He does!
And 24 is just making it look ridiculously easy. In case you haven't caught it, while he's dodging, he's also drop blocking using those nades. Ooh, doesn't manage to drop block that's for sure. And he's doing it so seamlessly that it's kind of hard to tell that he's doing anything at all.
Oh, man.
He makes it look so natural, like the bullets just aren't going to hit him.
His movement is pretty incredible. Look at how fast he's moving around here. He was able to react, seemingly, to the Viper Ellipse movement, too.
Oh!
Dang, nailed him!
Yeah, I always make the joke that 24 plays on one of those little rolling plat you used to have in elementary school.
Okay, yeah.
You know, the ones that always crush your fingers up against the wall, and that's what he uses to just slide across the floor in such a seamless manner.
Yeah, 13 on the clock here, and Baby Spine's gonna need to find something big right away. No dice. His 24 finds a hit instead. He's at match point.
Very good. Oh, Captain also says that he's one of this players. He calls me a traitor. Which,
oh, well, there you go.
Fight.
Hey, look, both these guys have Curve Luma right now.
He wasn't playing Curve Luma last night. Oh, no, that Nova making contact!
It's a bad start for Baby Spine and what could be the last round for him.
Yeah.
God, look at that. You can just see the movement.
He's got some... He should really be running that Curve Luma as well, I think. That's some great accuracy for Baby Spine. Again, I think this is less a testament to what Baby Spine needs to be doing better and more a testament to just how easy 24 makes this look. It's all coming together for him. The movement, the strategy.
Yeah, really forcing Baby Spine to pay attention to those nades when they are ready to go. You can see how Baby Spine was forced to react there, and as a result, not take offense when maybe he could have otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of hard to even focus on just one nade here.
Yeah, sure.
By the way, if you're a new player, I would highly recommend running this sort of loadout. Just literally swap out that Luma with, you know, if you don't want to run the Curve Luma, you could run the base Luma, or you could run the Viper Ellipse. There we go. Baby Spine going the Viper Ellipse there, and following it up with a Luma
Couple
shot.
Lumas,
Excellent.
yes.
Excellent. Managed to get him back in this. But it's a lot of fun, and it's also sort of it's a lesson in how to really cycle through your loadouts effectively. Because usually when you're running an all nade loadout, when you aren't 24, you're trying to use about 2 nades at once, or you're going ahead and juggling them like that and using 3 nades. But, you know, again, the more nades you use at once, the longer your overall cooldown for everything else in your kit. So it makes it kind of difficult to use everything at once consistently.
Last chance for Baby Spine here. He's got the Luma in hand. If he can find a hit, couple hits is what he needs. He's not going to find any of them. It's going to be 24, taking it 3 games to 0.
Good games. Great games from Baby Spine right there. Again, I think that he definitely should be cycling in that Curve Luma a little bit more, because that was a bit scary, and he definitely has the skills to be able to juggle it, much like 24 juggling those nades.
Well, there you go. I think a big differentiator, seemingly, from what I saw there was how well 24 moved around. It was his dodging. He just was able to, on reaction, in prediction sometimes, but sometimes on reaction, just move out of the way suddenly, right? Even if it was something fast coming at him, even if it was a Viper shot, for example. We saw him just straight up dodge out of the way on reaction a couple of times. So being able to move around in that way while also keeping his brain focused on getting things set up on his side and then ready to counterattack right away. Very effective stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, and just, you know, being able to do it so low to the ground, too. Essentially just hovers above the ground and scoots back and forth. So, it's really, really impressive. Oh, there we go. I'm back.
Hey!
Got glitched out for a second there, it seems. But we are heading into our next matchup here in just a second. We're going to be having Cronster versus Tim. Overall, what I can say about this matchup, I do expect Cronster to be bringing, and I actually am sneaking a peek at the weapon slots here. We are going to see that double Viper and the variant I was talking about earlier with the Bounce Viper.
Oh, okay.
So super excited again. It seems like most of the NA meta has been focused not on doing small bits of damage over time, instead, rather just really hitting hard and hitting fast against your opponent. I am like 90% sure that's Captain Fabulous. That has to be. That has to be.
What, on the right?
with just a poorly photoshopped Quest 2 on top of it. All right, and we are jumping into this match. As I talked about before, Cronster coming in with Bounce Viper and the Viper Ellipse. Tim going ahead and bringing the Viper Ellipse as well, but actually going with the, I think that's the extra damage Lance Nade. Slowfall Hurricane, which you're seeing on full display right here, right now. And then the Raptor Ellipse and the Fast Hammer Ellipse, all stuff we've seen for that. And actually, that extra damage Lance Nade actually went ahead and already did a lot of damage to Cronster here, chunking a quarter of his health. All right. So as I talked about before, that straight Viper, that's going to be the one that doesn't curve, has the bounce attachment on it. So the collision that it deals has been significantly reduced, which is the trade-off. However, you can see that those are getting bounced off the back of the podium. The other thing is it's actually done, it'll actually do 5 less damage than the normal Viper. So a bit of a trade-off here, but I mean, for a second chance to possibly hit your opponent,
sure,
that's a pretty good trade.
No, that totally makes sense, yeah. Okay. Some big stuff lands against him. He's way down now. Try to send out the nade. Not quite there. Ooh. Okay, movement's good. On Tim's side. Yeah, as he just watches it pass. And he watches it pass on the other side, too. Oh, man. The bounce Viper right there. But doesn't work out for him. Yeah, you can definitely see the utility of having that bounce. Yes, Tim watched it and he didn't get hit by it, but he was watching it and not the rest of what was going on, and Cronster found a hit right after that.
Yeah, and especially when you pair it with the Viper Ellipse. You know, the ability to distract your opponent, take their eyes off the front of the podium, and then follow it up with something that does even more damage?
Whoa!
Yeah. You're definitely seeing that right now pay off for Cronster. Whoa, but he stands in the beam and he gets zapped! Tim takes another hit! He's a weapon throwaway! Oh, and Cronster doesn't even want to take the risk anymore. He tries to toss out some weapons!
Yeah, he's trying to kill by weapon.
Get the win. But the Viper, or the Hammer Ellipse is going to take it. Okay. Cronster's going to go ahead and take game 1. Good game. Whew. Okay.
Huh.
Okay, and we're going directly into another weapon swap here. That was a fantastic matchup there. Again, just kind of showing what double Vipers can do. And I mean, although he's going primarily on getting that bounce, at the very start of that round, he hit with just the straight Viper shot, you know, just plain old, without even having to do that.
If you could just find a hit, that would be better, right? The utility of it as something that distracts the opponent or that forces them into different spots on the podium, that's great. But, you know, if you could just find the hit, maybe even better. So he's happy to see that. As far as...
You know...
Go for it.
Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's all you.
Oh, okay. I was going to say the other thing, too, that you don't usually see, but the other advantage you get with bounce weapons is there's a whole bunch of creativity that goes into how exactly to send off your shots. You know, we've mostly seen it against just that back wall because it's overall the most effective way of doing it. But if he finds that that's not working for him, he can bounce it off the side of the podium. He can bounce it off of the ceiling as well. And another thing that I've seen Cronster do, and I hope he pulls it out, actually bouncing it on the bottom of his opponent's podium to catch some people who are dodging close to the ground.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Sure. That's been a go-to spot for a lot of these guys when they're trying to evade a bunch of other projectiles and pellets. Obviously, if you can take up space down there while they're down there, that's great as well.
Yeah, and some people who may be expecting you to go ahead and fire it off the bounce wall, catching them all of a sudden and forcing them to stand up really quickly. I mean, we talked about it before. It might not always get your opponent, but you do that enough times and your opponent's going to get very tired. And that might be sometimes even better than dealing damage.
That's right. Yeah, after all, this is a first of 3 series. It's best of 5. It does take some time. You know, we've seen in some of these matches so far today that some of them have gone to timeout almost every round, and that means you're playing a lot of Blaston. You are moving for a long period of time.
Yeah, I would love to see the metrics on some of these games as far as squats per minute.
Right? Yeah.
Especially with dodging to the ground. Actually, a shout out to which is a fitness tracking application that you can get on PC VR. It actually does that. It can track your heart rate and it can track the amount of squats that you've done. My personal record in a 30-minute gaming session in Blaston has been 150 squats. Ooh! Tim going ahead and taking a Viper lip shot, but also landing his own against Cronster.
Yeah, he switched out the Hurricane for the Wildcat, the Aegis Shield for the Hammer Nade. Some changes here from Tim.
Tim actually rolling with the slow hammer, which we haven't seen a ton of today. Unfortunately, you're not going to see a ton of it in that match because Cronster is going to go ahead and take round 1.
Yeah, Cronster is still looking good. It's the same build for him.
I think the only change he may have made was, again, that fast/drunken Raptor Ellipse. Definitely a favorite amongst some of the players I've talked to, but I don't know. It doesn't feel like a straight upgrade like a lot of people talk about it. Seems like a side grade to me.
Speaking of side, the Hammer Ellipse coming at Tim. He's in trouble there.
Oh, nice
from the sky. Okay, chipping it down a little bit. Yeah, a little bit here too. Okay, yeah, that's good. If Tim can get that kind of stuff consistently more often, that would be great.
Yep. It's what we like to see. You got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
Again, you know, as far as it goes, if he can manage to consistently get those chips off, I mean, that's his win condition in this match.
Right.
Cronster's win condition is to hit 4 times.
Yeah, right.
With his Vipers. But Tim, on the other hand, just needs to kind of run out that clock and do consistent chip damage, and he could snag this win. Oh, there we go. Cronster being brought down to the red.
Yeah. As he moves way forward there, trying to find up-close shots with the Viper. Now backs off now.
Those are such strong curves with that Viper Ellipse, too. It's almost coming vertical from the side of the arena.
Cronster down in life, but more than enough time to find just a couple of hits that he needs. If it's one Viper, he's got the lead.
Ooh, and now Tim being brought down to the red as well.
Yes. Tim trying to duck, as you can see. Oh yeah, the red bullet's just barely flying by him. So maybe enough time to set things up again. Yeah, here's Tim. Got the Viper.
Oh!
Cronster finds the big shot to take the game.
I apologize for not talking during those last, let's just go ahead and say 20 seconds. I personally was on the edge of my seat trying to figure out who exactly was going to take that. And yeah, you can see here that, you know, Tim doing all of that chip damage, getting him all the way down, and then Cronster just with a couple solid shots managing to take it back, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on who you bet on.
Well, there you go. Exactly. Yeah. But it is going to be Cronster going up 2-0 now. You know, for Tim, it's not like he doesn't have the ability to do damage fast. He has a Viper Ellipse of his own. It's just, it hasn't... That's not the point of the build, necessarily. And Cronster's done a great job at evading those. I don't know if he's been hit by more than... I can't recall having seen one hit yet, to be honest, on Cronster.
And the big name of the game when it comes to playing against Vipers is drop blocking. Viper shots, although they do a massive amount of damage, do not do a lot of collision. Again, that's going to be damage against other projectiles and weapons. So, you know, the ability for Tim to possibly go through and drop block, it's a double-edged sword. Because if he does drop block, well, hey, that's like a free shield, and especially with the bounce being taken into account. It also is another projectile that isn't bouncing off the back of his podium that he has to worry about. On the other hand, if he mistimes it and it hits his hand, that's still going to be a full 30 damage regardless of where it hits him.
Sure. Well, it's, I guess, the case again that Tim is going to try to change something out, see if he can find another build here that would work more effectively against Cronster. Each of the couple ways he's changed so far have not been it yet.
No, this is just the discount. Ooh.
Are you looking to get the preview?
I got a sneak preview of the match, and I thought they had started, but they are definitely not right now.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I've done that several times in my professional casting career. It's hard to get out of the habits that you get when you're just naturally watching these matches for as long as I have. But yeah, as far as it does look like Tim's made a bit of a significant difference.
Oh yeah,
actually in his build.
What do we got?
Going for something that's much, much lower on the cooldowns. And also packing a little bit more punch with that fast fall hurricane.
That frostbite very fast and coming back only 2 seconds on cooldown.
Tied for the shortest cooldown in the game, tied with the Raptor. And then that fast fall hurricane is not to be trifled with. It does 14 damage per hit, and it's as the name would describe, very quick. So you know, unlike the normal hurricane, it can be pretty much a ready whenever you need it to hit your opponent. In that sense, sometimes that can be a negative, but in my mind, in Blaston, that actually ends up being a positive. Ooh! And going ahead and hitting Viper Ellipse as the nade was heading again, forcing him to split his attention and taking advantage of that vulnerability.
Cronster continuing to look excellent here. Setting things up a little bit with his Wildcat. Okay, some damage by Tim. Does it look like some of those hurricane shots fell down? Here comes Viper. And it hit immediately as soon as he picked it up. Cronster.
There we go. There we go,
from the Luma. That's what he needs. That's the kind of stuff we need here from him.
It's 20 damage is just as significant. There's very little difference in my mind between 20 and 25 damage.
Okay, good luck, Tim. You see what's coming at him? A couple of reds. Neither one lands, though.
Manages to get through it. Yeah, this is actually the first person who actually does pay off. So you all get to see exactly what it looks like to have to dodge Cronster's double Vipers. Oh, there we go!
Big shots! Big shots!
Huge plays from Tim here. Oh, he's got the Luma. Oh, he's got
okay, Tim! The Luma behind him here. He's got it now. C1 move right away. The Luma itself actually hits against Cronster. And now Tim, if he finds almost any hit, he's going to take it.
Yep.
He's got the nade behind him. Hasn't picked it up yet. The Luma's here too.
Oh, there he does! He doesn't manage to seal it with the Luma! And Tim's gonna go ahead and take round 2.
As Cronster IRL falling to the ground. But right back up.
He's staying alive! Oh no! No, Tim, why? Gets hit right in the hand.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Big stuff.
Hit the shoulder!
Yes.
Manages to fire back just as hard. Again, that Luma's fire rate. You know, it can't out-damage dual Viper directly, but, you know, it can definitely out-damage one of the pieces of the puzzle.
Hurricane shots coming in there for Tim. He'd love to have something backing it up. Oh, man! Cronster nails Tim, and just like that, it will be 3-0. Cronster moves on.
Yep, 33 seconds in the third game of the set. Well played to Cronster there. And just kind of showing how terrifying that double Viper combination can be. I mean, not even really hitting a lot of those bounces, not even needing to hit a lot of those bounces. Just enough. It's just enough to go ahead and distract your opponent away. And, you know, I said that 20 versus 25 damage doesn't really matter. I'm going to go ahead and rescind that previous statement. Something I'm sure familiar with in fighting games, concept of breakpoints. So, you know, something that does 20 damage a hit would take 5 hits to kill you. Something that does 25 damage a hit would only take 4 hits to kill you. And then 3 Viper Ellipse shots plus one of the Raptor Ellipse shots will also take you out. So, you know, even those small differences in health can play very much into Cronster's favor. But that was very well played by Tim. Again, we're seeing a lot of the Luma today, and that fire rate on the Luma can be very, very, very scary.
Hey, you can see that really coming into play in a lot of these matches. Not just there. But boy, we had a couple of big W's right there for both 24 and then for Cronsters. You know, some of these have been very close. We've seen some 3-1s back in the EU portion of things to start things off. We had a very close 3-2, but here in NA on Group B side, start things off here, we have 3-0 by 24 and then 3-0 by Cronster, really separating themselves seemingly.
Yep, I believe our next match is going to be 24 and Cronster. So we're going to really get to see who exactly takes the win here. Double Vipers or a single curved Luma. I think that, at the end of the day, I would give 24 the advantage, but especially if he's overly relying on that curved Luma. Again, Cronster can out-damage that. Even if it's only, in bits and pieces, he can still out-damage it over the course of an entire match. So 24 is definitely going to have to be careful. Might not be able to get as comfortable in this matchup that as he did in his matchup against Baby Spine.
Yeah, of course, in that matchup versus Baby Spine where we saw that full nade build, with the exception of the Luma, to deal the straight at you or really curved at you direction damage that he ended up really using so well. Yeah, is that something that you would expect coming into this, or you feel like he's going to go elsewhere?
I would kind of expect it, actually, just a little bit. I don't think he can get that cocky against Cronster, but I think he will get that cocky.
Okay, got it.
Cronster. Yeah. Again, it really here in my mind, how this matchup is going to go is which comes out on top, the double Viper or the curve Luma. I think there's points for both. I think the main thing that makes the curve Luma a downgrade versus something like the Viper Ellipse is just the ease of use. Again, Viper Ellipse, and you could see it there during that match. Cronster was almost making those curves vertical. And he was doing it at a split-second notice. 24 having to take both his hands and use those to pull back the Luma, not being able to use that spare hand for a shield, although we have seen some players juggle around a little bit with the Luma for sure. So that's not always true. But, being able to use that lower cooldown weapon more consistently versus the higher cooldown combo of the Viper Lips and the bounce, maybe not bounce, maybe regular Viper, I feel like that's really where this is going to come in. And then, of course, both these players, as we saw during these two matches, very good at dodging, very good at dodging on reaction, really just sliding across their floors like they were on skates, really showing their stuff in this set overall.
Definitely an interesting question about Luma versus double Viper. Obviously, both of those will take both of your hands. But as you said, the Luma faster to come back. It's just a 4-second cooldown. The rate of fire is very fast if you can pull it back and shoot really quickly. Whereas for Vipers, we're talking about 5- and 6-second cooldowns. And they do have longer recoveries before you can then shoot the next bullet. If you manage to land both of those at the same time, obviously you're doing more damage, but the Luma is something you have access to more frequently than having both Vipers simultaneously. So illustration of how in this game you have to really be thinking about how to prioritize what kind of damage you want to do and when you get to do it, and what else you have going on to set things up and to back things up.
Yeah, absolutely, and that really is the key, right? Do you spread your effectiveness over 2 weapons in your kit, where that takes up a third of the total weapons is just things where their only utility is doing damage? Or do you switch to a curve Luma, which theoretically could be the best of both worlds? Shorter cooldown, similar amount of damage, and better utility with its rate of fire, and then possibly go with some other items on your build as well. So, again, this sort of and this is the closest thing that Blaston has to a glass cannon build.
Okay.
Is the double Viper, right? There's a couple other things that I'm sure that we won't see. The Super Majestic we haven't seen at all yet, but if someone wanted to bring that weapon tomorrow, wink, that'd also be a great, glass cannon build. But yeah, for the time being, I think we're going to get here into this match, and I think these two are just flexing their play areas right now. They had just walked all the way over to each other's podiums for a split second before jumping into this match. But we are going to get into match 1 between 24 and Cronster. Cronster bringing a very similar build to what we saw last time. I think his only change is... actually, no. I think it's exactly the same in his match against Tim. Meanwhile, 24 reverting back... it's not quite, honestly. It's not even quite the build he used used against Baby Spine. I feel like this is closer to his quote-unquote main build that he's using here, which just shows how seriously he's taking this matchup against Cronster.
I think this is the same build. It's just a little bit reordered in terms of like where things are.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. Ooh, okay.
24 is trying to set up a clamp there. Okay, finding some hits. A little chip against the life bar of Cronster. Ooh, lovely evasion right there by Cronster. You can see he really dipped way down. Kept his head inside the ring as well. Beautiful stuff.
Alright, then knee going off. Yeah, and both of these two are just showing off how proficient they are at dodging. Very similar amounts of health right now, even. And you know, the other thing too, Cronster's doing a great job of keeping up the pressure even when 24 is firing at him. Arguably the most important time to be keeping up the pressure is when your opponent's trying to set up a big combo. Sure. So being able to get that consistently off is going to be huge for him in this matchup, because honestly, that might be the only time where 24 is vulnerable. Ooh, 24 going ahead and landing one of those Luma shots.
Under 20 on the clock now. It's a significant life leader for 24. Cronster has two big guns in his hand, but he's not going to be the one who finds the big hit. It's 24.
Yep, absolutely. And again, at this level, those Viper blitz shots are almost coming vertical from the side of the play area. So, crazy stuff when you get up to this high level of blast on here. Getting peppered a little bit by the hammer ellipse.
Cronster actually moved into a bullet, got hit himself there. Luma to the side of 24.
Like I said in the match with Tim, you know, now that Cronster's realizing that his shots aren't always going through consistently, he's starting to get a little bit creative. He's starting to bounce it off the sidewalls. He's starting to see where else he can get through here. Ooh, very nice drop block from 24 there. Even bouncing it off the ceiling, we're seeing him do there too.
You know, that weapon hit right there was actually the first damage that Cronster dealt in this round. Oh, as he is in huge trouble.
Yep.
Oh, the movement by 24! Just circular movement right there. Way down, right to the side. Lovely stuff. Look at this! Finally does find a hit right there. Oh, it did Cronster.
Yep, off the Raptor ellipse shot.
Yeah, the Raptor was what did it for him. Woo! You could see that Luma curve almost hit Cronster. What evasion by him.
Yeah, that was ridiculously close. And again, 24 is doing both these things at the same time.
Yeah,
he is doing an insane amount of dodging and
he's so
also
close.
Managing to curve that Luma. Cronster did end up hitting a bounce Viper here, but in the last 25 seconds, he's going to have a little bit more than just that work.
Yeah. Not going to happen for him.
It's not. 24 is going to go ahead and take game one. Good games. Wow, and that was, again, you know, just an incredible show of dodging from both of these players. I mean, really just we talked before about utilizing their play space.
Yeah.
And 24, in order to get nearly a perfect game, he did end up getting almost down to half health. But, you know, at the 30-second mark there, he was sliding across the ground, immediately jumping up and over other projectiles in order to get to the other side of his play area. I mean, A, an incredible show of skill. B, that's gotta be exhausting.
Yeah, right. Very impressive stuff. You know, he didn't have that long of a break. Well, really, neither of these players did they? Because these are two 3-0s that happened back-to-back. Cronster has the one who just played. But yeah, it's not like 24 had much time off between his set where he won 3-0 and where Cronster did.
No, yeah, absolutely not. And, you know, both of these players are, I'd say, fairly young, so they can definitely go the distance if needed. But, yeah, I mean, having to do all of these different actions and dodge while also having the precision inputs that you need in order to get off your own combos. You know, they're making it look incredibly easy. I can tell you right now, as a player who's tried to pick up the Viper Ellipse or the Bounce Viper or the Curved Luma, it's not at all.
Yeah.
Not even a little bit.
Yeah, I was trying to make that happen myself in my own just play through the ranked queue this week, and not easy to make happen. That's for sure.
Yep. That's why I go for slower builds. That way I don't have to do that if I don't want to. And so we're going to be getting into our second match here. Do we expect any changes from either one of these folks? I mean, maybe from Cronster's side, I would think.
Maybe from Cronster's side.
I think the pressure's really on him.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, after all, he did make a couple changes. Or we have seen him make changes. I mean, I don't know. I guess thinking back to how that game number 1 went, as we talked about, 24 went pretty deep into that second round there without having lost almost any damage at all. Is that the build that Cronster brings, or is that 24 just dodging incredibly well? In which case maybe this part of the solution is the build, but maybe part of the solution is just the mix-ups of where and when to shoot and where and when to set things up.
Yeah, and that's a good point there too. Is it even worth changing? If you've played, and this is something that you see very commonly in these sorts of tournaments, especially as you get later in, right? A player loses, they start questioning everything that they've ever known and they've ever practiced.
Yeah.
And they make these split-second decisions based off of what they think is going to be best for countering their opponent. When in reality, you should be rolling with whatever you're most comfortable with, right? Whatever you've practiced, whatever you've honed. Even when you're down, you have to have that mental fortitude to be able to say, this is what I practiced, I've prepared for this sort of situation, I'm going to go in there and execute to the best of my ability, and what I'm not going to do is try something completely new on the day of the tournament. So, maybe the best solution here is for Cronster just to not change anything and maybe focus on why exactly 24 was getting around most of his stuff, which I think the answer there might even just be not using all of it. Sort of using his stuff piecemeal rather than all at once.
Yeah, it's interesting how in any competitive game, we have that same phenomenon of players having their thing that they like to do, their practice thing, and then switching characters or, changing your heroes or whatever it may be, depending on the game, right? Their loadout in this game. Yeah, there is something about the sort of competitive mindset that can snap a little bit, unfortunately. And in those moments, you think to yourself, because I've been that guy who's made those changes that were bad changes. I've been there. And in the moment, you think,
we're all guilty of it.
I'm a genius. I can't believe I didn't think about this before. I should have always been doing this. And then when you lose, you're like, well, what was that about? Why did I make that choice? So I've definitely been there.
Yoshi is top tier at the end of the day, or at least that's what I keep hearing.
That's what you hear, yeah.
And that's actually another thing too, is that sometimes the voice of the audience can play into that too. If everyone in chat is saying, oh, run this weapon, run this weapon, run this weapon, you got to kind of have this fortitude to be able to sit there and go, no, I'm not going to change up what I'm doing. I'm going to keep doing what I've practiced.
Don't listen to anybody, players.
Yeah, don't listen to anybody.
Don't listen to us. Don't listen to them.
The summary of this is don't listen to anybody. Never take any criticism for anything.
Correct.
You're perfect as you are.
You're perfect.
Exactly.
All right, so are there changes? So Cronster, Hammer Nade, Hammer Lips, Viper. He's got the Luma. He has got...
Oh, there we go.
So he's got the Luma instead of the Viper Ellipse. That's the change.
Which is very, very interesting. He is essentially relying on a straightforward deal. No curves, no tricks, no nothing. Just firing it off straight and hoping for the best. So we're gonna have to see how that change goes. Again, Luma is another weapon that's kind of being run by everybody, so could possibly be the voice of the audience factoring in here.
Big meta choice this weekend, that's for sure.
Big meta choices.
You can see, part of the utility of the Luma is something we saw right there. Typically, you see people try to shoot directly at folks, but you can also pull it back not very far and make it go real slow, and it can curve right down and land on people. Yeah, there you go. It's kind of a setup tool as well. It's quite versatile.
Ooh, okay, here we go. That was a 2 and 24 absolutely dominating the front of his podium as well. They're both kind of sitting on the front of their podium.
Yeah, it's very aggressive.
Just really trying to lay as much pressure as they possibly can on their opponents. 24 definitely taking more damage than he did last round.
That's true. That is a good point.
30 seconds, that is.
Cronster needs something to come back now, and he just... Does he have anything? Okay, there's the Luma! It's just... seemingly not going to be enough. There's nothing spawning yet. There it is, finally something, but it's not going to be fast enough for that Hammer Ellipse to reach 24, who's got the round.
Going to go ahead and take that round 1. I've talked so much about the resolution art team. This is another one of my, really all custom stages are great, especially the ones that they put out in like maybe the past half year. Cronster is going to hit that Luma there though, and do an easy 20 damage to start this round off.
Yeah, good to see him actually making that work out, the utility of that appearing. Yes, Raptor lands as well. He's got the Luma in hand.
Sort of doing those lobs that we saw Slow pulling out as well. Is managing to land.
Hey.
I actually think that
he's so close. Oh yeah, look at how he stepped way far forward there. He did find some hits in doing so. Good work for him. He's got the nade. It brings it out. And it's on 24 to dodge. He does. Underneath, Cronster.
I'm like silently trying not to necessarily root for any one player, but Cronster's looking pretty clean here.
I just want to see some good Blaston, man. I'm rooting for more games. That's all I'm looking for here.
Yeah, exactly. Rooting for more games. Ooh, there you go. Throwing out the weapon. Oh, no! Cronster steps out of bounds. And 24 goes ahead and takes game 2.
Wow.
Actually, something interesting you can see Cronster doing there. Actually threw the nade and his weapon at the same time, trying to get 24 to grab the weapon rather than the nade.
Interesting. A little bit of misdirection.
Very, very tricky trick if you can manage to pull it off. Especially because with those extra spread hammer nades, you really want to get it as close to your opponent as physically possible for maximum damage.
That makes sense, yeah. Well, look, the change that Cronster went to there, going to the Luma, he did find some hits, right? We did see him using it for setup as well with the slow slight pull that you can do. He did do some stuff with it, but again, as before, it just wasn't enough. There wasn't enough forcing of 24 to get hit. 24's movement continues to look fantastic, continues to evade really, really well. So yeah, I'm not sure if it's the weapons necessarily, or just 24's not there when Cronster tries to shoot him. He's just excellently dodging.
He's just phasing behind you. He's completely gone Ultra Instinct at this point.
Right.
But I think there is a critical difference there, which is that the Luma requires 2 hands and the Viper requires 1.
Yeah.
And that, I think that the change of pace that in that build was, I'm not going to use all my high damage dealing weapons at once. I'm instead going to use them one at a time, and then hopefully that spreads it out, kind of keeps that continuous pressure on my opponent. And I think that's when he did hit the Luma, right? He hit the Luma the most.
Yeah, that's right.
He was keeping a continuous pressure on 24. 24 got greedy, and he managed to snag with it. But, the strength of Viper is being able to use those 2 weapons in conjunction with one another. That synergy was lost when you go ahead and you change one of those weapons for a Luma, which does, at the end of the day, require 2 hands. You can do fancy stuff like shoot off a shot with the Viper, throw it up, do 2 shots with the Luma, come back down, shoot that Viper shot, which if you want to explain a concept to someone in Blaston who's never played Blaston before, explain to them why that's actually good and not just something to completely style on your opponent. But I think that, again, Cronster did manage to get.
Yeah.
He should stick to what he knows. And I think really what he should be looking at is he should be looking at some of the higher cooldown bits of his build. That Hammer Ellipse against anyone else would be doing some serious work. I think 24's just played against too many Hammer Ellipses before to really allow himself to get caught out by that without some serious setup from other parts of Cronster's build. Same thing with the extra hammer. Again, how many times has he seen that weapon come out a ton? Sort of playing what you know. But we're getting into this match. We are seeing Cronster come with the avalanche nade, which is going to be pretty interesting. Again, I think he's really trying to punish 24 for dodging to the bottom of his podium. And there we go. It's going to immediately pay off. He's going to get a good chunk of damage against 24 there.
Cronster bringing back the Viper Ellipse as well, so he's got the double Viper combo back in his deck.
I like this build. I like this
you
build.
You see both of them right there.
As far as 24's build, as shamefully, I don't recognize that attachment for the Frostbite. He's also bringing the Majestic.
Oh, he's got a very different build, in fact. Yeah, you're right.
Is borderline BM.
Oh, yeah? All right.
Yeah, we'll see if and when he decides to fire it off. The Majestic's in a weird spot right now. It has been claimed by one of the developers that if they made it any more powerful, it would break the game. But it's never been a really great weapon to be running. Again, we'll talk about it if and when he actually picks it up. I think what he's actually doing here is he's just saying, hey, the only 4 weapons I'm going to use are the Hammer Ellipse, the Raptor Ellipse, the Viper, and the Loom.
Dang, all right. Well, we'll see. I mean, we see the Majestic just sitting there.
Yep.
Just sitting there.
Menacingly!
Menacingly, but maybe not even that menacingly, as it just keeps ignoring it.
And again, this introduces sort of a higher level concept in Blaston. If you don't pick up a weapon, it doesn't affect the cooldown of any of your other weapons. So, again, even less of a reason why you should be, super hasty about what weapons you're using. And especially when players get tired, that's sort of a trap they can fall into, is using the very first weapons that end up spawning. And that's almost never the best thing.
Okay, here it is.
Oh, there we go. There it is. It's on the field, folks. We got 2 beam cages. Look at those 2 beam cages menacingly heading towards Cronster right now. Oh, they're gone.
And they're out of here.
And that's really the weakness of the Majestic. So the Majestic puts out those 2 beam cages. They actually do solid damage. They do damage equivalent of a lance. But the 2 big things, one, their duration is very short. Usually the beam cages get disappear before they can even reach your opponent's side of the podium.
Oh, let's go!
24 dipping down into those beam cages himself. Oh my goodness. Great place. I think this might have been a great counter pick for Cronster. Again, not to hit 24, but rather to set up hazards on the bottom of his play area.
Right, interesting. Yeah, that has been a go-to evasion spot, of course, for 24 and for everybody else.
Yeah, and now he really just has to be
Viper there.
He has to finish it out now. 40 seconds left on the clock. I don't think that Cronster can rely on timing this one out. I do think that he has to end it.
Yeah, 30 seconds for me. He finds a big hit.
There we go. Let's go. Let's go.
24's got a lot of damage on deck still, though. He's got the Luma in hand. He does find a hit.
With that curve Luma.
The Majestic's on his way. No, here's Cronster finding the shots. The Wildcat was there for him. 16 on the clock was enough. He's alive.
Alive. He's alive. That's all that matters. Just catching the greed. Maybe that's all he needed, was just to catch the greed.
Wow, what a duck right there by 24.
24 movement. I mean,
it's
even
so good.
Considering his normal gameplay, his movement today is just insane. Taking a little bit of damage from that beam cage.
Yeah, that's true.
Still,
Hammer lip shots come in, and he evades it easily, way on the other side of everything.
Yeah, and he's having to evade it without ducking too. You know, he's so used to ducking and sort of scooting along the ground, and he's doing a good job of recognizing when that's no longer a safe strategy. Yeah,
able to change up what he goes to, even in his own movement. Okay! No, and he did find the hit after just waving it in the sky. Talk about threateningly.
Yeah. I mean, genuinely, sometimes a valid strategy, because if your opponent gets too used to the curves, you can force them to dodge without even having to fire a shot.
Hey man, it's always good to make people guess different timings on things.
Force movement. All right, Cronster's in the red, but 24's getting brought to half away.
Yeah, that's true. 24 trying to move forward, trying to find shots up close.
Not that Luma too. Just dancing at this point.
Yeah, and he's got the Viper behind him, too. He still has the Luma in hand. 15 seconds. 24's up. Match point for him. 10. Cronster needs to find it now. No instant.
Yep.
24's the one who does.
He needs it now.
Oh,
no!
The Raptors floating
The
in there, curving
Raptor
in.
Lips again continuing to be the MVP of the day, it seems.
It's been
And
huge.
24 is going to take the win. Yeah, and I mean, the Raptor Ellipse doesn't necessarily do massive amounts of damage. But just the fact that A, it's an Ellipse weapon, B, it's on such a short cooldown, and C, has a clip size that sort of matches its damage. I mean, even if you only hit 1 or 2 out of the clip, I mean, slowly over time, 2 of those shots is 1 Luma shot, and we go wild over the Luma shots today. 3 of them's a Viper shot.
It's a good point. Yeah, those Raptor bullets are a little bit bigger than the Hammer ones as well, right? You can see them kind of medium-sized yellow bullets floating through. That has been huge for sure. So, look, we've talked about how in the previous 2 matches we saw a couple of 3-0s, and we see Cronster continuing to go undefeated today as he... I'm sorry, we saw 24, not Cronster.
Absolute
looking super good. Super good.
Yeah. Oh, and it's really, again, it's just the dodging. I really enjoyed watching Cronster there. I think he did fantastic. I think that out of everything that he did, bringing the avalanche nade to prevent 24 from dodging to the ground was a big brain move, and he actually did execute on that. 24 can bait out those nades if he's careful about it, but Cronster was throwing them in such a way that it became very hard for 24 to actually bait them out of the way of the podium itself. But again, even when he wasn't allowed to dodge to the floor, 24 had other plans, and he just is so slippery when it comes to sneaking out of a lot of those lines of bullets. It's almost ridiculous. It's almost unfair.
It's very cool to watch.
Yeah, but fantastic a job from both of those players. We are going to be getting an interview with 24 in just a little bit. And then we're also going to be having our last matchup of the day, I want to say.
I think you're right.
Which is going to be Baby Spine and Tim. Really looking forward to seeing that match. David, just from what we've seen today, any predictions on that matchup?
Boy, I got to tell you, I don't feel like we got to see all that much out of Baby Spine and Tim. Well, I mean, without casting any aspersions, like those were fast matches. And while I've been able to see some of the other players here in other events, I don't feel like I'm as familiar with Baby Spine and Tim in terms of how they play in competitive. I watched a lot of Baby Spine's content, so shout outs to him for that. Like, that's amazing. But okay, we're going to go to 24. We're going to talk with him about how he managed to play so well today. Congrats to him on skating through the group stage.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So we're going to tune in with him in just a little bit.
If you're somebody who's been watching this and enjoying it, check out Blaston on social media. You can do so on a Discord is a great one. Discord.gg/Blaston is the place where you can talk all about the game, learn all about the game. The content I was just talking about from Baby Spine, that's where I found it. Very helpful in learning the game. So I really recommend checking it out.
Yeah, and again, we've had a lot of players who joined in the past year.
Mm-hmm.
Join the Discord. That's where all of the events get posted either way. And, this is the big event of the year, but we have a lot of small events that happen throughout the year as well. So you know what? Show up, join tournaments. That's the best way to learn, best way to get involved with the community. And hey, who knows? Maybe next year this time, you'll be the one usurping 24's massive lead over everybody else right now.
Speaking of 24, let's bring him in for an interview here. Got him ready to chat.
Yep, I'm here. Hello.
Hey, can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear you.
Hey, all right. Congratulations on having such a great performance during the group stage here. So can you talk a little bit about your preparation coming into the weekend?
Well, the main part of it was just get some sleep because that has screwed me over a lot of times. But yeah, I was practicing a bit through the week, just making sure that I'm not rusty anymore. And that's about all I needed.
Nice. Nice. Now, I do have a specific question for you. So obviously, the main weapon that's been the through point of all your builds today, and I feel like too in recent history, as far as competitive events are concerned, is that curve Luma. Could you go a little bit into just the practice required for that weapon? I've already talked about it a lot, and then also why choose that over something like the Bounce Viper or just a normal Viper Ellipse?
Well, as far as practice, the trick is to use it for 6 months if it releases. At least that was it for me.
Easy.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do. Is
6 months.
Yeah, grind for 6 months.
Yeah, if you can get a time machine to go back, then you'll be fine. So yeah, that was that for me, and I just use it because it's fun. I mean, the curve weapons are always the best ones. This one is something that I feel, at least I had a chance to really get on top of and become one of the best players with it. So I just really love it. It's my little baby.
What attracted you to it in the first place?
Well, the unique part of it, just the bow that curves. That's interesting, at the very least. So yeah.
Well, you used it extremely well. There was the match that you had versus Baby Spine where you had a full nade build and then the Luma backing it up. Can you talk a little bit about that build and your mindset choosing that?
Well, in all honesty, I knew I was kind of a favorite going into it, and the first round went well, so I was thinking, why not have some fun, make an interesting match? And that's the kind of variation of what I've used in Q sometimes to make it more interesting. But usually I have double Raptor and instead of 5 nades and a Luma.
So wait. So in that case, what 3 nades do you run? That's very important.
Well, 4 nades. Take out the Luma, but it just felt more fun to use it now because it's also the most reliable. And it kind of depends. If it might want to take off something expensive, get rid of a Nova nade, or something that I have to actually aim well, like the Majestic nade. It's probably used with the Majestic nade, unless I want to keep it cheap, in which case, you could go with whatever. Just always keep the hammer nade.
Right. That's understandable, and we've seen the hammer nade just absolutely. Oh, yeah. I mean, to no one's surprise, being the dominant nade used by most of the players.
Yeah, I mean, it won an entire round for me, so.
Yeah,
we'll take
that's
that.
Right.
Yeah. And also another thing, that we saw in that very last match, the Majestic. And so I'm not going to obviously ask you about the potential meta uses of the Majestic. I think we're all very well of the potential meta uses of the Majestic.
Yeah.
But as far as, looking out into the future of Blaston, I mean, we're obviously going through a lot of attachments right now, kind of keeping the weapon pool consistent. Where do you think that the Majestic is going to fall, either via, additional patches that hopefully buff the weapon up a little bit, or, kind of like we've seen with some weapons like the Vector or the Helix, getting inadvertently buffed by future attachments?
I really don't know. It's just a terrible weapon right now, which is the only reason I ran it. I'm sure they have a plan for it. Like Tether, they said they wanted to do something with that, but I really don't know how drastically they're going to change this to make it usable. If they want to make a split Majestic, that'll be interesting. But
or maybe a Majestic Helix.
Oh yeah,
I can imagine that sort of swirling pattern would be good.
Honestly, they could just change the Majestic into an attachment, and
it could be a Nova attachment if we're all being honest with ourselves.
Yeah, or you could change it from a Hurricane, turn those bullets into Majestics.
There you go.
Dang.
Just whatever.
There you go. It's just something that you run on your loadout, and it just changes all of your yellow pellets into.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Can I ask about your background? Do you have much background in competitive play, whether in sports or in video games? And what brought you to Blaston in the first place?
Well, I do play soccer. That's my sport of choice.
Okay.
Nothing after that because I hate running, and that's about all I can handle. But basically what that's done for me is build up the leg strength to actually play this game. And when I found it, I was like, oh, okay, nice some physical activity. This gets the adrenaline up. Same reason I love to play soccer. And just kept playing from there.
Yeah, man, I see the legs. I see the legs when I see you play this game. We were talking all about your dodging and how good your movements is. It makes a lot of sense that you come at this from a soccer perspective.
It also helps to be short so that I can maneuver well on the ground. Don't have a lot of weight to throw around.
But 24, honestly, you're a bit of a maniac when it comes to doing I mean, I can just speak from this, but also to Ultimex recently. doing push-ups, doing jumping jacks, really just keeping the heart rate up high, even when the game isn't giving it to you. As far as, again, we've got right now clocking in at just over 1,000 viewers. There's a ton of new people out there today watching Blaston for the first time. Do you have any tips for those players?
Well, first off, I hate to say it, but just dodge LMAO. But other than that, it's really, I played the game constantly for a long time, and that's really just what helped me get going. That's all I really have. Practice, yeah. I played the game obsessively for like a year. It was kind of a problem.
Hey, I mean, the benefits are here, right?
No, it's healthy. Yeah. It's healthy. It's exercise.
Well,
right?
That's actually true, but there's also a chance to win a pretty good chunk of change this weekend. So, there's a benefit to having done so. Tomorrow, you're going to be playing the winner of Wesso and Rudy. Any thoughts on how one of those matchups could go for you, either way it ends up?
Well, they're both great players, and I think I have a good shot against both of them, but it'll be a fun match for sure. They're nice people to play against. Wesso especially always makes it interesting. I'm sure you guys saw that on stream.
We did. All right, well, good luck to you on your matches when that happens tomorrow. But that's going to be it for now. Thanks a lot for joining us. Is there anything else that you would like to say?
No, not really. But
anything you want to pitch? Anything you want to plug?
Oh, shoot. Do I have to say Fab Org?
I believe you're contractually obligated, yes.
Yes. I'm on the Pokemon Go team, despite the fact that I do not play Pokemon Go.
Oh,
means you can do it too.
Oh, no, Dratini Community Day was today. I completely missed it. No!
Well, thanks a lot again for joining us. All right, well, look, we're going to take a short break. We have a little bit more Blaston to be played today. Don't go anywhere.
Is going on, everybody? My name is Dr. Oolong. I'm the Mad Dr. Spark. With me again is Ultra David. Ultra David, how's it going?
It's going really well. We've seen some interesting matches in this side of the NA groups. We're in Group B of the North American side of things. And let me just run it down for you real fast in terms of our results. We've had a 3-0. We had another 3-0. And then we had another 3-0 after that. So now we're going down to the loser side of things. We're going to have Baby Spine, who lost to 24, and we're going to have Tim, who lost to Cronster.
So if history repeats itself, this will be another 3-0. But, 3-0 almost doesn't tell the full story.
Yeah, you're right.
These matches were all really, really well played. In all honesty, I can safely say that this has probably been my favorite experience, both as a caster and watching these matches today. They have just truly been incredible. We do have Baby Spine from the sunny land of Florida, and Tim from the ancient and mysterious land of Australia, who are going to be fighting off against each other. And I got to say, that's one of my favorite things about Blaston is, these two players are located all the way across the world from one another.
Yeah.
And yet, this isn't even the first time that they've played each other in a tournament.
Interesting. Okay.
Go ahead and come right up.
I guess we will.
Here we go. All right. So Tim running a very similar build to what we saw last time. Highlights there are the Fast Fall Hurricane and that high damage Lancenade. And then Baby Spine also running something similar to what we saw last time. He is bringing back that Curve Luma. Good for him.
Yeah, it's actually
and also running the Viper
same
Ellipse
build that he had before.
Right. All right. Starting off here, Tim's already taken a big chunk of damage. Ooh, he is going to go ahead and land one of the clamps. And managed to get pretty much even with Baby Spine. Baby Spine still has a slight bit of a lead here.
We have seen a lot of close ones, even as they have been 3-0s in this set of things. So I'm hoping for another close one. I'm hoping for not a 3-0. I'd love to see more Blaston today, but I'd love a close one either way.
That'll be up for the players.
It's not our choice to make, yeah.
Exactly. Tim going ahead and setting up those projectiles on the left-hand side of Baby Spine's podium. And then he's going to follow it up with some hammer clamps, also focusing the right-hand side. Pretty good setup, all things considered. I will say that I think I prefer the fast fall hurricane. I'd like more damage and a faster projectile over slow, but it certainly is a bit of a menacing wall of bullets that he's able to put down here. And he gets a little bit of extra ammunition from it as well.
It really does force the opponent's movement for quite a while. It forces them off certain spots of the podium, which can be very helpful. Of course, 15 on the clock now. Baby Spine's the one with the advantage. Tim's got to find something.
Yep. Maybe with this fast hammer ellipse.
Yeah, that ellipse.
We're gonna see. Ooh, a curve.
Oh, here we go. He does find it with. Oh, it was just before the buzzer. Buzzer beater from Tim comes out from that Viper.
Incredible, fantastic stuff. Seeing his opportunity and absolutely taking it. Great job. Great job. Okay, that's actually good positioning there from that laser too. The Lance nade is a little bit tricky. It honestly is probably one of my favorite nades, but it is very easy to bait it off to the side. You can see Baby Spine here just kind of like just standing there and then having to duck down, and the beam is almost completely taken off of the play area. Okay, but he is getting forced over into this corner. The hammer ellipse is coming out. He uses the shield. He manages to get out of it.
Baby Spine now with the Luma trying to find a couple of hits. Nothing backing them up, really. Delayed hammer ellipse as it approaches. Finally, it's there.
Yeah, that's the thing with this slow fall hurricane. It kind of sets itself up. You know, you've got enough time, even if you fire it off with absolutely nothing else to follow it up at the time. You know, by the time that it actually reaches your opponent's play area, usually you'll have at least something.
That makes sense, yeah. Yeah, we're seeing that here, Tim. Oh, wow. What evasion right there. Just happened to get right back from the Viper ellipse. It's underneath. There's Tim again with that hurricane, setting it up. Does a good job at getting away from the Wildcat there.
Yeah, he's...
Okay, hold on though.
Seconds left. Come on, Tim. Let's see the miracle.
Yeah, he's setting it up again. Last chance for them as they fall down. He's got to follow it up with something big.
Not going to happen, unfortunately. Baby Spine with that fast hammer ellipse is going to go ahead and take round one. I feel like that's actually a bit of a new attachment I haven't seen run a lot in recent tournaments. Again, that hammer ellipse, usually its role is to be more of a hazard and punish your opponent for moving. Ooh,
okay.
Double Luma shots coming out from Baby Spine, bringing Tim to about half health.
Yeah.
But
Great
yeah,
start
a
from
lot
Baby
of players have been running it. It does extra damage, and it's faster. So, you know, it may have less of a duration on your opponent's play area, but as sort of a quick way to put pressure on your opponent, it certainly is effective.
The nade comes out. Baby Spine's going to have to move. Or at least stay still. Looked like it actually kept him still. He couldn't move anywhere else. But the slow speed of that hurricane actually made it not be a threat for him. Luckily for him. Baby Spine, though, takes a bunch of damage. As Tim finds some significant shots. Baby Spine forcing the movement out of Tim right there. Here's Tim. He's got a couple in hand. Hurricane starts.
Nice draw. Nice draw.
And yeah, that nade really didn't have too much effect right there. We've seen that the last couple times it's come out. It hasn't really forced Baby Spine into any bad positions.
Yeah, unfortunately, again, it's just such an easy nade to bait out. And if you're experienced enough with it to know how to bait it out, you know, you can sort of create...
Oh, boy.
You create a pocket of safety for yourself. Although, Baby Spine getting hit in said pocket of safety.
That's true.
He's brought down to the red. 20 seconds left on the clock. This still could go to anybody. Those hurricanes are coming down.
Baby Spine just evading, though.
Step forward.
No big deal. He just backs off. But he backs off too far. Did he step out of bounds?
Damage. Out of bounds damage. And Tim is going to go ahead and take...
Wow. Unfortunate error right there by Baby Spine. We're talking about how the options from Tim, like the nade, like the slow hurricane, you know, of course, they were forcing movement to some degree, but Baby Spine was doing a good job at not really being where they were. And then he himself, unfortunately, was the one who accidentally stepped out in a very consequential moment, unfortunately for him.
Yeah. You hate to see it, but again, we kind of talked about it in the EU bracket. That's something where the developers really do want to punish you.
Sure, of course.
Stepping outside for those exact reasons. But yeah, I wouldn't say that Tim's build was necessarily underwhelming. I mean, certainly hitting those Viper Ellipse shots. Those were great Viper Ellipse shots. It's just that it's sort of all over the place, right? He's running the fast hammer ellipse, even though he could be setting up clamps, which would punish movement, which actually could complement the slow fall hurricane even better. The extra damage lance nade, when it hits, of course that does, I think, if I'm remembering correctly, it does 7.5 damage a tick, so 15 damage a second, which is the equivalent to the Lance Rapid, which we saw the damage that was able to do earlier today. And it's massive when it hits, but Baby Spine was getting out of the way of it, was able to bait it out. So overall, I sense a lack of cohesion from Tim's build. I really want to see him throwing out that entire combo at once. I feel like he, right now, has a lot of good pieces of the puzzle. He just needs to find a way to fit them together.
You talked about how that hurricane, as it falls down slowly, can often be backed up by other stuff. I do see him bringing it out when he doesn't really have anything yet to go. And that idea might be okay, but there were moments when he didn't really have things backing it up. I mean, I saw hurricane as it fell. I saw the nade, in that similar time. But it looked like Baby Spine was able to evade both of them, right at that moment. A couple times the combo came up. So yeah, maybe there will be a change out of Tim. We'll see.
Yeah, and I think we are just about to get into this next matchup here. We'll go ahead and we'll see. I do actually see the changes. He is doubling down on this. He has gotten rid of that Viper Ellipse in favor of a Bounce Viper, and he has also added on the slow hammer nade, which is going to give him another consistent hazard to use with the high damage lance nade. I actually think that high damage lance nade might be his win condition here. Trapping his opponent and then following it up with the lance nade and really just zapping the ever-licking heck out of them and to do his main source of damage. So let's see how it plays out. Starting things off right here. Tim takes just a little bit of damage from that fast hammer ellipse. I do also see changes from Baby Spine, mainly that charge hammer, which we've seen used a lot today as well. Again, not just for the charge, but also for the ability to go ahead and use it as a slower variant of the normal hammer. Baby Spine also using the slow fall hurricane now. Sort of taking that from Tim's build.
He's also given up the Aegis Shield in favor of the Raptor now.
Which I think is good. I think that the Raptor is more of a great defensive option than a lot of people take it for. Again, in Blaston, a lot of the times, your best defense is a good offense, and being able to keep consistent pressure while also shooting your way through your opponent's bullets is incredibly valuable, not even to mention that it is the lowest cooldown in the game. Raptor Ellipse combo there, manages to go wide, but does force movement from Tim. He almost needs to be throwing that lance nade lower, I feel like. I feel like half the reason it's not hitting is because he is throwing it so high up into the air that it's giving Baby Spine sort of a triangle of safety on either the left or right-hand side of his podium.
Waiting for the nade there. Yeah, here we go.
There we go.
Okay. Does actually force Baby Spine's hand, I think literally, into getting some damage.
Yep. Agreed. 12 seconds left. Tim's got a fairly sizable lead. I'm liking where this is going.
Well, Baby Spine can find even a Raptor hit. No, it's still Tim with the big life. Well, relatively big life lead. And he even adds to it by the end of it. So shout out to Tim, looking a lot stronger.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of matches today where players have taken very, very little damage. I mean, both these players are hitting. It's just for really small amounts most of the time. again, I talked about this sort of confusion with the win condition, and I feel like they both have it in a bullet hell sense. Their goal is to set down a lot of bullet hell and then, go in for the kill afterwards. It's what they're using to go in for the kill afterwards that I feel like that's where they're sort of slipping up. But
interesting to see the different arrangement that Baby Spine likes to shoot out. It's the Hurricane. It's not from vertically necessarily above. It's kind of at a just above eye line kind of spot. Yeah, here it is yet again. Different spot that he's shooting them out at. However, you see them falling, unfortunately for him, pretty harmlessly at Tim's feet right there.
Yeah. Tim getting hammered a little bit here by that hammer ellipse. And Baby Spine actually doing something else too, not firing those hurricanes upwards. Instead, just firing them straight forward. Rather than creating a wall that comes down, he's sort of sending a wall forward towards his opponent and reducing the amount of time it takes for those to become effective on his opponent's podium. Oh, yeah. Tim tries to jump over it, but he doesn't manage to do it. Baby Spine's going to go ahead and take round 2.
Yeah, it looked like that put him right into the hammer shots that were coming in as well. So nice little setup from Baby Spine to have the Hurricanes approaching again from that kind of like frontal angle, and then the hammer ellipse to back it up. Or maybe that was just hammer shots.
Tim again continuing to send that lance nade up. Again, I think he could get a little bit trickier with it. One of my favorite tricks with the lance nade is to throw it down towards the bottom, below the podium. That distance below the podium, that is still active, available a space for you to put nades. And sort of have it come upward. That sometimes can catch a lot of people who try and bait the nades out. Tim again trying to jump over one of those clamps and manages to just jump directly into it. Baby Spine also taking a lot of damage from this counterattack.
Yeah.
Tim does not have a consistent source of collision that he can use to get rid of those hurricanes either. It's pretty much the hammer ellipse or the raptor ellipse for him.
Baby Spines, yeah, just as I say it, his Hurricane's back, he sends it forward. So again, he's using that to kind of force Tim backward. See where they're landing, they're making it so that Tim needs to move back and up. And then Baby Spine is trying to follow that on with things like this that he has here, the Wildcats there, we've seen the...
Ooh!
Okay!
Ooh. Very nice clamp combination there from Tim, and he is going to go ahead and take Game 2. All right, are we going to get right back into a Game 3? Oh, no, we are going for another weapon swap.
Hey, man, I'm happy. That means it's not going to be a 3-0. There you go.
Oh, I've got bad news for you. Well, we're currently Tim sitting at 2-0 against Baby Spine here. Although, who knows, self-fulfilling prophecies do exist. And I think that Baby Spine has the most room for growth here. I think that either way, Tim is going to be sticking with that high damage lance nade. I think he just needs to figure out how exactly he's factoring that into the rest of his build. But on Baby Spine's side, Baby Spine has had really good execution. Again, like you said, I feel like the way that he's using that slow fall hurricane is overall more effective. And it's almost easier sometimes to hit some projectiles on the back of the podium. And for the hammer ellipse, that definitely reigns true. It's much easier to hit an opponent who's on the back of the podium because you can sort of curve all the bullets towards the back of the podium and group them together like that versus just hitting them straight forward like you'd have to at the front of the podium. But again, then you bring into the fact that he's running the fast hammer ellipse, and I have to wonder, again, is this something that he's just running because he saw it run a lot today, or is this factoring further into his build?
Yeah, the hammer ellipse in its various iterations has been in almost every build we've seen today. I'm not sure if I can recall one that didn't have it.
Yeah, probably some of the shorter cooldown builds that we've seen, if at all. Because I actually agree with you. I think
it might have been in everything. Yeah,
at least in every single matchup that we've seen.
Sure, at least once. Yeah.
At least once. And again, as far as weapons go, sitting at 6 seconds, it definitely does well at putting a lot of projectiles in your opponent's side of the field. It's a very consistent weapon. I would hesitate to say that it's easy to use, but as far as the ellipse weapons go, it's probably the most consistent just because of the spread that it has. And then also talking about collision, too, it also packs a good bit of collision. So we'll see here what Baby Spine ends up pulling in his last round. You know, I think even maybe going back to the double laser loadout that he was using earlier on against 24, that was really effective.
That was cool.
Yeah. I mean, effective, and he clearly knew how to do the spread in the way that really forced, you know, well, not necessarily forced anything, but really sectioned off a large part of the play area. You know, doing something like that and then following it up with a hammer ellipse, yeah, that's a big cooldown, but you know, at the same time, that could be the ticket that he needs in order to get the win on this possibly last match as we go into set point here for Tim.
Yeah, you know, he didn't end up winning that, of course. He lost to 24, but 24's dodging is something we've been talking about the entire time. Is pretty singularly good, right? Extremely strong at that stuff. And maybe for somebody else, that build could be effective, right? Rather than giving up on it entirely. I mean, it was fun to watch. I would like to see it again, just from that perspective as a viewer.
Yeah, and you know, I think that again, when you get into tournament time, sometimes you can get that tunnel vision of, I'm going to play what the meta says is most effective, but sometimes those tournament upsets come when you pull out something that maybe your opponent isn't used to seeing.
Sure. That's how the meta changes.
All right, we are getting into. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought we were getting into this last match right here. I think we're still solidly in that disconnect round.
Okay.
I do see Baby Spine at least making one switch to the fast fall hurricane versus that slow fall hurricane.
Okay.
Like that. That's great. Love that. Also running the extra wide spread Hammernade. And the Fast Raptor, that's another change that we're seeing, all on top of the extra collision hammer. He's also completely gotten rid of... What
do we got?
I didn't even notice. Oh my goodness. The Nova.
The Nova is in here, yeah, for Tim.
Triumphant appearance. I think this is the first time... I actually think we saw it once during the NA bracket, but I wasn't casting.
Correct, yeah.
The Nova. The Nova. Oh, look at it go. Look at it go. Suck it up, all of those Luma shots. Oh, God. I love it. I love it. Brings a tear to my eyes. Baby Spine takes, oh, gosh. Half this health. Green damage right at the start of it. So for those of you who aren't aware, the Nova is sort of a hybrid hazard and defensive tool. And Tim is running the extra tanky variant, which is going to give it 90 health. So that is going to be definitely inconvenient for Baby Spine. Baby Spine actually does have the extra collision hammer, which is a pretty good counter to it, all things considered. But if Tim's able to play around it and keep those Novas up, it can be a really nasty hazard for Baby Spine to have to get around once they reach his side of the road.
You can see how much faster those hurricane shots are. Oh my God, speaking of falling, Tim's health bar fell off a cliff.
Oh no! Oh, there we go. Baby Spine's going to take round one. That is the power of the fast fall hurricane. Right there.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, you can see the effectiveness.
Yep. Effects may vary. Ask your doctor if fast fall hurricane is for you. Alright, so Tim's going ahead and he's putting all three of those Novas down on Baby Spine's This is where the Nova starts to hit hazard territory. Because it's very hard to get around that much at once. It's very similar, actually, to how Baby Spine was using the slow fall hurricane earlier and sort of putting down a wall towards his opponent.
Right.
You can do that with those Novas, too, and they only do 20 damage apiece, but again, that's how much the Luma does, and we've been going wild for those Luma shots today as well.
Well, you can see that hammer right there by Baby Spine just destroying a couple of those Novas as they came forward. So he is clearing them off the stage reasonably well here and there.
Yep. And I would say that is the thing you have to really be careful about the Nova. Is that it's got a very clear weakness. The very clear weakness is collision. If you're able to do a consistent amount of collision to it, even the tank Nova can be brought down with enough bullets. It's really, at the end of the day, how much your opponent is willing to sacrifice in order to get rid of it. And you can actually see there, Baby Spine went ahead and used the hammer kind of prematurely, and Tim is going to be able to get off those Novas. Is he going to be able to do anything with it? He does land the Frostbite.
A lot of misses right there, though. There was great movement out of Baby Spine. Really predicting where Tim was going to shoot. Tim's away from that. Oh, I love it! Baby Spy tossed his arm over with that laser right there to get away from it. That was sick.
Yep, 15 seconds left on the clock. Baby Spy's pretty close here. Oh gosh, I shouldn't have said anything.
I know. Oh no, Tim with the life lead all of a sudden threatening to go up to match point. Baby Spine has 1 second. Can he find anything? No, the Raptor's not going to be good enough. It's match point now for Tim.
Yeah, and Tim really making, use of those Novas. I could critique the use of the Novas. Maybe I will after the match. But again, the big part with the Nova is just not getting greedy with them. Really just being careful and understanding that it is not a shield generator. It is a hazard. You want to be able to follow it up when it reaches your opponent's side of the podium. And he does it right there, actually, with the Frostbite. And it's now ready to go yet again.
Ducking underneath the Luma attempts from Baby Spine. Luma's out of here, but he's got a chance to set things up with the Hurricane. Oh, he takes some damage.
Just like that. Through those Novas. That's another thing that's great with those Novas. Fantastic with those Novas, in fact. I would dare say.
Yeah, the fact that they hide what you are doing in some sense from the opponent's eyes, that can be really important.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Baby Spine. I thought he managed to land some of those Hurricanes, but I think that he just managed to land the Raptor instead. Yeah, being able to hide your projectiles, and then also another one of my favorite tricks with the Nova is going ahead and putting a nade directly into the Nova to prevent my opponent from grabbing it.
Sick, I love it. Well, Baby Spine is starting to run out of life and time here. Again, it's match point for Tim. Moving way up.
Brought down to the red. He tries firing off the Luma, but none of them manage to land, and he's got a herd of Novas heading towards him. Oh, the Frostbite goes through the Nova!
Baby Spine can't get touched. All the stuff coming at him from now on is going to be for the tournament, effectively.
And with that Wildcat, Tim is going to be going forward. GG's to both of these players. Great match today. Great use of Nova, Tim. I have some critiques for you. I've already written them up, as the resident Nova expert here. But, really, really effective use. I think that, I could go and talk about Nova all day, but I think it was very solid playing from both of those players. And I think at the end of the day, Tim was just able to really plan out his combos just a little bit more than Baby Spine was able to.
Apologies for the commentator's curse. I was so certain it wasn't going to be the 3-0. I just thought that history was going to get bucked. I didn't think it was going to happen. Was that 4 straight times? I didn't believe it. But indeed it did.
That's kind of the thing at this level of play. And you know what? Hey, all those matches went almost 6 minutes. It's not like any one of those matches was overwhelming for one player or another. It's just at this level, you know what? The better player usually ends up winning. And the realistic thing is that you also don't usually see a lot of matchups where the players are so close that they're constantly trading matches and forth. That's just a luxury that usually you don't get to see at this point.
The old apocryphal, hey man, I lost 3-0, but it was close. It was close.
Yeah.
I hear
and again, very, very well played to Baby Spine there. Very well played to Tim there. I think that, you could make critiques about both of their builds, but at the end of the day, they came here with their best. They put on an absolutely great show. So, especially considering that both of their opponents were probably, I'm not going to say first and second, but maybe first and third right now in the world overall, really bringing their stuff to this matchup. So, fantastic job. And that is going to wrap things up for today.
Yeah, let's just talk briefly about what we saw. So the EU bracket we saw earlier today. Here's a look at what happened. So we saw that Monty took down Slowit. That was one of the closest matches all day. 3-2, right down to the end. And what a start, too. That was the very start of the broadcast today. So we started off pretty well. Then you saw Tesseract take down Turbo, and then Tesseract had a honestly pretty dominant performance versus Monty.
Yep, number one player EU for sure. Slowed and Turbo was definitely another one that I really liked. Again, 1-3 doesn't tell the correct story in my eyes. Another very, very close matchup between those two players. especially considering some of the plays that Slode did manage to get off during that game. So moving forward tomorrow, we have Tesseract and Monty from this bracket, with Slode being kept for that third place match for EU.
So Tesseract will be hanging out in grand finals, looks like, and he'll be playing the winner of the match just before that, as you guys were able to see. Here's a look at the Group 1 we saw earlier. So Josie looking very strong versus Rudy to start things out. Looking strong as well was Wesso over Master. And then a couple of 3-1s after that. I really liked watching some of these players play. I thought that there were some of the most interesting builds that we saw today in this set.
Yeah, definitely when you get Josie, Wesso, and Woody, and honestly Master in the same bracket together, you're definitely going to see some super interesting stuff. Yeah, definitely a lot of fun stuff going on there. And then, of course, what we just saw here, 24 and Cronster making very strong openings in their first 2 matches, heading into their winners match, which 24 again, just sliding along the ground like his feet were made of ice, managing to get around Cronster's Double Viper. And then, of course, Tim bringing out the triumphant return of the Nova and securing his spot for tomorrow's tiebreaker match, possibly. I'm sorry, not possibly. That one's definitely going to happen. And as far as like overall weapons that we saw today, I think that there's a pretty clear line. It's a lot of high damage dealing weapons followed up with weapons that, maybe aren't necessarily hazards, but can definitely section off a area of your opponent's field very quickly. A lot of hammer lips. We saw a decent amount of lasers, all things considered. And then, especially towards the end and in the previous NA bracket, the fast fall hurricane and some of those other nades that were coming out. So very well played for all of our competitors today. I can personally say this is probably one of the best broadcasts that I've seen and been a part of. So, really want to thank everybody for having us. I want to thank Resolution Games for giving us a platform to be able to do this. And super, super excited for tomorrow.
It's going to be great. Again, if you're somebody who's watching this and you're thinking to yourself, man, I got to check this game out. I got to learn a little bit more about this game. Well, there's a couple good ways for you to do that. One is by checking out the Discord. This is something that I really recommend doing. Discord.gg/Blaston is where you could find it. The community's there. They're very helpful. It's a fun community to hang out in. And there is a lot of resources already there, as well as people ready to ask and answer questions. I do recommend checking that out. Of course, follow Blaston on Twitter as well, and give the channel a follow on the Twitch.
Yes, because tomorrow we are going to be starting at 9 o'clock Pacific time. You are not going to want to miss those matches. If you thought today was great, tomorrow is going to be even better. So definitely follow. Make sure that you're getting those notifications. That way you're here right when we go live, because you're not going to want to miss a second.
Nope, and we'll be here when we go live. We're looking forward to that. Have a good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow for Finals Day.
Yep.
Frostbite. Oh, but gets the draw block.
Never give up.
Oh, rock smash takes lots of damage. Wow. That's it. If I was in slowest position, I would switch the Novas to bounce Novas. That's all I'd do.
If you're new here, hit that follow button. We're going to be doing more casts here throughout the course of this season.